streaming through the digital night. Gimbal, so he's guiding the light, unveiling mysteries of the unknown, UFOs in the alien zone. He's a man on a mission, exploring ancient secrets, it's his addiction. Debating, discussing with his loyal crew. Cosmic conversations, unveiling the truth.
Hi, let me move up so this stops doing this. Okay, fuck it. Welcome back, everybody, to another episode. Here we are once more on Monday. Happy Monday. Turn the music down just a smidge. There we go. Yes, hopefully everybody had a good weekend. We're all here to get our fucking rims jostled, I guess. Welcome, everybody. Pambo, Shadows, Golf, Hendrix. I'm slightly delayed. There is a reason for this. I tried to contact let me just pull up the thing here, because I should talk about this right now. I'll probably talk about it again later, more people come in. I was talking with the Carnegie Museum of Pittsburgh, the anthropologist there, about the giant skeletons. And actually, she gave me, I don't know, 25 minutes of her time. She's quite generous to give a schizo like myself, that much time, but I'll cover this again later. Her conclusion, supposedly this has all been debunked. I said, what happened? I said, you did have a W.J. Holland, a Dr. W.J. Holland there as a curator back in the 1920s. She said, yes, he was a racist. I said, oh my. I said, why do you say that? She said, this was a myth that they cooked up to try and take away, what is she worded again? I just talked with her, fucking literally just got the phone with her. It was to discredit the Native Americans from having anything to do with the mounds. Essentially trying to establish some other race as the root race in North America, not them. And they were racists, and they hated the Native American people. And so they cooked up this myth, and they intentionally mismeasured the skeletons. And the skeletons also over time had elongated slightly. And I said, that's crazy. Yeah. You're not far from their shadows. You should go visit. Yeah. I forget what the lady's name was. She told me what her name was. I said, my God, I said, wow. I said, wow. And she said, yes, there's a couple papers some people have written over in the last couple of years debunking it. She gave me a couple articles. Archaeologists debunk myth of the prehistoric giants in West Virginia. Olivia A. Jones, PhDs, one of these lecturers supposedly have gotten into this. Yes. So I guess proponents of this myth are white supremacists. Again, I said, my God. Wow. So I said, thank you very much for your time. I wasn't going to get into the giant myths across the globe or the fact that they're depicted everywhere over Mesopotamia. But I shouldn't be surprised, I guess. I was going to ask her, well, what if it turns out that they actually did find these people? Is it still racist? I mean, I was kind of taken back, honestly, that she was asserting it with this degree of, I was like, my God, okay. Just a racist conspiracy, I guess, that they existed. Even though the native peoples themselves lived among them and probably interbred with them. And here's just another example. This is Greg. He's a tour guide, actually. With mound builders. He's part of the Mound Builder Society. Here's the story. 1938, Alabama civics textbooks depicting Hernando de Soto meeting Chief Tuscaloosa in 1540. Tuscaloosa and his son were described by Spanish as being over 7 feet tall. This is a racist myth, though. Oh, fucking Christ help us all. Anyway, I was very cordial. I didn't get into this. This is not my field of expertise, right? I'll just listen to the argument and I'll say, does it logically make any sense? And so far, not so much. But anyway, we'll touch on this again later. Maybe I'll call her back and just debate her a little bit. Say, oh, well, I was gonna bring up the city car, the race of giants, supposedly the Northern Pie you talked about, but I just didn't want to get into it. And she probably just would have hung up the phone and called me racist. Welcome to Intellectuals in the 21st Century. Earthquake. I just saw this actually. Yeah. Call her lying sack shit. Yeah, let's see. Just left the good energy. Just leave them alone. Leave them alone. I'll read through her recommendations. I'll listen to lectures. All right. I'll see what their logic. Hear their logic is. Right. That's all we can do. Yeah. Yeah. So this just happened. This is close to where I am. It's just a Maine here. I'm in New Brunswick. I'm just north of Maine. I said, what the fuck? I said, is now that Trump's president, we getting a massive earthquake? Like, is this just what happens? Is this the punishment? So yeah, anyway. It's very uncommon. Yeah. Yeah. Hit me with the Rocky 9.2. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah. Well, you never know. We might get a 10.0 here live through the New Madrid fault line. I had a dream the other night. Quite disturbing, actually. Sometimes I'll just randomly dream these things. That while I was streaming, there was a massive earthquake here, like 10.0. I'm like that guy now on fucking YouTube, The Last Days, whatever his name is. It keeps saying Jesus coming back. He's coming back every week. There's another plague he's foreseeing. Am I slowly becoming this man? Am I becoming a prophet, actually, of doom? I should start selling t-shirts, actually. He makes a buck on those, I'm sure. When BC slides in the ocean, Alberta becomes beachfront property. That is true, though. Yeah. Never say never. A man can dream, I guess, I thought I'd just pull this up here because this is a fucking meme. What I was going to pull up, I have a ridiculous amount of tabs open. This may be the most tabs I've ever had open. Fuck, there's a lot of shit going on. This is the talk of the town here right now. I've been following this today as well. I was listening to some investor bros. Not that I have any fucking money. But I was listening to people that trade. Yeah, go look at the I was wise. Have gone down even more. Hit with cyber attack. What? Oh. What's it down to now? Oh, shit. Oh my God, it was only down like $13 earlier. Oof. Well, I mean, it's gone up so much, man. Like, it's only a matter of time before shit hit the fan here. Fuck Sam Altman driving around his goddamn Koenigsegg. What is it, like $4 million car? Get the fuck out of here. Yeah. Oh man, yeah, Harry, it's buckle up. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's full tabs today, guys. Yeah. Yeah. Is completely shielded you from this? Are they really? Yeah, Chad, what's up, my dude? Yeah. Is that 1 month? Just the mainstream media reporting it. Well, it was the R1, I think, Corey launched, 5 days ago or something? I think the new model launched, and supposedly, this is probably horseshit. They trained it. It only cost them $5 million to train it up to an equivalent of the new ChatGPT model. That costs $200 a month to use. It costs ChatGPT like 10 or 100 times that, or some ridiculous figure. So that's what everyone's freaking out over, I guess. They were able to do so much with so little. But like a lot of things that come out of the People's Republic of China, we just need to be very wary, and I'm very skeptical myself. Not that I have a lot of fucking, background in any of this, but I've listened to people that do, and they're very wary. So I'm just going to say, hey, pass that along, I guess. I'm sure a lot of people here probably know what's happened anyway. So, yeah, market makes 0 sense. Things are way overinflated and all bound to die. Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, you invested in McDonald's today. Did you really is that what we should move? Seeds. We're going to start buying seeds soon. All right. Pumpkin seeds, chia seeds, What else? Something good to grow. I don't know. Seeds that we can eat and grow, possibly. That would be the best alternative, just in case things go really south and we can't actually grow anything. We can still eat the pumpkin seeds and the sunflower seeds, maybe. Yeah. Yeah. So, anyway, yeah, this is interesting. It did rock the tech world. They got hit with a cyber hit. Deepseek hit with large-scale cyber attacks since it's limiting registrations. I wonder from who? Who could it be? Who could it be? Oh. Yeah. Yes. They shed $600 billion in market cap. Biggest one-day loss in U.S. history. I mean, 100%. 100 fucking percent it is. That's just, yeah, 100% it's them. Yeah. Man. Just a kick in the I mean, you know, though, like, fuck some of these people, man. Like, you know, OpenAI. I've been following that whole saga. It's a greasy game. Yeah. That's true, man. That's why I don't invest in money. I invest in knowledge. Yeah, there you go. Other things, the giants, the giant bodies. Anyway, yeah, I thought I'd bring this up. I was listening to all the fucking investor bros today talk about this. They're like, oh my god. I was like, fuck me, man. I mean, listen. I mean, I love AI. I love the LLM. So this is a little bit different, isn't it? I was fucking around with this today too. I wasn't as impressed with it. You can't upload images. It can't read images. Not that I was getting it to do anything particularly complicated, but like just talking with it. It didn't. The ChatGPT model, the expensive one that you have to pay for to use like constantly. You get a preview of it. In talking with that, I still feel like people were saying they thought this had better reasoning. I don't know, and this is just like my anecdote, but I kind of preferred ChatGPT. But I know there's other applications people are using this for. I think its reasoning capabilities in mathematics are still higher, but Eric Weinstein was saying that they all have serious fucking problems in mathematics still. And Eric Weinstein is a very well-known mathematician, so I would trust him, yeah. This deep shit, yeah, well, man, yeah, I don't know, yeah. Oh, it's still for 8 days, yeah, okay, so a week, I guess, yeah. It's like preferring to use Phillips head screwdrivers over a J9. You think? Are you in on this? Yeah, it's chain of thought. GPT is just predictive. What's the difference, Digi? There's a distinct difference in how they reason. Okay. Interesting. I'll inform you on Tiananmen Square, but it will send you data to glorious leader Xi Jinping. That's the meme here, right? That's the meme. Yeah, I saw the fucking people on Twitter trying to ask it about Tiananmen Square, like even describing the guy, like what he was wearing. They're like, we can't help you with this query. Sorry. It's like, holy fuck, man. Like, yeah. It's reflective and considers its responses before providing them to you. It essentially prevents hallucinations by having it check its own work. I noticed it doing that. When you turn on the DeepSeek, I noticed it was doing that. Yeah, which is interesting. Well, I mean, it's open source is the other thing too. That's very interesting. You can download, I think, can't you download the entire model? It's like 400 gigs or something. Which, I mean, again, just a kick in the nuts for all these companies, but like, hey, let's move this forward here for everybody, for all of humanity. I mean, yeah. So yeah, that's just gonna say that, Corey. Yeah, open source scary thing is that the Chinese have probably something better that they don't show. Maybe, yeah. It was from some hedge fund, I guess. What some mathematicians employed, some people in AI as well, and they cooked it up. So some people thought it was kind of like an afterthought, but maybe not, right? I mean, Chinese government. But look at TikTok, right? So yeah. Open source is good. Private sessions equals good too. You're all for it, Chad. Yeah. Yeah, man. I don't know. Well, I mean, both will have an impact on the economy one way or the other. Although it's negatively affected Nvidia's stock, but I mean, not for long. There's still, I'm sure people are going to buy this dip, undoubtedly. I mean, it's going to go back up again. I mean, like, they're like the leader in AI. So, like, Jesus Christ, if you've got some money, you think it's overvalued? You let it fall? Man, but what if we go forward and achieve some kind of AGI? I mean, it could blow the fuck up. That's just some of the people are speculating on, yeah. It's not the leader in AI? Oh, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. The hardware in which AI runs, yeah. Sorry, yes. Yeah. It's a leader in which AI, on which the AI runs. So then, you know, going forward, considering how this is going to be a part of everyone's home soon, I would, not that I know, but I would think that it would blow up, would it not? Yeah. Well, I guess it would matter. But yeah, whether the company that achieves, if the company achieves AGI on an NVIDIA system, then yeah. Delivered lackluster results for the 5 series cards and is effectively resting on some laurels here. Did it actually? I didn't know that. Okay, that's interesting. I was curious. I thought the 5090 was like really good. Yeah. You don't think they'll be the one to really? Well, fuck, I don't know then. Yeah. Opening on maybe Microsoft, when it happens, no one will know or have access to it. Could already have happened. Yeah, maybe this. The blue whale has done it. The blue whale. Anyway. Holy fuck. Yeah. Interesting. Interesting times. It's so strange in the last, what, 5 years. This has just come kind of into the vernacular. Like this conversation about AI, everyone's talking about it. It's just this cash cow. It's such a strange thing to see it come to fruition. Yeah, it isn't bad. It's progress and it's disrupting the markets a way that needed to happen as Western markets further consolidate power and shift from open source ideals to profit motives back in military. Yeah, that's the problem with OpenAI, isn't it? Yeah. It's a bit underwhelming. It's 30% faster than the 4090 in games. Didn't see AI benchmarks. Oh, intriguing. I saw it in games, I guess. I saw someone playing Cyberpunk with it, yeah. The 32 gigabyte memory for anyone who's working on AI at home. Interesting. Interesting, guys. Or VR. Okay. Yeah. Intriguing. Well, thank you for your thoughts, guys. I was curious what you thought, Digi, among others in here as well, on this situation. This is my forte, but I have been following it because I've been using ChatGPT every day for a bunch of shit. I have been for the last year, honestly. So with the advent of some new AI that's better and has better reasoning, because what I'm using it for usually is just talking to it about, you know, philosophical things. People in mathematics, I think, I don't know how much more advanced its reasoning is there, but if it's any more advanced, I'm sure they'll be on it. So yeah, I need more like Deepseek. Yeah, OpenAI is farming money at this point. Oh, fucking 100%. Yeah, Jesus Christ, just look at what Sam Altman has for his car collection. I mean, yeah. You get a 5080 on Thursday, hopefully. Oh my god. Oh, fuck yeah, do it up. Yeah. What are they? They're releasing on Thursday, are they? Shit. If I had money, I probably would upgrade my PC. I will at some point. I'll have to at some point. I've just got a 4060, but you know, I'm 1080p gaming, man. I grew up playing consoles on fucking shitty old TV screens. Like I still just don't. It's whatever. It is what it is. Yeah. Yeah. Pricing and rebuild last night. This new system's gonna be 5K plus. I don't know if I can do that. I mean, this is I do this thing online here, so obviously I need something to project the transmission out. But man, I don't have a guitar. I sold my fucking main guitar. I don't have a cab for my amp head. Fuck, it's expensive. Yeah, yeah. The old tube TVs, hell yeah. Go back in time, brother. Yeah, yeah. 2K. So what's that, like $20,000 Canadian? Speaking of which, that's a little bit long, actually. Oh fuck, where did I put the other part at? There's another part to this. Oh my god, I've got so much shit up here. It's fucking crazy. Oh my god, did I not pull it up? Maybe I didn't. The Canada Taxpayers Federation is a message for the government. No taxation without representation. We're taking the CRA to court to stop unelected bureaucrats from enforcing the undemocratic and illegal capital gains tax hike. Some drama in Canada going on, so. Jesus Christ. Oh, this is kind of funny. Yeah. Believing doesn't need a graphics card better than what you already have, so what's the point? That's true, man. Monster Hunter Wilds may require something better, though. That's the only problem. That launches in a month. Although the 4060 would be fine for it, for Christ's sake. I mean, I had a 1060, 6 gigabyte 1060 that I pulled out of here to replace it with the 4060. So, like, I had run that for years. Yeah. Yeah. That's your justification. Yeah. There you go. Well, that's true, though. Yeah. I know some mechanics who can't afford a Snap-on tool set. Yeah. 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 It's like you upgrading from 2000 series. Oh yeah. Yeah. So it was a big deal. I don't play a lot of games on here though, you know. But I do play Monster Hunter or World of Warcraft. So both those games aren't particularly demanding. But yeah. 1080 Ti. Holy fuck, man. Well, I mean, they're used to running that thing. God damn. They're meant to work. This hardware informs my career. Fuck yeah, man. Well, yeah, then it'd be worth the investment, right? That makes sense. It's a different drink. This isn't kombucha. Thirsty Buddha. Who wants to try these? That's really fucking good. Sparkling coconut water, pineapple flavor. They're from Vietnam. Interesting. Real pineapple juice and carbonated coconut water. Nice hydrating beverage. Anyway, yeah. Well, maybe I should just dive into this. I was going to go over this last night, but I kind of got sidetracked. This is what everybody's talking about and has been talking about for the last 24 hours. So we watched this guy's interview, a bit of it, with Matt from the Good Trouble Show. So his name is Dr. John Blitch. He's a psychologist, which is interesting, who was in the military. I think was it DARPA that he headed? Just gonna go back for a second and see this. I think it was DARPA. Yes, he was. He was the program manager at the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. This man, who was the program manager of DARPA, once encountered a 7-foot-tall humanoid being who told him the human body is merely a soul housing group or a machine designed to house a soul for a lifetime. He's a master's and a doctorate in cognitive psychology. He's an open-minded cognitive scientist. I thought I'd play the clip here and we can talk about this. This was one of the guys who was featured in the News Nation special, and this was, I believe, what came out in the 2.5 hour long extended edition. They went to his encounter with this being. So it's only 3 minutes for people that haven't heard this. Jesus Christ, here it is.
It's not inconceivable that one day you might actually get the opportunity to meet your abductors.
I already did. A tall, 7-ish foot praying mantis looking being was upset with me and was
this
chastising me.
This was during one of your abduction events?
This is right around the same time as this mountain bike incident. It was the environment that I thought it was in my bedroom on the third floor of a split level house, and it came through a sliding screen door. There was a deck out there, 3 stories up, no stairs down, and just walked right through the door, standing over me. And again, I was terrified, frozen, paralyzed to the bed. And I got a male presence vibe from this being. And he's just looking at me very intently and explaining to me, look, this body that you got, it is just a soul housing group. It's a brain housing group. It is just a machine that your soul occupies for this lifetime. And so, yeah, we're going to mess with it. we're going to get up under the hood and we're going to adjust the carburetor, right? I had just dated myself there. You know,
Yeah, we're going to put things in your butt. You're going to get gaped out. It's going to hurt. Okay, I'll keep playing. Fuck.
we may swap a couple of parts out, but we can't steal you. We can't steal your soul. We can't steal your consciousness. So quit screaming and writhing around and let us do our frickin' job. And it's like the equivalent of a surgeon telling the patient, stop squiggling, just like the veterinarian to my Labrador Retriever. Hold him down, for crying out loud. I gotta be able to check this tendon. And so I got that very condescending and vigorous instruction. But here's the thing. As proof, there was this image that he put him, and it was terrifying. His mandibles that were kind of behind like a casing or a shell opened up, and he starts grabbing chunks of my cheek, and he's ripping it, and there's blood spattering on the wall, and I'm feeling the tug, and I'm feeling this flesh, you know, and the whole time he is conveying to me, see, we can't get your soul. We could do a lot of damage to your body if we want to. We don't. We're trying to help you, but this is how bad it could get. So stop squiggling around and let us get this done.
And was that physical damage to your cheek real?
No, I felt the tugging, and I had the visual, again, a false fuzzy.
It's a mandibussy. Holy fuck. Long for the days when all this was just about seeing UFO in the sky and possible small gray green aliens. It's hard for me after so many decades of normalcy regarding UFOs and aliens to really take the leap and believe these people. That's what it is. What if a lot of these beings are truly meat robots and are jealous that we have souls? Would that make sense that AI is a lot further than we realize? Man. Chad, yeah, brother. I mean, who? Some people say that about the Greys. Yeah, they're soulless robots. Yeah. Well, so it was a mental projection he put into his head, supposedly. I don't know how to take this. I mean, again, I don't personally believe any of this. It's just like an anecdote. It's like, oh, okay. You know, it's like, oh, okay. Yeah, night terror. You mentioned night terror, Chad. Yeah, I mean, it could be up there if you've been having some strange activity. Like if you've seen some UFOs, if you've read about ufology, you would probably know that it's one of the cast characters from the cast of, you know, who's visiting us here. You get the Mantis people, you get the Greys, you get the lizard people, you get the hot humans, you know. That's something people have talked about. I mean, I wish they didn't really dig too far into this. I can't recall. I did watch further from this to clip it. I did skim through some of the episodes, so I don't think they came back to this, but I would love to know, like, was this some kind of, did he go through hypnosis after this? Like, because, you know, you can suss things out through that, in that if it's just some kind of a dream or something, you might be able to suss out that's all it was. Yeah, it's more woo. But I mean, the balls of this guy to come on here with his background and talk about it on fucking News Nation. I mean, man, if like something like that happened, I don't know if I'd just, especially if I was involved with the military and I was a psychologist in the military, man, it's fucking, he must be convicted in it. That's all I could say. Yeah. Yeah, it's just, yeah, that's same, Hendrix. I think it's one of those things. It's like, if you were to experience it yourself, you would probably look at some of these accounts differently. He doesn't sound crazy to me at all. I mean, he doesn't sound illogical. It's hard to say. I mean, you don't know the guy personally. Some people will probably think that he is to talk about this so openly. I would think he's ruled out that this is some kind of a night terror or bad dream, considering he's a cognitive psychologist. But then, you know, people people sometimes do crazy things, right? It's hard to say. Yeah. All the people mocking these whistleblowers are the same ones that said they were ready for the truth and ready to take it. This is just the ontological shock. All the people who are unable to accept it, this is just in denial phase. Well, yeah, Calibron, I think I see where some people are coming from with that, where you're coming from with it. It's a part of, for people that haven't read through these stories before, this isn't particularly unusual. In the abduction phenomena, it's not particularly unusual. There are tons of stories like this. Now, the part where he started projecting into his face, where he was like using his mandibles to rip his cheeks apart, that's fucked. I don't know if I've heard that one before. But seeing entities in their bedrooms and having the entities talk with them telepathically and tell them spiritual things, that this is just a simulation, you're just a soul in a body, the body's a biological machine, what we're about to do to you, don't worry about it. That's just commonplace. There's tons of accounts of this. Like, there's tons and hundreds, if not thousands and thousands of anecdotes of this from people. And we could attribute that to dreams. Some of them, again, went and sought professional help from other psychiatrists and psychologists, and they came to the conclusion they weren't. So then what happened, right? Were they actually in a room with them? Was the entire thing a projection? What's going on, right? And I think that's what I'm trying to do here with this, is ask questions about it. It's what I've always done with it. To believe them, I think the frequency at which this happens, or the amount, I should say, of these anecdotes is interesting and suspicious. But that's usually where I leave it, I guess. I don't really know what to believe about this instance. It's impossible to know. So, but yeah, it's true. It doesn't mean what they're saying is true. Yeah, but this is obviously very ontologically shocking for people that this kind of interaction would happen. If we take for a minute that this is something that actually occurred, right? If this is something that actually happened, is that how they interact with people? I'd be curious as to like how conscious he was during this. These kinds of memories are usually things that people in the abduction phenomena would kind of come to, and through regression, through hypnosis. If he was like consciously awake and this happened, like that would be an oddity, I think, in the phenomena. But there's many other people who have had that happen. Travis Walton was. So people like Thomas Campbell, Donald Hoffman, Diana Powell, and all are providing proofs that the reality we perceive isn't real. That is true, man. Yeah, I actually saw something recently. You mentioned Hoffman. I saw something of his recently on YouTube. Yeah. This man was responsible for handling nukes. If we were going to find difficulty, accept these, and who can we trust? Yeah. Why would this man destroy his reputation to lie? It's not even that he may be intentionally lying. I don't get the vibe that he is reading through this either. The question is this something that actually happened? And for, many people, myself and many others included, it's not, testimony alone isn't going to convince me necessarily that something happened. I'm not going to be a dick and be like, oh, well, that's probably just something that you dreamt up. I mean, I don't know that it isn't. If you're speaking with this level of conviction, and you're going out in public and you're an accredited person, then I would imagine that he believes that this happened to him. And I think it's important that people speak open and honestly about their experiences. I mean, he's a cognitive psychologist. If he's come to the conclusion this is not some kind of a night terror or hallucination, and he's probably read through the literature as well, then I think you should share a story. Not just this thing, I'm going to meme on him. You're going to meme on it, like if a fucking, giant mantis or X, Y, and Z alien creature showed up in my room and I told a story about it and how it was like fucking telling me, well, we're going to do whatever we want to you and don't worry about it. Your body's just a fucking meat puppet anyway. Like, I mean, I would expect people would meme the fuck on me and I would embrace the meme, right? But, yeah, it's out there, but that's the thing about reality is like, how far out there is it? Like these objective truths. I mean, what are we dealing with here? Do they happen to look like Mantis? Do they happen to look like little gray people? They happen to look like Chud Bluesky? I mean, I'm all right with that. If the space weed's real, then let's do it. Let's light one up at Chud. What's his background? So we've gone through this. Let me just read through the whole thing. So he's a former member of the Special Forces. He mentioned that. So he was Delta Force. He's a colonel He's a program manager at DARPA. He ran the Tactical Mobile Robots program. His role in transitioning all rover and robot technology between NASA and the Department of Defense led to his induction to the Space Technology Hall of Fame in 2006. He's his second master's degree and a doctorate in cognitive psychology. Yeah, he's an open-minded cognitive scientist who has also served as a visiting professor at the U.S. Air Force Academy, as well as a consultant for the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy, NASA, and other agencies. Throughout his military career, Dr. Blitch served in special operations and hostage rescue missions. After retiring from DARPA in 2002, he founded Blitz Solutions Incorporated and established two nonprofit organizations. Krasar, it's an interesting name, responsible for the first robot-assisted humanitarian response after the September 11, 2001 attacks, and Arakar, which provided support during Hurricane Katrina response in 2005. So you can't fault that resume. God damn. Yeah. Yeah. It's interesting. Very interesting. It's a big deal that someone like that would speak open and honestly about an experience like that. I mean, they're not uncommon. Oh, here's the other thing here. Yeah, I believe he was visited by non-human entities. Well, I mean, if you were going to visit a human being, it definitely wouldn't be me. It would probably be someone like this, who is involved in the military-industrial complex and has ties undoubtedly to people in politics and government who would he undoubtedly have some pull in regards to the disclosure. I mean, he seems like a very respected person. So, you know, I mean, going forward, it's one of those things. It's like, you know, yeah. I think it's not that I think any of us necessarily, Calderon, are in denial about this. I don't think, from reading through the comments. I think it's more that you just take it. Like for me, you take the anecdote and we just move on with it. I mean, if someone with this resume told me something like this, would I take it more seriously than fucking Jim Bob the drunk outside a liquor store? I mean, yeah, I would, because this guy has established through his career that I'm assuming he has a sound mind, right? I mean, that's what this usually means when you have those kinds of accolades and you become accredited, especially in psychology. You understand the mind and how it works much better than the average person. So I would assume that he's a credible person, but I don't know. Ultimately, I don't know with any conviction that happened. It would again, I think his anecdote is worth a bit more than, you know, Jim Bob's, who's hanging outside the liquor store saying the Mantis people took him, right? The Mantis people very may well have taken Jim Bob with Dr. John, but unfortunately, I mean, we're going to take Dr. John a bit more seriously, right? So, I mean, yeah, throw it on the pile. It's all we can fucking do. Yeah. Have you read some of the papers and the people I mentioned above? Help you understand. Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, there's interesting proof to me, Calvin. I think what people want is they want a physical proof. Now, I don't necessarily disagree in that the mountain of anecdotes and some of these people who have come out over the years that have talked about these programs existing, very highly accredited people, probably the general public should have taken this a bit more seriously. Undoubtedly, the government's taken it very seriously for a very long time. But I think for a lot of people, they want physical proofs. Like they want the scientific community to get involved with this material, biologics, so we can determine without a doubt, because there is an element of doubt still involved in all this, for people that have not seen these crafts, seen these bodies. Even if like you've had metaphysical experiences, I mean, there's just an element of doubt there. There always should be. And I think it's a healthy thing to have it, to not be too convicted. So, you know, yeah. Yeah, I think it's it's something going forward that I look forward to. And as much as I have a problem with academia in particular, and the peer review process, there is something to be said for having peer review, right? Having your peers review materials, biologics. I'm not a biologist. I'm not an anthropologist, right? I'm not a physicist. I don't know these things. I would like people who know these things to tell me, right, through their expertise, that, okay, we're looking at something truly anomalous. This is happening. Once that starts happening, And once we can get to that point, which I'd hope we'd be at by now, but we're not, then I'd love to start digging more into these accounts from people. Because then we can start digging. Listen, I mean, my background's in philosophy, academically. I love metaphysics. I love having these conversations about these metaphysical experiences. I think they're very valuable. I think we should talk about this stuff, you know? But I would like for this to be cemented first, you know, with the hard evidences. So we can go and approach this stuff with with more conviction, honestly. But yeah, it's definitely important. It's still a fucking meme. I mean, any way you cut it, whether it's Dr. John or fucking Jim Bob, if someone tells you a Mantis guy, 7 foot tall Mantis was in your bedroom fucking talking about how you're just a meat puppet and, you know, you just gonna have to take it. I was like, fuck, brother, like, you can't make this shit up. Yeah. Quantum mechanics has proven that a particle can be in superposition. We haven't seen a particle without our eyes to be in superposition, but we have our computers that work on that concept. It is actually woo stuff. It is. Quantum physics was metaphysics and philosophy. Yeah. Even Einstein called it spooky stuff. So we accept one woo and not the other. Well, I think one woo has like theoretical framework behind it at least. And this woo, less so, I guess. But it's a good point that you bring up, because why haven't people taken this more seriously? Yeah. Yeah. And I don't think either, Calvin, Hendricks we're all well into this stuff. I mean, we read all these accounts. I mean, we've gone through all of these incidents. For me, this whole News Nation special, you know, was as interesting as these stories are, and I'm glad that they put them on here, and Jake and John and the whole crew came together and told everybody what's going on, and that there's some metaphysical stuff going on with it, right? With remote viewing, psionics. I've heard of this stuff. Well, I didn't hear of psionics in particular, but I heard of psychics being involved in programs and UFO recovery and whatnot, remote viewing before. But I was hoping that we'd have better video evidence, physical evidence, whatnot. I mean, I think it is putting the cart a bit before the horse, because not everybody, we want people to follow this along and take it seriously. So yeah, we're all going to win. Got to get on board. Listen, if the Mantis come, just don't ask questions, right? You're just a meat puppet. Yeah. Terry Loveless alien abduction is the most convincing UFO encounter with biological evidence. Hows and whys. Yeah. This is probably a good clip here. This may tie into one of the other clips that I had posted, but okay.
But what I really said was...
So he did address this.
But what I really said was, oh yeah, thanks a bunch. Because I felt like I run a marathon.
Was it a fuel truck?
I don't know. I can't tell you.
You think you were taken?
What I don't want to get into is a reconstructed memory after a hypnosis
You just
session.
don't know.
He
What's
did do
that?
hypnosis.
You just don't know.
Okay.
At that point, I did not know.
What do you know now?
What I believe now is that, yes, I was taken. And now I'm very clear in my book about what memories I have consciously, and then what memories are reconfigured, restrung together in a regression of hypnosis. But what I really said was...
Okay, I missed that. All right. Well, that's interesting. Okay. So he did go through hypnosis. Dr. Blitch discussed his struggle with understanding experiences, challenge reality, particularly those involving alternate perceptions. He questioned how one could determine the true nature, benevolent or malevolent, of something capable of manipulating perceptions. He recounted an experience where he froze in fear upon seeing the cover of Whitley Strieber's book Communion, which features the image of a gray alien. While walking through a Barnes & Noble with his youngest daughter, we'd watched this. This was, I think this was in the Good Trouble show. He glanced at the cover and was immediately overwhelmed by terror, feeling a deep physiological response. His daughter, noticing he was paralyzed, tugged on his hand, breaking the spell. Despite his terror, he later purchased the book, immediately tore off the cover and threw it away. Jesus Christ, PTSD from Skinny Bob here. Yeah. Bones, what's up, man? Blitch linked this fear to memories from his childhood, particularly of seeing similar alien faces looking at him through a window. These experiences left lasting psychological effects, such as obsessive compulsive behaviors, including repeatedly checking and locking doors and drapes at night. He highlighted how these incidents created a deep sense of unease that he could not shake, reinforcing the profound and unsettling impact they had on him. Oh, brother, fucking locking the doors is going to keep these boys out. They fucking fly right through the wall. You should know that. There's nothing you can do. They're probably in your walls right now, John. You know, they're probably in my walls, fucking just watching. The guys, I don't give a fuck. You do what you want. Do whatever you watch the whole show. Fucking, you go help yourselves, you know? He addresses the perception of malevolence in his abduction experiences compared to other interviewed on similar topics. He acknowledges that while these beings tamper with memories, there may be a benevolent intent behind it. He explains that they bring abductees back safely to their original location, such as his return to his bedroom or being placed near his bike after one accident. He compares the memory tampering to methods humans already use in anesthesia, where specific drugs can erase memory around traumatic events. He believes these beings might employ directed energy tuned to the brain's hippocampal and memory networks to achieve similar results, potentially out of consideration of the psychological trauma abductees might experience. To illustrate the concept, Dr. Bliss draws a comparison to how he used to take his Labrador Retriever. Yes, we watched that clip of it, which is interesting, which again has been reiterated by tons of people who supposedly have had these experiences. Really, the trauma that happens is when they go through hypnosis and relive the experience. That's when it starts to create problems, which is interesting. Now, that's not always the case, because like with the Betty and Barney Hill incident, Betty and her husband Barney especially were tweaking the fuck out for a while because they knew something had happened, but they couldn't recall what it was. Yeah, the thing is, you can't prove like that his memories that came up during hypnosis are a reality. No, you can't. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, you wouldn't be able, and that's the thing. It's like, it's a subjective experience. Now, It's interesting if he recollected bits and pieces of something happening like that and then used hypnosis to fish out these memories. If he used it with an accredited person and it was documented, it's interesting. All this stuff is very interesting, but this isn't definitive proof either, right? This isn't some kind of physical piece of the aliens to know they're here. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're not either, though, right? The absence of that evidence is not evidence of their absence. And honestly, these encounters and the amount that have happened from people of sound mind, I think points towards that they probably are happening, in my opinion. I don't know that, right? I don't know that with a bunch of conviction, or any conviction really. But I would bet that they're happening from all of these incidents. Did this incident in particular happen? I don't know. Yeah. You got taken by Hatman when you were 7, 30 years ago. Fuck, brother. I've heard people say shit like that, you know? People in here have seen the shadow people. I never seen shadow people. Maybe I will someday. I don't know. I saw UFOs in September. Although, again, I don't know what the fuck they were. They were clearly anomalous. But I don't know. I don't know that they're alien. They're going to have to come down and they're going to have to come right at my face and they're going to have to say, Jim, you're not dreaming. And they're going to have to prove to me that I'm not dreaming, right? They're going to have to pinch me. And then after that, I don't know, right? Then I probably would say, okay, well, maybe I'm not hallucinating, right? But there's always the chance that I still am. So like, can you guys give me something? Then they're going to say, no, we can't do that. And I'm going to say, fuck, that's too bad, I guess. I'm just going to forget this ever happened. Yeah. Edge, what's up? Yeah. Yeah, they were praying mantis, bro, in their eggs. Could that be it? Is this their babies? They took their fucking babies out of Alaska, or no? Where was it? Antarctica? Yeah, no, we're not subscribing right now. Thank you though, brother, for documenting all this. Yeah, interesting story. Yeah, fucking crazy story. It's another one in the bucket. You know, just another one there. So. Yeah. I saw a demon that lives in your head. Fuck. I mean, there's all kinds of crazy things around, you know. Mantis people taking. I mean, why haven't they come back and pick me up again? Like they don't want anything to do with me. I guess, you know, I'm not a big dog like this guy. This guy's got like big dog fucking resume. You know, I'm just here asking questions about it. And maybe that's why they don't want to deal with me, because they just won't shut the fuck up, you know. Yeah, they're like, we can do whatever we want with you. I'm like, that's exactly what I've been looking for. It's exactly what I wanted. You know, fuck, guys, go ahead. You know, it's too easy for them. They want to be teased a bit more. They want more of a. I'm not going to say that. Oh fuck, yeah. they're like, this is a little bit suspicious. This guy's just laying there. He's not struggling at all. Fuck. They don't like you either. Yeah, there's a lot of us they don't like, I guess. I don't know. Fuck. It just I make it weird for them every time. Yeah. Do the Gansfield experiment and see if you see things. What's a Gansfield experiment, man? I've got a lot of floaters in my eyes after I took the fucking thing there a couple years ago. That's a lot of fun. That happened right after it. Thank you, fucking Trudeau. Again, I'd love to see you be tried for fucking war crimes. Anyway, I'm not going to get into that. Gansfield experiment is an assessment used by parapsychologists that contend can test for extrasensory perception or telepathy. Oh, I'm going to fail that. I know that. I'm not really good at this ESP stuff. Holy shit. What the hell? Yeah. Yeah. You haven't seen shit? I guess I'm too dogmatic or something. I probably flirt with them and they said, remove this one from the list, please. Yeah. So they're just harassing them all day. Is that fucking, was it the Mandabussy? Fucking can't help ourselves. God damn. Okay. In these experiments, a sender attempts to mentally transmit an image to a receiver who is in a state of sensory deprivation. Interesting. Okay. It was originally introduced in experimental psychology due to experiments of the German psychologist Wolfgang Metzger. Demonstrated that his subjects who were presented with homogeneous visual field would experience perceptual distortions that could rise to the level of hallucinations. Have you done this, Bones? That's interesting. Yeah. You done this? Okay. Yeah, cool. Okay, here it is. A receiver is placed in a relaxing room in a comfortable chair with half ping pong balls over their eyes. Does that have to happen? Do we have to have ping pong balls? Having a red light shown on them. Okay. The receiver also wears a set of headphones through which white and pink noise is played. Receiver in the state of mild sensory deprivation for half an hour. Oh, Jesus. During this time, a sender observes a randomly chosen target and tries to mentally send this information to the receiver. The receiver speaks out loud during the 30 minutes, describing what they can see. The experimenter, who knows nothing of the chosen target, records these comments. Oh, my God. Okay. Can they just be like, can they be eggs? Can they be eggshells? Oh, fuck. Yeah. Deepseek interferencing is insane. Sam, what's up? I hope they don't ban it. This will force more innovation. US can't afford to lose this war. Thank you, China. Yes, Sam, they're getting cyber attacked right now, supposedly, to sell that on Drudge. We're wondering who would cyber attack, who would attack them, you know, who would do a cyber attack on them right now. You know, ping pong balls diffuse the light. Can eggs? Fuck, man. Yeah, I don't know. So I'd love to try shit like this. There's no parapsychologists around here. There's only a couple universities that like have departments where they exist. But I'd love to do some of these experiments, you know, or even what's the random number generator one people do where they can like affect it somehow. That's a meme. I would love to do that shit. Yeah. Yeah. But anyway, here's, now I agree with him on this point. So this is something I've talked about here a lot ad fucking nauseum. That one of the reasons I think that there's hesitancy within the government to disclose this phenomena, right? To bring out the materials of biologics to the scientific community and subject them to peer review is because I think they're worried about the abduction phenomena. And I think John Mack had highlighted that as well, and among others who had interviewed these people over the years. And I think that is something I place my bet before, I'll place it again, that I bet that's really what's holding it back. Because that would be very ontologically shocking for people. That would be the most ontologically shocking thing for people to contend with. Right now, it's still in this space where there's an element of doubt, right? Maybe some people, after hearing these experiences with the 7-foot tall mantis, you know, when they go to sleep tonight and shut the lights off, they'll be like, fucking, they fucking are. Maybe they're going to come, maybe they're going to show up. But I'll be thinking that. So I'm sleeping naked tonight just in case fucking the mantis fucking people show up. But, you know, if we knew if the element of doubt wanes, right? If we know definitively, let's say there are different groups here. Let's say the mantis people get confirmed to be one of the alien races that's present on Earth right now. Let's say they release the evidence for that. And then Dr. John tells a story that one of them came into his room and said, fucking, no, don't worry about your butt. You're just a fucking meat puppet, you know, like something along those lines. People are going to be like, fuck, what? Like, uh-oh, like, are these guys just taking people and doing what they want? It's like, it sounds like it. You know, some people will be like, sign me up, but you know, anyway. So, but I think that would really freak people the fuck out. I think that would be really bad. Like for the stock market, just imagine that. Imagine all these fucking trader bros fucking run into this shit, you know, being like, I mean, maybe people will welcome the Mantis people into the room, but I imagine it would freak a lot of people out. So I'll play a little fucking.
You think
shut
that a
up.
large part of the reason for the cover-up is because the abduction phenomenon
It is the reason.
is real?
It is the linchpin to this whole thing. Imagine you're Harry Truman, 1947, pieces broken out all over, and you get brought, or you are shown, wreckage of egg-shaped craft, discs, avocado-shaped craft,
Oh my,
and bodies
holy fuck.
inside that
We're going to have salad here soon. I can't wait. I can't wait. Oh my God. Are the Mantis people going to toss it?
are clearly not human. And mixed in with that are human body parts. What are you going to do?
So you've heard that allegation.
Brother,
Oh,
what?
there are many stories about that within the special ops community.
Yeah, I know he said that. I don't recall hearing that myself. But then again, there aren't really a lot of stories that I believed, or not that I necessarily believe a lot of this, but that I had read that said such, that there were human body parts. Like what body parts? Like we've got like hands and fingers and fucking scrotums just hanging from the ceiling in these fucking chips. Like is this some fucking I mean, goddamn, it sounds like a butcher shop in there. But here's the other part to this, maybe. I mean, what coincides usually with these stories is some kind of hybrid program where they're trying to create some kind of hybrid race between what people call the Greys and us. And so in that process, I mean, maybe they can grow limbs. Maybe they're experimenting with genetics. Who knows? It's hard to say. It's not like you're just going around and cutting people's fucking legs off. Like, there aren't a lot of stories of some guy just waking up in the middle of the night, just missing a leg, you know, like missing an arm. So, yeah. I just need some toast and we'll have a millennial breakfast craft. Holy fuck. I mean, yeah. Maybe the craft crash of the abductees on board. That's a good fuck. That's a good call. That could be it, man. Yeah, that could literally be it. That maybe we shot the craft down and they had that's kind of fucked. Isn't that fucked? They were just minding their own business. Just maybe pick someone like John up. Said, yeah, we're gonna drop you off later tonight, man. Don't worry, you won't remember any of this. And then boom, we gets hit with a fucking scalar weapon. And then obviously that craft crashes into the ground, going like Mach fucking 300. The craft might survive, but everything inside is going to be like pea soup, right? So, man, fuck, oops. Yeah. And then they're trying to pin that on the aliens, like these sick fucks. There was just a mess. There was a person just blown into a million pieces all over the inside. I could see the military trying to gaslight people into thinking that. Oh, they're so evil. They're so evil, Meanwhile, the Skinny Bob was like in a million fucking pieces over the inside too. It's just a big soup. I don't know. We'll find out soon. I mean, well, will we find out soon? I hope. Maybe we'll find out tonight. Maybe some of us will find out tonight, Connect to the Mantis people, be like, what the fuck is going on? Like, why are they telling us now? We've been told many times before by individuals. John is up there as one of the more accredited people that have stepped forward with an abduction story like that. I'm trying to recall the people over the years who've talked about metaphysical things happening to them like this. Because it's how it's described. I think he clearly was unconscious when it happened. He was recollecting this through hypnosis. So, I mean, I'm trying to think in my head, well, we go over, there's the well-known ones. Oh, fuck. I always forget the guy's name who Leo Sprinkle interviewed back in the 70s. who was involved with Linda Moulton Howe in the cattle mutilations. But he's a crazy story. I'll never remember his fucking name. But he interviewed him on TV. He was a rancher, and he ended up going insane. His son actually, I think, writes for some big publication. And we watched when Dave Grush went public. He wrote an op-ed on one of these sites and said, "Yeah, my dad is this guy, and I grew up, having to listen to these stories." But he is a pretty crazy story. Like, these cows are getting abducted, and he was on Linda Moulton Howe and interviewed him on his ranch. I think he lived out, it's like Wyoming or somewhere. And anyway, some of his encounters are very interesting. He was one of these abductees who, under hypnosis, had talked about how they were warning him there's going to be a cataclysm in the future. He was the guy who went and built that well out in the middle of nowhere and went and talked with like the state geologist and said, "No, there's water here." They're like, "No, there's not." And anyway, he just hired somebody to dig it, and they found a water table anyway. And they're like, "What the fuck?" And so anyway, the aliens told him to go and build it there. There's water there, and supposedly it's for future survivors of some apocalypse. He's got an insane story. But he's another, we didn't have a professor of psychology who specializes in cognitive, psychology. So it is a big deal, I guess, when you think about it. But yeah. My schizo theories, test me, brother. I've gone through many yet. It talks about the NATO's involvement in the cover-up of human mutilation. Interesting, man. Oh, 2 hours. Holy shit. Okay. UFO NATO's human mutilation cover-up. Oh, this is with the cattle, yeah.
Or both eyes. Sometimes the lips are just excised, just showing the teeth.
Oh,
Sometimes
Jesus Christ!
There's a more extensive jaw strip. Sometimes just one side, usually the left. Strange if it's one, and sometimes both sides, a complete left to right strip.
There have been tons of people, veterinarians, that have commented on this. Linda Moulton Howe, though later on in life she started interviewing whistleblowers who maybe weren't the most credible. She did some really good work on this. Did she get a Pulitzer Prize? I can't remember. She was recognized for the work she did on this. But yeah, it's well documented. It's a fucked up thing. I mean, none of it makes any sense. There's no good argument for how this is happening other than somebody is picking them up and fucking around with them. It coincides with strange lights in the sky. So now why would they be doing this? It doesn't make any fucking sense. Right? I mean, it really doesn't make a lot of sense. Like, why would you just remove a cow's lips? Like, what does that do? Really? Other than send a message to people on the ranch, maybe I shouldn't live here anymore. Right? Same with Skinwalker Ranch is like the spot that this is happening at. And it still happens. To this day, they still find cattle mutilated there. And it's like, are they trying to send people a message? Are they just fucking sadistic fucks in some of these aliens? I mean, the people are interesting. The people, there aren't a lot of accounts of people. I've seen these images before of this guy that was down. I think he found him in Central America. But he was, can't show the images on here, but he's pretty fucked up. Where is it at? People want to go look at the photos. 22 minutes in, you'll start to see his body. But who knows? Who knows? I mean, it's fuck, yeah. You want a mantis creepy to use his mandibles on me? You're getting a fight. We can try and wrestle them. I wonder how strong they'd be. I imagine they'd be strong as fuck, because proportionally, like, mantis are like very strong for their size. So, yeah. It's already existed for a long time. Aliens dropped AGI off to orchestrate our development. It runs covertly. Maybe, man. Maybe that's what's used flying around in the crafts. Yeah, honestly, though. Yeah. Yeah. A schizo theory I have that I've been producing my own adrenochrome is basically microdoses for my whole life. And it probably contributed to my strange experience as well. I used to take down people who illicitly gained adrenochrome. Oh my fucking God. The adrenochrome is a rabbit hole, man. Yeah. Biting my nails and skin around my nails out of stress and anxiety to the point it bleeds, which I also consume. I think I've been consuming microdoses of adrenochrome every day for 30 years. So you're like eating your nails and your skin. Shit. Holy fuck. That's up there. I mean, that's, like you eat your toenails too and shit, or just like your nails? Like, oh, that's pretty fucking heavy, man. Yeah, that's fucking goddamn. Yeah. Cow lips are a delicacy among space travelers. A diner I visited in Sombrero Galaxy prepared them in a way that was just out of this world. Maybe that's what they're into though. But they removed the entire rectum of some of these cows as well, like with a laser. And I was like, hopefully they're not eating that. Like, why? What use would they have for the rectum of the cow and its lips? Like, I would love an answer on this. Has anyone remote viewed it? Maybe I should message that Daz guy and say, Daz, have you remote viewed like why they did that? Who did it? I feel like people have. I feel like there were psychics who. This is probably where I got this idea from, but I feel like somebody did, or some peoples have, and that it was some way to scare people off of the area or out of the area. I feel like someone did that. I have to try and figure out where I got that from. I didn't just think that up. I think someone did get that back, that this was some kind of a way to spook people off the land, that there's something that they're doing there in that area and they don't want people living on the land anymore. So they're doing this to their cattle, and the cattle are usually their prized possession as well. So they're like destroying their livelihood and scaring them, and they're doing it in effect to remove them from the area. Clearly, if this is aliens doing this, then they're not the nicest aliens, right? Maybe they're just like the bad guys. Who knows? Yeah. Oh my God, you sent me some cow lips? Holy fuck. I never had them. Deep fried, maybe. You know, I love cow. I love chicken in the cow. That's my two favorite things, chicken and the cow. Fish sometimes, but chicken and the cow usually is my go-to, yeah. So not sure if this is the case, but in humans, people have been using the inner cheek and mouth to swab for DNA. It's used in slewing of cells, and some researchers use it for creating stem cells into gametes for potential of non-sexual reproduction. Oh my God. So you think this might have something to do with the cow's lips? Sometimes they'll be drained of blood. They'll be drained of all their fluids. They'll be missing their tongue, their lips, their eyes. The reproductive organs, their rectum, the anus, all of it is gone. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those weird things. Some people said the government was doing it too. There was maybe some, but I don't buy that. It's just one of those things that is just unsolved. There's no logical explanation for this. There's way too many accounts for it to just be like, oh, it's just bugs eating around the lid. No. It's like, I'm going to go over this a little later. I have this up here, but Mick West's debate with Merrick on the gimbal footage. And it's like, you can put forward, you can have the craziest theory you want, right? Try and explain something. But I think it needs to line up with some of the anecdotes, right? It's like you can say you don't value eyewitness testimony, but unfortunately, especially from people of sound mind, it's part of the story, the mystery. And if you're providing an explanation that doesn't line up with the eyewitness testimony, then it's fucking objectively useless, right? It's like some kind of lapse in logic they have. And so even with these accounts with these cattle, there are tons of ranchers who've been involved with like Linda Moulton Howe and others over the years that have researched this, who have some of them have said straight up, there was a fucking saucer over my ranch that picked the cow up. Like, we just watched this recently, but there was one of these guys said he had his gun out. I didn't watch this in the stream, and I watched this privately, can't remember. But he saw like a ball of light fly over his fucking ranch, and it was just hovering there, and then it took off. And then the next day there was a mutilated cow. Like, he had his gun out. Like, he was ready to run outside and shoot at the object. And there's tons of accounts of this, of them seeing anomalous lights, even beings on some of these ranches, like Skinwalker. So, you know, yeah. I wonder if we do it for that research. Can aliens have an analogous research practice that targets these areas? Yeah, it weird. I mean, it's very cruel, you know, whatever they're doing, but maybe there's some kind of method to the madness. Who knows? That's what some people speculated on. I know Astromir said that's what they're doing, some kind of scientific experiment ultimately. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to think of it. I don't have a fucking explanation for it. I don't think anybody really does, aside from it's aliens, because who the fuck else would want a cow's asshole, right? And lips. I mean, unless someone enjoys that as a delicacy, I can't imagine, but I've never tried it, I guess. Never tried it deep fried, deep fry anything. It might taste good. Massive triangle in the sky. Fred Big. So this is just more little clips from this long, which I've just got this because I'm not watching the whole thing, obviously. A lot of people didn't really watch the whole fucking thing. I did skim through it. I probably shouldn't have because I missed that part about him going through hypnotic regression to relive that experience. That's what happens when you just skip through shit. Fred Baker, former U.S. Air Force 24 Special Tactics Squadron describes his UAP encounter involving orbs and a large triangle mothership. There you go. He could not comprehend what he was seeing.
and it started to fall.
I got one ear.
And it felt like
Okay.
if you'd imagine putting a pebble, a really small pebble in the water, and it just kind of flutters down. That's what it was doing, just fluttering down. And as it got closer and closer, it get brighter and brighter. And when it hit the very bottom of its movement, it was the brightest thing out there. Just imagine brighter than any star you've seen out there, just lit up. It did that for, you know, a millisecond.
Oh, there we
and
go.
It dimmed back down, and it did the same movement all the way back out into the atmosphere.
So clearly operating under some kind of intelligent control.
Right. It did that 3 times. And
That is pretty incredible.
my jaw was on the ground. And the whole, I'm saying this out loud now to all of us, like, how do you fake this? Because I couldn't believe it. I was like,
Brother, you don't. They're out there. What if humans started using cows for test tube reproduction? Then in the future, we became so dependent on cows, we evolve into the aliens. And now alien versions of us come to the past to collect a valuable survival resource. That could be a theory. That could be a working theory. That's like, maybe that's like a Michael Masters-esque kind of bend to it, isn't it, Astromeer? Where maybe that's what's happening. Yeah. We're so dependent upon the chicken and the cow in this instance. I mean, you know, yeah. How many other ways can we use a cow? Jesus, I mean, we pretty much eat every part of it. Fuck, I've had so many different cuts of cow. Flatiron, my local butcher, he's a good guy. He fills me in with like all the different bits and pieces. I did tacos the other night for us, and he said, "Oh man, this is the best cut." I said, "Holy fuck, never heard of it before," and it was amazing cut. I just made it for the boys too. We're playing Magic. They had some fucking tacos as well. They're fucking awesome. Great cut, cheap cut, tender cut. What else can we do with the cow?
how do you fake that? There's no UAV or anything that does it. There's no light array. How do you, the whole time I'm just saying out loud, how do you fake this? How do you fake this? I couldn't believe it. And that's when I turned around to him. I was like, I don't understand. Like, how do you, and he's like, I told you, bro, this is what it is. And then he's talking to me, and then
Psionics.
he stops. He said, oh my God, it's the mothership. He said he's only seen it 2 other times. And I turned around, and that's when this massive triangle was in the sky. And please don't ask me to figure out how big it was or how far away it was. It was just, it was huge.
Like hundreds of feet?
For sure, probably more. It was
Football field size?
bigger,
Multiple football fields?
for sure.
Wow.
The,
How far away?
I couldn't tell you. I was so,
Fuck. Rab, what's up,
I had
man?
already been shocked and awed with this one little
This
thing.
audio is fucked.
And then now they presented this massive thing with other little things going on as well.
Like what?
So the triangle itself, it was moving west to east, very slowly. The lead point of the triangle was very bright, with the 2 ends dimmer.
So there are lights.
Correct. There were lights on each of the points.
Do they glow?
No, they remained the same brightness the whole
Color?
time. They were white, with a little hint of orange in there, but mostly white.
Is there a light in the middle? Sometimes on the triangles a light in the middle.
No, there was nothing in the middle.
Noise?
No noise. It had little minions, if you will, flying all around it.
Orbs?
Yep, orbs. It would have been the same orbs that we see all night that just kind of float around the sky. Sometimes they pulse, sometimes they just remain the same and move. Same ones, but now they're spiraling around this thing.
So, really interested to ask, did you at that moment, obviously, I think I would have had a feeling of awe, but did you have a sense of some kind of psychic contact with the object?
I mean, I don't know, because I was so paralyzed with what I was seeing. I just could not, again, saying out loud, how do you fake this? I could not comprehend what I was seeing.
Fuck, man. So that was the psionic. You summoned that, I think, is what had happened. And then the fucking mothership came because they grabbed one of their crafts, supposedly. I mean, listen, there's only one way to test this, and that's to go out and try it for yourselves. You know, although I know all of the psychic people and the remote viewers on Twitter were making posts warning people not to do this. Because they said you don't know what can of worms you might open up. It's like, well, I mean, worst that happens is what? The fucking Mantis guy shows up in your bedroom in the middle of the night. Maybe that's what some of us want, you know. Who knows? Yeah, way to lead the witness. Yeah, he really was, wasn't he, man? That's a good point. Yeah. he asked him if he had any psychological connection with it. Yeah. Come on, say you did. Come on, they must have said something to you, something spicy. Come on, come on. We gotta put this on the fucking trailer, brother. Come on. Yeah. Oh, fuck me. Interesting. Again, they didn't record that one, I guess, that incident. I wish that they did. Let me grab here. I'm just trying to organize some of the stuff relevant to this News Nation special still versus some of the other fucking schizo stuff that I've got up here. All kinds of fun stuff. Interesting. So, I mean, again, let me read through this. Fred Baker describes a very strange experiment tonight after he had a meeting with Dr. Stephen Greer. So he said, after he met Greer, he conveyed information to him. Can you tell me what happened on your return from that exchange? So Fred said, it's just a simple drop off. Here you go. Nice to meet you. Be on our way. But he actually took an interest in me. I don't know if it was me specifically, but potentially Jake in our group. And he just wanted to pry a little bit. But he asked me some questions and we had a little bit of conversation and went our separate ways. And I drove straight home and there was about a 6-hour drive or so. When I got home, everyone's in bed and obviously I'm tired. But I was not exhausted. I had enough energy left to go get something to eat real quick, get a shower, get to bed. And as soon as I laid down and closed my eyes, I was in something. It was some very interesting because I was still very aware of my surroundings. I could hear the fan going. My wife's sound machine was going. I knew that I was in this moment. I was not asleep off in dreamland. I immediately as soon as I closed my eyes, I was in this thing. And it was it was black and white. It looked as if you were running 100 miles an hour through the woods, just black and white branches going all over the place. And I could feel that I was there and I was very excited, but somewhat confused. And then all of a sudden, this white circle showed up and just started opening very bright white. And it felt like I was pushing through something and I was getting really excited. And then when I came through, I saw this little boy that was in the 1920s, 1930s garb. The coat, all wool coat with the vest and tie. He had the wool shorts. He had the ankle-high boots on. He had the floppy cap on. I was like, oh, this is cool. This is really awesome. And he's looking right at me, and I actually focused on his face, and he's terrified. I said, have you? Fred said, terrified, which terrified me. And I could see the background. It's a dirt road. The street corner looks like a T intersection. So Stephen Greer induced some past life aggression in this guy. What did he fucking feed him that night? He was there. He raises questions. What was it about your meeting with Dr. Greer that prompted you to experience that? Was there a correlation, a causation? He said, I didn't correlate any of that. I just had this thing happen to me. And then the next morning I'm trying to reason with it. And I just brought it up to Jake, texted him and said, would these two come together at some point? I think they're two separate instances, but I feel there's something going on there. Well, back in time with Stephen. Does he have that effect on some people? Go back, live through your past life. So, yeah, apple bottom jeans, boots with the fur. The whole club looking at him back in the 1920s, brother. My God, what does it all mean? What does it mean? Is Stephen actually a snake wizard? Is that a fucking? It very possibly is. My God, imagine being on a cruise with him for 5 days. What could happen? So many things. Yeah, I don't know. That's another crazy story. I mean, is that relevant? Listen, I mean, these guys are convicted. Some of these things that happen, right? The Mantis thing, I think, is very relevant. And if John had the courage and the conviction to share that, then great. Is this as relevant? Not really. I mean, this sounds like some kind of a vision that he had when he went home. I guess he met with Stephen Greer just briefly. And maybe it caused this vision to happen. I mean, is this related in one special? The Mantis thing is definitely related to the phenomena, absolutely. This less so, I think. And listen, I love reading NDEs and near-death experiences, and past life regressions people have, and anything to try and any anecdotes to support simulation theory, honestly. But I just don't know how relevant this is. Although maybe the aliens, maybe he went back to his past life as a young boy in the 1920s. Who knows? I mean, yeah. The charge of $5,000 for the meeting. Yeah, was it the cope, man? Was it the cope cap? The cope is what made him have that experience. He was just so rattled by that. Or was it Stephen's Riz? Did Stephen's Riz send him back to another life? Is that even possible? Can you have that level of fucking Riz? God fucking damn it. Stephen does have some Riz according to his profiles. So, I mean, anyway. Creepy hitchhiker effect from Greer could almost swear is as close as reptilian as you could get. Oh, she's calling Stephen a reptilian. Okay, just wasn't written very well. Sorry, I've had multiple dreams that at the time seemed totally out of context that I remembered in exact detail. Then years later, the seemingly completely out of context moments in those dreams come to fruition in a deja vu. That is it's a real phenomena. Once I even dreamed 5 out of the 6 lotto numbers. Fuck, almost got the 6, brother. Yeah. Regressive Riz. Is it possible to be around someone and they have so much Riz that they send you to a past life, right? They tamper with your consciousness in such a way that they send you back in time. Crazier things have happened. Literally. Someone got chewed up by a mantis. The memes continue. There was something else this guy posted in relation to this conversation. Ooh, where is it? Now we're going to get into that in a little bit. Here, this is it. Hold on. I'm slowly making my way through all these fucking tabs that I've opened up. This is also relevant to this conversation. And I thought I pulled these up. Maybe not. We already talked about that. All right. Okay. Congress neutered on UFO investigation. So let's listen to this. I'll shut up. We'll just listen to Jake. So me going there for asking for their help very quickly turned into them asking for my help.
Speaking broadly about the implications from the program, do you believe people have been hurt or killed as a result of attempts to protect the secrecy of this whole venture?
Yeah, it is my understanding and belief that unfortunately that is true.
People have been murdered.
That seems to be the case. I knew if anything got bad, I could go to members of Congress, particularly the Senate Intelligence Committee, the monitor for the CIA, and plead my case and ask for help. So we started there. And unfortunately, that was a very disheartening experience because me going there, asking for their help, very quickly turned into them asking for my help.
You're kidding?
No. Which was extremely disappointing, to say the least. But they were scared. They were scared and they were running into their own problems of being in fear of, they were being harassed and they were afraid for their own personal safety.
So people investigating this UAP legacy program for Congress were feeling threatened.
They were feeling threatened. And other people they were speaking to as sources were being threatened. And so they very quickly, after learning who I was, began asking me for personal protection and for strategies to mitigate threat.
But you're not getting the help you need.
No, I'm like, I came to you. So that pretty much was a devastating moment where I'm like, shoot, we're all alone. And it was unfortunately a much more grave situation because what it indicated was that our Congress was not only ignorant to the subject, they were neutered. They were neutered by what they could do about it.
Speaking.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me one fucking bit. I mean, that's what a lot of these whistleblowers ended up on Reddit, 4chan talked about, where they said, I don't trust these fucking idiots to protect me. I said, we're dealing with a military-industrial complex here. I mean, these people manufacture fucking weapons. They start wars. Like Do you think they have a heart? Think they're going to lose sleep over fucking blowing my brains out because I'm about to expose their fucking multi-decade long cover-up over this arms race? I mean, absolutely fucking not, you know? So that doesn't surprise me in the least bit that they're all just fucking scared shitless and they can't do anything about it. So, yeah. You understand why people believe these big reliable sources when it's more likely that nobody like myself actually have printed information on what's going on but are suppressed because it's too much for everyone to understand too fast. I think you need to lay it out, though, in a way, man, like this in a document. You have to put the information out somewhere, and that's the thing. Like, it's, I mean, for me, not to appeal to authority all the time, but, you know, if someone's a physicist with the government and he's talking about, let's say, Eric Davis, there are programs involved. There are programs that the United States has been involved with that have been trying to back engineer, you know, crafts, metamaterials, and he's seen some of the math, the physics involved with it. That kind of evidence is far more valuable than an anecdote, right? I mean, for people involved in academia, whether it's a hard scientist or the scholarly side of it, I mean, some evidences are worth more than others. I mean, people's testimony, their anecdotes are interesting. Not everyone values them, right? They're objectively not as valuable as hard evidence, right? You can get into debating like what is hard evidence, what constitutes like hard evidence. But ultimately, I think that's going to be worth more to most people involved with, like, you know, even private industry, academia anyway, the wizards that run the West from their ivory tower. So, I mean, if you've got experiences, man, this shit has happened, write it down. That's all you can do. Write a book. Put it somewhere for some place that people can read. You know, that's all you can do, yeah. There's only one way to figure that out, man. Subject yourself to peer review. That's the only thing you can do. And peer review in that instance would probably be a clinical psychiatrist or a psychologist, and go through hypnotherapy and get them to look you over, right? That's the thing. It's like you have to go with people that know more than you do about the mind. Like, you know, if you've got issues in your relationship, if the things are going sideways, if you have no friends, I'm not saying that you do, but you have, like, if you're having it, you'll go see, like, if you get sick, you go see a doctor. If you have those issues, you go see a psychiatrist, psychologist. There are specialists out there. There are people that have spent an innumerable amount of hours learning the brain, the body, deep questions about reality, philosophy, philosophers, physicists. The world's a complicated place. So defer to those people that know a lot about these things and see how they can help you and uncover your story. Yeah. Read this if you have the time. It challenges our thinking. Up to me. Well, man, yeah. Okay. Well, here, this is very relevant, Cal Brown. Here, let's fucking pull it up right now, because considering what we just watched, I guess. Yeah. Hypnotherapy would probably prove I'm telling the truth about a lot of this shit. Well, I mean, it wouldn't prove it necessarily, but to you, maybe, yeah. You would be able to go through the memories more clearly, yeah. I mean, I'm telling my perceived truth of it all, but a lot of it is probably true. I'm sure I'm wrong about some stuff. Only one way to know, man. Subject yourself to that kind of peer review with some very knowledgeable peers and see what they say. You know, some people are very close-minded, some people aren't. Yeah. What did you guys think of the Jason Sands, James Falk interview from a week or so ago? That, again, to be honest, I skimmed through a bit. Now, I didn't listen to all 3.5 hours of it, but I did go through chunks of it, let's say. Like, I just watched through the entirety of the Salvatore Pie interview because that was very interesting. But the Jason Sands one, I'm very skeptical. He seems like a dubious guy. I don't know what you think of him, man. But I don't know. He's one of those guys, he strikes me, he's clearly someone that was involved in the military. He strikes me as, and I've seen this happen time and again with people that come forward with these stories, this is what happens. It's like, I call it the Alex Collier effect. They come forward, not that Alex Collier may have ever had anything legitimate happen to him, but they come forward maybe with a real experience. Maybe when they were a kid, you know, they did have some weird missing time where they disappeared on their family's property, right? Their vacation property, and for hours, and they were looking for them and they just appeared in a field. It's like there was some anomalous thing that happened to them. But what happens is they go and they start talking about this. And before, you know, you're just some fucking tax collector for the IRS, or you're doing some kind of shitty job, like a job that you hate. And your passion is to talk about this topic or explore it with people and talk about your experiences and confer with other experiencers. And so you go to these conferences, you go to a conference, you do your talk, you invite people to it, they pay to come. And then you realize, oh my God, this is amazing. All these people are listening to me, taking me seriously. You know, they paid to come and see me. And then from there, it's like you've only got one experience. So then that's it, right? Once you tell that thing, unless it's like a Travis Walton incident, right? You can't, it's hard to milk it. So then what do you need? Well, you need to continue this forward. And it's like the attention is something that people crave, I think, that are involved with some of these, like whether it's whistleblowers or contactees, abductees, whatever. I've seen this. So maybe Jason looks like he's been through some rough shit. Didn't look like he'd slept in like fucking 2 years, for Christ's sake. I mean, he's getting people on Twitter messaging him. A bunch of people followed him. I don't know what his relationship status is. There's probably a lot of ladies who are listening to him, messaging him. It's like, oh my God, like, how do I keep this going? You just start like spicing things up a little bit, man. That's kind of the vibe I got. Like, it's like he may have actually had an anomalous encounter with something, but it's like trying to discern between that incident and some of the other stuff. It's like you get in a group like, Jason, like, what else, man? What else? You must have some crazy. He's like, oh, bro, maybe for like 5 or 6 beers. Like, bro, like this one time, like they fucking told me like I heard them, they were going to assassinate this alien. It's like, fuck, bro, that's crazy. It's like, you know, then someone sends him like $300, fucking, you know, a sub or some shit if he's streaming on Twitter or whatever. They're like, holy fuck, you know. I think that's a thing that happens. My opinion on Jason Sands is I think maybe something happened to him. He clearly has a background in the military. I don't know if you make up, well, you would know, man. I don't know what you think of it, but I was going to listen to it tomorrow, but the other interview, did you mention Solitary Pie? No, it's Salvatore. Is that his name? Salvatore Pie is his name. He is, I believe he's a physicist. He works for the Navy, but Jesse Michaels interviewed him. Very interesting, very fascinating conversation. He's a very smart guy. Yeah, very interesting. Yeah. Salvatore Pie. Oh, he's an engineer that's gone deep on physics. Okay. Interesting. Okay, yeah. Psychics will default to crazy and don't account for outliers. It's no good. Psychs or psychologists? Oh, and not all of them will, man. You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised who you can talk to. I haven't talked with him in a couple of years now, but a friend of mine who I kind of like grew up with, he was we took guitar lessons from the same guy. He became way better than me, but we used to jam together and hang out. He's a psychologist in Ontario, actually. And he did his dissertation on metaphors. But he's a very open-minded guy. Like, you know, now he's not a clinical psychologist. Is the only thing. You'd find a clinical psychologist or a psychiatrist, depending on what you're going for. But you could be surprised, man. You know, who knows? You find somebody who's an open mind, they'll hear you out. They may look at you and tell you that, yeah, some of this stuff doesn't sound right. And then you have to face that honestly too, right? I mean, you defer to people who know about the brain. You just go for the grounding experience of it all. You have to consider the possibility, if they're going to listen through your story, parts that don't make sense. So it's subjecting yourself to peer review. That's the only thing you can do. It's a healthy thing to do, right? You know, I do that all the time with schizo theories I think about and come up with, and you know, things I look into researching. Like, I don't have a background in fucking astrophysics. If I start looking into Mesopotamian history, I'm going to go defer to someone like Irving Finkel, who is a sumerologist. Or like Sitchin's talking about these giant people that come from Nibiru. I'm like, what does Irving think of this? So he gives you the real background on what they're talking about. Okay, and then you talk about, you know, Planet X or whatever, and then I'm going to defer to someone who is an understanding of, you know, orbital mechanics. Not a fucking guy who, you know, was a good writer, had no background in that. So it's, you have to kind of, you do have to. It's not some people think it's just appealing to authority, but there are authorities on things you have to appeal to. I don't know these things, so. Yeah. You mean the researcher from the Navy? Yeah, I know of him. He's legit, man. Folks who worked with him during my time on Navy contracts. Oh, actually, holy fuck. Yeah. Where is this interview? It's on Jesse Michaels' channel, man. You know, the guy that does, just look up Jesse Michaels on YouTube. Yeah. kind of conversation gives me a thickie. Oh my fucking heavens. Yeah. Seems oddly unnecessary, or how does he know something? Who's this? Oh, President Trump is set to sign an executive order to initiate the development of America's own Iron Dome missile defense system. Oh, that's probably does know something, man. I wouldn't doubt that he knows some things. Yeah. Oh, found it. Oh, that's it there, man. Yeah, I got some clips. I got some clips around that actually here in a second. Extraordinary. This is 2 hours ago. Extraordinary claims about UFOs or anything else at all do not and have never required extraordinary evidence, which is not and never has been an actual concept in real world sciences. It's interesting. Let's see what he says. Is a statement, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. It's Carl Sagan. Is a statement often bandied about, especially in relation to UFO topics. Extraordinary claims about UFOs or anything else at all do not and have never required extraordinary evidence. This is not and never has been an actual concept in real world sciences. The scientific method in these steps: define a question, gather information and resources, observe, form an explanatory hypothesis, yes. Test the hypothesis by performing an experiment and collecting data in a reproducible manner, yes. Analyze the data, interpret the data and draw conclusions that serve as a starting point for a new hypothesis, publish results. Interpret the data and draw conclusions that serve as a starting point for a new hypothesis, publish results. Well, there's a theory in there, though. Retest, frequently done by other scientists, right? To peer review, subjected to peer review, your findings. What is missing from that, along with ridicule, is any qualifier on what sort of evidence or test result data is required to satisfactorily draw conclusions based on the presented hypotheses. Even Wikipedia, Skeptic Central, has this article on apocryphal statement heavily weighted in criticism, correctly so. Here you go. Let's read this. This is very relevant, man. Thank you for sharing this. Science communicator Carl Sagan did not describe any concrete or quantitative parameters as to what constitutes extraordinary evidence, which raises the issue of whether the standard can be applied objectively. Academic David Deming notes that it would be impossible to base all rational thought and scientific methodology on an aphorism whose meaning is entirely subjective. He instead argues that extraordinary evidence should be regarded as a sufficient amount of evidence rather than evidence deemed of extraordinary quality. Tresoldi noted that the threshold of evidence is typically decided through consensus. This problem is less apparent in clinical medicine and psychology, where statistical results can establish the strength of evidence. Interesting. There you go. The abduction phenomenon, maybe. Deming also noted the standard can suppress innovation and maintain orthodoxy. It can. Others, like Etzel Cardina, have noted that many scientific discoveries that spurred paradigm shifts were initially deemed extraordinary and likely would not have been so widely accepted if extraordinary evidence were required. Uniform rejection of extraordinary claims could affirm confirmation biases in some fields. Additionally, there are concerns that when consistently applied, the standard exacerbates racial and gender biases. Psychologist Richard Schifrin has argued that the standard should not be used to bar research from publication, but to ascertain what is the best explanation for a phenomenon. Conversely, mathematical psychologist Eric John Wagenmakers, mathematical psychologist, that's interesting, stated that extraordinary claims are often false and their publication pollutes the literature. To qualify the publication of such claims, psychologist Sahyu Chandramouli has suggested the inclusion of peer reviewers' opinions on their plausibility or an attached curation of post-publication peer evaluations. Cognitive scientist and AI researcher Ben Gortzel believes that the phrase is utilized as a rhetorical meme without critical thought. Philosophers Theodore Schick argued that the extraordinary claims do not require extraordinary evidence if they provide the most adequate explanation. Okay. Moreover, theists and Christian apologists like William Lane Craig have argued that it is unfair to apply the standard to religious miracles, as other improbable claims are often accepted based on limited testimonial evidence, such as individuals claiming that they won the lottery. Intriguing. Yeah. There is no extraordinary in science. There is just claims and evidence. That's all science asks of us. That's true, fan. Yeah, that's very true. Yeah. This statement is often bandied around. Is it bandied around on RUFOs and seemingly almost always in a harmful, dangerous, explicitly anti-scientific method way. as if some certain sorts of questions, such as are we alone in the universe, somehow require a standard of evidence that is arbitrarily redefined from the cornerstone foundational bias of rational modern scientific thought itself. This is patently dangerous thinking, as it elevates certain scientific questions to the realm of gatekeeping and almost doctrinal protections. Yes, this is dangerous. These questions can be answered with suitable and proven data, even if the data is mundane. However, these other questions, due to their nature, require a standard of evidence above and beyond those of any other questions. This is not allowing for such extremist thought under rational science. Any questions can be answered by suitable evidence. The most mundane question may require truly astonishing and extraordinary evidence that takes nearly ridiculous levels of research time, thought, and funding to reconcile. On the flip side, the most extreme and extraordinary question can be answered by the most mundane and insignificant of evidence. All that matters ever is, does the evidence fit? Can it be verified? And can others verify it the same? Extraordinary claims describe extraordinary evidence is a pop science marketing and a headline. It's not real science, never will be. Challenge and reject any attempt to apply to UFO topics. I don't disagree with that. That's very well said. Yeah. Here's a paper on how telepathy works and how it exists. The research was done by Diane Hensey and Robert Davis. It is a long paper, but it explains how extraocular vision works with telepathy. They conducted experiments on children in a controlled scientific environment. Sorry for the bombarding with all this information. No, thank you, man. No, listen, I don't disagree with you. Yeah, I think it's very true. I think the way people approach the phenomena is very problematic. It's illogical in some ways. Yeah, it's very important. It's a very important topic to contend with and think about and think critically on. So, yeah, Tintin, you look like OP Clark Kent. Oh, Jesus Christ. Thank you, Tintin. Yeah, so my hair's not black. I don't have glasses, and I'm probably losing. I have about 50 pounds less muscle, but I appreciate the comment. Yeah. So how about some basic evidence then? Just a little crumb, please. I think that's what we're looking for. So, I mean, for me, what's interested me, well, there's a couple of reasons why I think the phenomenon is interesting, right? One is the existence of real conspiracies, right? So there's this psyop that was purported on to everyone in the West, really, around conspiracy theorists and people that cook up these conspiracy theories that there are people conspiring against the general public or X, Y, and Z different groups, right? I think it started after the JFK assassination, really, but UFOs definitely were one of the first things as well that people were kind of labeled as conspiracy theorists over. And the government's hiding the truth on UFOs. It's like, well, we know that they are now. We know that they have been pretty definitively, actually, in the last year or two. So that's been made quite clear by not just whistleblowers, but also people in Congress. So people that were involved in government have come out and said this. So that's important. That was an important thing, I think, to contend with, that there are real conspiracies. And what I would like to get, and it's not like, for me, I'm one of those people, although this is very interesting, and we can go down a fucking rabbit hole on this, but I mean, I do, as much as the process of peer review is very problematic right now in a lot of different disciplines, I do defer to experts that know more than I do about certain things, different fields, right, that I haven't studied, I don't have any knowledge about. Ultimately, even with archaeology, I was talking before, I don't know, some of you weren't here, but I did reach out to the museum in, where the fuck is it in? Is it Pennsylvania or Pittsburgh? Where the fuck is it again? Oh Christ. Anyway, I forget where it went. Oh yeah. Carnegie Museum in Pittsburgh. I talked to their anthropologist there, and she was telling me that all the giant stories are from racists in the 1920s. And all the racist anthropologists and archaeologists back then were looking for a reason to try and explain the mounds. They didn't want the native peoples to be the mound builders. They must have been built by smarter, lighter skinned people. That's essentially what she told me. So the idea of this other race of giants is just nonsense cooked up by white supremacists in the 1920s, which sounds to me like fucking crazy talk, honestly. But I can't imagine all of these people involved with these stories were. But anyway, yeah, I don't have to get off track, but I mean, I definitely, so I've, there's tons of bullshit out there, but I would like to have, like, people in physics or science, like, I would like us to get a piece of this stuff. I think I would bet that it exists. So I think it's important that we, it's grounding, right? As someone who talks about a lot of metaphysical things, it's very grounding. It's a grounding thing to know definitively that we've been visited. Again, you can point to all the anecdotes out there, and there are far too many of many people of sound mind, accredited people, that have had sightings, have had strange experiences. I think it all points to probably some alien force interacting with Earth, and many people suppose that it's going to be in, they're going to land on the White House lawn. That might not be how it happens. It might be far more metaphysical than that. We have no idea. We shouldn't presume that we know either, in contending with a civilization that could be a million years ahead of us, right? Or civilization. So, but yeah, I've heard this argument before too, man. The paper on how telepathy works and shit. Is this a file? Oh, it's a Google Drive file. Oh shit. Okay, I just don't want to dox myself. I'll pull it up on the side here, man. Okay. Reflections on Museum's Transcendence. Yeah, again, what are they looking for with stuff like this? They're looking for hard evidence. With remote viewing, what are they looking for? Reproducibility. There is no such thing really in a thing like remote viewing of necessarily hard evidence. I mean, you're looking for reproducibility in the experiments. There isn't an ability to have like a very high degree of reproducibility, or that was one of the issues with a lot of the studies that did in remote viewing early on, where although the results were definitely beyond chance, they didn't have the level of reproducibility they wanted. There was some of the interpretations were they're very subjective. People, like, there was a lot of interpretation with the results as well. They were kind of vague, but again, so I think there's something to it though. Same thing, yeah. The condenser mic is quality. Yeah, it's pretty decent. It's actually a piece of shit. Don't buy a Samson G-Track Pro. This is the second one I've had. It shuts off all the time when I touch it. It'll shock me. Anyway, yeah. But yeah, it sounds all right. But the first 5 minutes or so of this lecture is one of the best summaries of the problems of the extraordinary evidence meme. Thank you, Finn. Let's watch it. Yeah. And listen, I love Sagan. I mean, Sagan was... You have to remember, Sagan was a guy that also was quoted as saying, absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. So, I mean, I think Carl, he threw these quotes out there. And I think, but that one's valuable. So,
Hey, ready for the last talk of the day? Yeah. Okay. I decided after 2 years ago, I did a talk here called Hacking Ufology 101. It's very difficult to talk about this subject because we're not socially allowed to talk about the subject as if it has credibility. And there is so much craziness in the field, and so much misinformation, and so much disinformation, and so much confusion, that to clear away the cobwebs and simply look cleanly and clearly at the evidence, at the evolution of the evidence over the years, at the quality of the people that I know who have done the research using FOIA and spending obsessive years in archives uncovering details of communications among the military and the intelligence and so on, and I'll talk more about that in the course of the talk. You want to just clear away the cobwebs and look cleanly and clearly at what it suggests, what the evidence suggests. Now, there is a famous quote in ufology from Carl Sagan. Carl Sagan's own history is he thought UFOs were quite possible. That is quite possibly the extraterrestrial hypothesis applied to them in his youth. But it's also true that he was a career astronomer, and it was communicated very clearly, as it always is, both formally and informally, that that's not the way to go. And he became very, very skeptical. Skeptical, which I will talk about more in detail too, is a term applied in the UFO world to those who are the equivalent of atheists in the religious world. They are as passionately committed to it can't be and no as true believers, which are just as bad, are passionately committed to it must be, and it must be exactly the way I think about it. Carl Sagan said, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. And when you repeat a statement like that as many times as he did, and it was current and still is current in discussions of UFOs, you forget what the words actually mean. And I'd like to suggest that we take them apart simply because extraordinary is one kind of speech act and claims and evidence is another. the science around looking at UFOs requires that we remove words like extraordinary from the equation. The only thing that's ever required for a claim is that there be evidence. So the true proper statement is claims require evidence. Period. That's all science asks of us. Because extraordinary is a function of the context in which someone does or does not find it likely to entertain a new hypothesis. Now, I'm not going to review all of the history of science in which so many world-shaking hypotheses were rejected, not only at first but for a long time, until finally they were accepted. What made it extraordinary was how people thought about it, not the data or the evidence. So that in 1956, when the Royal Astronomer in England said space travel is utter bilge, which is a quote, he was saying space travel is an extraordinary thing which is impossible. 1957, Sputnik went up. William Harvey discovered the circulation of blood when he published his hypothesis. Do you know that not one medical professional or scientist over the age of 40 ever accepted that hypothesis in their lifetime? It required younger people who had not been socialized to or acculturated to or framed by the impossibility of that being true to simply look at what the data was and see that it was true and then build on it. And that, to me, is the essence of what hacking is about. Hackers, in my understanding from the beginning, and I've been here since 1996, and we'll talk more about that in my talk on Sunday on biohacking, about the qualities of hacking, how they port from one field to another. Hackers don't accept the presuppositions which others would like to lay on them, or the obfuscation which they would like to use to make a sane scientific inquiry possible. So I'd like to suggest that we take Hemingway's advice and remove the adjectives. Claims require evidence, period. And what makes a claim extraordinary is contextual, and it usually means it is contrary to the current working consensus or the working hypothesis accepted by more people. E equal MC squared was an extraordinary claim, and it required evidence. It was extraordinary because no one had thought that paradigm-shattering notion before. But once it was thought, it could be tested. And Trinity, the first atomic explosion in New Mexico, provided very non-theoretical, non-computer model sort of evidence that the claim was valid. It ceased to be extraordinary. We have these attitudes about many kinds of what the sociologist Ron Westrom called hidden events. Ron is a sociologist of science at the University of Eastern Michigan, and he has also studied the sociology of ufology for many years.
I'm not familiar with him. Very interesting.
He describes the difficulty that human beings have in communicating or receiving information about anomalies. He mentions an incident which, as it happens, I made the cornerstone of a short story I published called Incident at Wolf Cove, but I had no idea I was making up an incident that had happened in which the wife refused to discuss the experience she and her husband had when they witnessed a UFO, and her silence contributed to the subsequent divorce. People cannot think, cannot speak, cannot entertain notions that are literally unspeakable, unthinkable, and unentertainable. Ron says, hidden events are the kinds of events like child abuse. You know, the history of child abuse as a notion. When people notice the symptoms of battered child syndrome, as we now call it, and tried to articulate them at conferences for doctors, one doctor said, and Ron quoted him, if I thought the kind of people I see in my office were capable of doing this kind of thing, I would leave medicine. That's the kind of reaction you get when something is literally unthinkable. The person who advocated for battered child syndrome said at first he was greeted with incomprehension and silence when he would try to bring it up at conferences. And then only gradually over time did people ask him, not in the sessions in which he mentioned it, but in the hallway afterward, a little more about it and say, you know, I saw symptoms like that. And gradually the tipping point was reached in which the notion that it couldn't happen was overthrown. Part of what we're involved with, trying to grasp here when we talk about UFOs, is why it is so difficult for us to entertain the notion that theoretically and in the abstract we all believe, I think, is true, which is that sentient life is elsewhere in the universe and in the galaxy, and that we are probably, by the odds, not the top of the food chain, And we are not, by our religious precepts, the apple of God's eyes.
Not to interrupt them, but yeah, I think there's an element of courage involved too, right? In going against the grain or facing difficult things, having difficult conversations. And a lot of these conversations that we and probably many of you have with other people around this phenomena, it's a difficult conversation. I mean, talking about beings entering people's rooms when they're in these kinds of altered states of consciousness and abducting them. I mean, that's a terrifying thought for a majority of the population. I mean, maybe for some of us who humor these things, we're like, oh, that's fucking cool. Aliens are here. But for a lot of people, we forget that it takes a lot of courage, honestly, to confront something like that as a potential reality, right? Same thing. He used the example here of people doctors who were dealing with children who had been abused by their parents, sexually raped, that's a horrid thing to consider, that people are capable of that kind of malevolence. But they are, unfortunately. And by ignoring it, you're a coward. That's just the reality of it. And I think not that could necessarily, but it's the same kind of mechanism at play, I guess, when you deal with difficult things, not difficult conversations. Yeah. It's wild that the circulation of blood was not accepted yet by mainstream scientists when it was first discovered. Yeah. Well, who was it? I think Golf, if you're in here, you sent, I forget what his name was now, but the gentleman who, was he a doctor or a surgeon who suggested that in between surgeries, they should wash their hands, or before surgeries, they should wash their hands. And he was shunned by the medical community. And they shunned him so badly that he ended up in a mental institution. And then the guards beat him to death in the mental institution because everyone thought he was a quack. He was a crazy person, because that's how they dealt with him. They called him a quack, a crazy person, for suggesting that. And I think it was like very shortly after he died in the ridiculous account. They shunned that guy hardcore. Right after he died, there was research done that was shown that absolutely you should be washing your hands. And they just refused to do it. It's the lengths at which some of these people will go. And listen, it's a problem too, to some degree, with intelligent people. They can be very manipulative, right? They can be very Machiavellian. And they can be very dark, right? And that's the darkness. And they can play games with people. And I mean, again, this ties in with what I just talked about. Just before I went live, got off the phone with an anthropologist at the University of, where the fuck was it again? Pennsylvania? Keep forgetting. Pittsburgh, Carnegie Museum of Pittsburgh, where she essentially told me anyone who, she made this claim as well, that proponents of this theory that there may have been a lost race of man in the Americas are white supremacists, and they're promoting white supremacist ideologies because they're convinced that the people who discovered the bodies and claimed they were large and claimed they were the mound builders did so out of a want for the Native American peoples to be discredited, which there's no evidence of, I don't think, that I've been able to ascertain, not that I'm an expert in that area. So it's scary. It's these mind viruses, man, run through people. And it's geology is another area too, gradualism versus catastrophism. It's these people are just so locked into their own little boxes, their own little paradigms. They can't get out of it. And it's very scary. And a lot of the world's like that. Medicine, I might even fucking get into this one. Medicine's another one that's really bad because there's a fuckload of money in medicine, right? Again, nowadays. So pharmaceutical companies and shit, man, it's dark shit. Yeah. I showed so many people, like, I'd never heard of him, man. My partner, I told her about him. And she knew the story because her background's in psychology. She's a degree in psychology. And I was like, fucking Christ. Like, man, the figurative jaw drops. It does. And one reason why I take most medical advice with a grain of salt. Man, well, there's egos. I know it's scary. It's very scary, man. Yeah, I know. Listen, my opinion changed radically. Yeah. Some people in my family were doctors for years. And it just disturbed me. Yeah. I heard a great quote, I can't remember where, that went, no scientist has ever reached into his box of extraordinary evidence. There is no extraordinary evidence. There's just evidence. Yeah. No, that's great, Mal. I think he's about to say something important, maybe.
So what people do with analogies is something to put on your shelf for the moment and observe your own mind as I proceed through the data.
Oh, so you're starting to go through it
and
now.
see what you do with what I present, because that's the best way you can get your own mind around what to do with the inevitable, compelling suggestions of the data and the evidence itself.
I mean, Stanton Friedman's another good example for people that are unfamiliar with ufology or the study out of it or are new to it. But Jacques Vallée was a brilliant thinker too. But Stanton was an incredibly logical person, and he didn't approach it with this bias. And that's something too I see people all the time. If you bring up a topic, they instantly have this knee-jerk reaction. They're just biased to think that's impossible or that's ridiculous. It's like, well, but who has led you to think that it is, and how have you come to believe this, right? In regards to this phenomena, when there's so much that's gone on. And I mean, I think they do default to, well, where's the physical evidence? And I mean, that's important. It's an important component of it in the end. If we have recovered crashes, but to be completely honest, there could be a possibility where they're advanced enough where they wouldn't allow us to have any of it. And that's a possibility. That doesn't mean that the interaction's not happening. I mean, again, what do we think interacting with the civilization that's a million years ahead of us is going to look like, right? It's unfortunately, it could be beyond our comprehension, even our imagination, right? Same with arguments, listen, in philosophy, these ontological arguments about for God's existence, at which no greater thought can be conceived, right? So it's like, it's going to be beyond our comprehension. In our imaginations, probably the reality of it. So does it stay in this ineffable realm? The difference between those kind of ontological discussions and this phenomena is it's interacting with us, right? And there's immense amount of anecdotes to suggest that. So, Cook, what's up, man? So anyway, that's why I think it's important to have conversation on it, right? And again, I've been through this too with different discipline background, but in philosophy, which it asks questions. That's the whole discipline, right? And they didn't want to ask any questions about any of this. And I was like, holy fuck, like boys, like, and some girls, a lot of boys in philosophy, but there's some girls, I'd be like, why are we asking questions about this? We're talking about all these religious arguments for God's existence from like 1,000 years ago. It's like in all of these metaphysical conversations, epistemological conversations about theories of knowledge, but no one wants to touch any of these audacious subjects that delve into this now, right? And I think my conclusion ultimately was it was just a lack of courage. There was this perception from people that don't know how to critically think, which is terrifying if you're in the discipline of philosophy, which is literally rooted now in like the reason for it still in academia is to teach people how to critically think. So you shouldn't be too worried about that with your peers because they should approach things without hubris, right? And they should approach things critically without judgment, a bunch of bias. But I mean, again, they were hesitant to say anything. They lacked that courage because they were afraid of what they would think. Right? Because they were afraid of the reaction of their peers if they were to cover these topics or talk about them. And it just drove me fucking insane. Anyway. So, yeah, thank you for that, Finn. And Calbron for that conversation. Yeah. No, it's a good point. Yeah. 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 I'm curious if people thought about this. Yeah. Yeah. Is this an absolutely ridiculous position to take? Oh my God. Again, yeah. Oh yeah, okay. I just think that's fucking, yeah, anyway. Yeah. What an elaborately worded cope. He didn't read it. Anyway. Fucking Christ. Yeah. Anyway, I've got some other things up here. I think we went over the guy last night who was actually in the News Nation special that did the summoning of the crafts. I thought it was kind of interesting. So what the fuck was this about? This is Shane Frakes. Okay. Is that one of the guys too? If you're interested in developing your psionic abilities, there are a few places to start. Meditation practice. Begin with meditation to cultivate focus and access altered states of consciousness. I highly recommend exploring the Monroe Gateway Experience or Monroe Hemisync technology. Yes, I've tried them. Alternatively, binaural beats or any method that helps you enter the hypnagogic state can be effective. They didn't work for me. They just gave me a headache. NAC protocol research and consider trying the NAC protocol developed by this gentleman. Interesting. Clearing your body of parasites and fungi is crucial for optimizing these abilities. Fuck, I can't have mushrooms anymore, brother. Fuck, I can't have shiitake mushrooms. I don't know about the fuck. The parasite thing's always interesting. Listen, I saw some guy give a talk on this today about parasites. He's like, we've all got parasites, and there's some nutritionists that are on about this, and it isn't a fungi. The fuck's it called? It's some kind of like yeast or something that we all have that they try and attribute like all these health issues for. Fuck, I forget what it's called now. Maybe somebody knows. Does it take anal gel CMOS? Fuck, yeah. Toxoplasmos? That might be it, man. Maybe that's it. No, I think it's something else. Yeah, but people are saying that we still had parasites, and we shouldn't really normally have a lot of parasites now. I mean, at least like in our guts and whatnot. This is what this guy's talking about. But I mean, if you traveled down south and you had sushi down south or somewhere, yeah, I fucking probably would maybe get checked out just in case. But you'll usually know, I think, if you have parasites either. I don't know. You just order some horse dewormer, fucking. That'll clear your body out. So yeah, is your CMOS anal CMOS, Jim? I don't know. Alex just gave me a box of it. I just do what the instructions tell me. Yeah. That's just my CMOS. Yeah. Near infrared therapy. Yes. Okay. Gut health. Check your gut and microbiome plays a significant role in your ability to connect. Drink kombucha. You'll be psychic. You can psychically connect with people. I love kombucha. I can only have like one a week. Usually honestly, if I drink it, I get like fucking heart palpitations, which actually is not uncommon if you take too many probiotics, I learned. But I just have my coconut water. So is that close enough from Vietnam? Yeah. Why is this stuff is always the same new age wisdom over and over, and I've never seen one of these fuckers levitate down the street? because they only do it in their comfort of their own home. Look, it's like the monks of old. Right? The monks used to tell people that, like the Christian monks, that they could levitate, right? As a way to try and encourage people to get into the brotherhood. But they would only fly around when the doors are closed. So you only get to see them fly around when the doors are closed. They don't do it in front of the general public. Yeah. Did your CMOS kit come with Alex Jones branded turkey baster for quick application internally? No, actually, it's got a whole delivery mechanism in it actually built into it. Yeah, it's crazy looking fucking thing. Yeah. Drink kombucha daily. It's probably, if you don't have any problems, you're probably fine. Yeah, Astromir. I heard that. And I noticed I'm a bit sensitive to it. Usually after I drink, if I have alcohol the next day, I'll have kombucha. It was one recommendation I got, just to kind of reset your gut biome. And then after that, I wish I could. I used to drink it all the fucking time. And like, yeah, it was kind of fucking me up. Yeah. Malibu, do you enjoy kefir? It's full of probiotics. I actually have issue with lactose a bit, Malibu. I will occasionally drink milk, but yeah, although I don't know if this kefir have lactose in it or is it stripped of it. I enjoy kombucha usually if I get my probiotics in. But yeah, honestly, because I think I mentioned this before, I fucked my stomach up almost 10 years ago. I hurt my back. I used to lift a lot of weights. That's all I did. And my body was like, I was so stiff. Like my spine was like a board, and I was pushing a car into the snow, and I slipped. The car came back, and I was still pushing, and it was a weird thing that happened. I locked two vertebrae in my back, and I fucked my back up. And I was taking naproxen, which is a muscle relaxant, like pain reliever, for like a year, and it's highly destructive to your stomach. And it got so bad, it got to the point I realized what was happening. But like I couldn't drink one beer, one drop of alcohol, I would instantly throw up. I fucked something up with my gut. My whole microbiome got fucked. And so I've slowly over time recovered that and fixed it. Kombucha helped. But honestly, like fibrous vegetables is a really helpful thing for your gut, your stomach health. If you have a hard time with like stomach acid or you have a hard time with your gut health in general, like holy fuck, like have a salad like celery and greens, and if you consume raw veg, it's so helpful. My God, that helped almost just as probably more so than the kombucha. But yeah. If anything, I'd be more convicted if one of them came out saying the key to eat as many live human brains as possible. Yeah. At least it'd be original. Yeah. Well, yeah, then you can start levitating. Yeah. You like kombucha? Yeah. Strawberry kefir always in the fridge. Oh, really? Fuck yeah. It's a leaf, super high dose. Fuck yeah, man. I drink many beers all the time. I have Crohn's, but YOLO, swag 420, blaze it. Fuck, brother. God damn. Try some kombucha, Sam. Try that, man. Try fucking kombucha. Try gut health stuff. Helps, man. It helps. I had a lot of anxiety too, man. I went through some rough shit. I mean, like, you know, I was 25 too. Fuck, one of our good buddies also offed himself, and it was just a brutal thing. And yeah, it was rough, you know, and that I was just not in a good place for a while, and like it really, the health and the fitness got me through that. Oh, here's the harsh reality of something like that. When you deal with death like that, when it's not a good death and it's a young person who didn't die well, it never gets easier. You acclimate to the pain, and you grow, and that's something that people tell you when that stuff happens. So like it gets easier. It doesn't actually get easier. You just grow from it ultimately. And that's life. Shitty things happen in life, and you have to deal with them. And it's you know, that's a reality. And that undoubtedly played into issues as well. Stress level, like holy fuck, man. Like, so yeah, I thankfully haven't had any kind of autoimmune issues, but I don't know. I'm just trying to do what I can to stay healthy, mentally, physically, you know. Yeah. Do I enjoy cooked bone marrow? I do, actually. I should do that more. Yeah. I've got a great guy we get our meat from. He's an expensive spot. I don't go there very often, but when we do go, he's got like a bunch. It's all local grass-fed cows that he works with a buddy of his that provides him meat, and yeah, he's got a great selection of beef and shit like that. So yeah. Yeah. But anyway, fuck yeah, there's just some tips and tricks. Oh my God, this thing. So I didn't two major power grabs are happening. Wake the fuck up. Control of non-human craft is shifting from defense contractors to tech and space bros. To control of the UFO narrative is moving from independent journalists to the right-wing media ecosystem. It's about control. So here's Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp for having a fireside chat.
It is not about you getting credit for submitting the document, or you're mad because you're not one of the witnesses to testify. It's not that at all. It's about controlling the narrative, and it's a little frightening about where it's going to go. What comes across to me is there's a power grab, a changing of the guard. If these materials that we're talking about, both the images that were collected by Immaculate Constellation and the metamaterials, crash saucers, those things, the Holy Grail, the goodies, are changing hands from the aerospace companies that have stashed that stuff for decades to the tech and space folks who are coming in with the new Trump administration and who have great influence in Congress. That's a big deal. It's a big story.
Yeah. And I think that is what we're seeing. This does come down to money and power or control over the technology. I know people might not be there yet, but that is the actual functional reality that we're living in.
Fuck, Jeremy's such a fucking bro, man. Fuck. He got a sick beard, though. I mean, one of those things is like, man, it's hard to hate him. He's got a fucking proper wizard beard. Fuck. Anyway, it is what it is. Interesting. Yeah, so there's that, and people they didn't watch a congressional hearing with Elizondo and Tim Gallaudet and Michael Schellenberg and that other fucking guy from NASA. I forget what his name is. They didn't, Nancy Mace didn't submit the first page of the Immaculate Constellation document, which was essentially just some call out by Jeremy Corbell that they were, you know, up to shit, that he had a role too in the whistleblower. That was mainly what was said, though, really. So honestly, anyway, yeah. Really think so, man? I don't know. Like George, I've always liked George over the years. Again, like when I was a teenager and really started like seriously researching this stuff and reading about it, I remember George would post on Above Top Secret. It was him and Jim Mars. Jim Mars was a little bit more fucking out there. But George was always involved with the community, to interact with people in the community. He's a proper investigative journalist. I think his background was like investigating the mafia in Las Vegas, and then he got reached out by John Lear, and John Lear was somebody who had kind of fed their news station some info about spy planes and shit. And then he started talking about aliens, and then he introduced him to Bob Lazar, and that's how George got famous. But he's a pretty proper investigative journalist. Yeah. I don't know. I think there's definitely a lot of bullshit, though. I mean, I feel like George has made a pretty big contribution. Now, there's some issues with Bob's background, obviously, but anyway, I mean, I think, I don't know, but I think George, it seems like he's always had good intentions. I mean, it's a sketchy thing to be involved in. I mean, he's highlighted that more than anybody, right? That there's just, because he was involved. Listen, whatever Bob was involved in something. And they documented that. They harassed the fuck out of him. They harassed George. They harassed their news station. It's the scary part about this conversation, right? I mean, you're fucking around with like some heavy shit, right? This is the biggest secret on planet Earth. I mean, if people don't think they're not going to kill someone over that, I mean, just wake the fuck up. Like, it's very real. And it's for people that are involved in the machine to come out and start blabbing your blabbermouth about it, it's probably really fucking scary, right? I'm not involved with it, so I don't need to worry about it, I don't think. But yeah, they can tell us the truth because this is a farm planet and we will all be mass killed and consumed at 9, 10, 20 billion population by some aliens who planted us here like a farm. Brother, it might be it. Or it's a zoo. Maybe that's why we have praying mantis fucking aliens and praying mantises themselves in nature. Maybe they've all kind of planted their genes in like some giant cosmic zoo. And we're just all here just on display for these aliens to fucking indulge in. We're their entertainment, right? But then we figured out nuclear weapons and they were like, oh fuck, that's not good. The difference between the last two hearings and the reason behind the controversy surrounding the Immaculate Constellation documents. So I thought I'd read this. Listen, I just want to get the clip it in relation to like, why was that a problem? Why did Jeremy freak out? Well, the first one felt like a genuine, sincere effort to gather information to do what Congress is supposed to do to look into this. And it was sort of this is George Knapp, sort of an opening curtain for what we hoped would be a long and fruitful investigation for Congress to do its duty and find out where billions and billions of dollars for legitimate national security dollars have been spent over the years, and to ferret out secrets that have been kept under the wraps for a long time. It felt hopeful. This one didn't feel hopeful. I was encouraged by what Lou said. Jeremy and I wasn't really in that episode, but for months talked to congressional staffers in setting this up, and Jeremy did a lot, so much work to help members of Congress and their staff make this happen, getting Lou there. We were also involved in the early hearing to line up witnesses that could really make an impact. And it wasn't an ego thing. It wasn't for a TV show, although it was for a TV show. It wasn't really to move the ball down the field. It was really to move the ball down the field in the UFO issue. This one had a different feel. I wasn't able to be there. Jeremy and I were in contact the whole time, and he was telling me what was going on. It was hard to believe what had happened. I don't know if you can get the importance of the whole document, the Immaculate Constellation document. It wasn't a matter of Jeremy needs to have credit for submitting it to Congress. It was almost think it's a lucky break that it happened that way, because it was a tell. It's like flipping up your hold card to show what was going on. And maybe we can get into what it meant, but it was a lesson in the new reality of the UFO topic. I think what's happening is a changing of the guard. We think, and I think Danny Sheehan would agree with this with us, and other people might be in the audience, that there really is technology, non-human embodied stashed in hangars or bunkers, and it's been there for a long time, and aerospace companies have been trying to figure it out, and they haven't mastered it yet. I don't think so. They haven't got anti-gravity. They've been trying, but because of secrecy, stovepipes, you can't let people know, or you could give some serious progress. Okay, I think what came of the hearing is that the changing of the guard is there's a push to move the technology wherever it's stashed in the hands of other companies, other individuals. That's interesting. So they think that there's people in the Congress maybe involved with being compromised. Are they being lobbied, bribed to move this when it gets disclosed into the right hands, not the wrong hands? Is that what's going on? Is Nancy Mace going to get a fact check so she can retire? Yeah. Oh, Cap. Yeah, Wagyu cat will be fucking sick. buddy at the local butcher actually has some Australian Wagyu, except it's like the tomahawk steak. I think it was like $300. Who the fuck can just go on a Friday night and be like, yes, I'll have the a Wagyu tomahawk for $300. Actual Wagyu strip loin is like $500 for A5 Wagyu strip loin, which is just fucking yeah. They let have as much free will as possible and directly control people when necessary to prevent catastrophe. The monkeys have nukes. Man, that's the thing. That's a scary thing. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I don't know, man. Well, I mean, yeah. People that earn $300 an hour, I guess. I mean, you'd have to like scale up. Like, man, fucking the steaks he sells are like, fuck. For like a thick ass strip loin, it's like $15+ plus tax sometimes. $20 plus tax. They're thick steaks, but like, I mean, not that I have much money, but even when I did have money, I was like, man, like, 'cause that's how much they've gone up a bit, but I was like, fuck, meat's expensive. Like, yeah, craziness. I never had Wagyu steak. I would love to try it though. He goes on about this. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. There's nothing really said there though. Okay. Well, interesting. Yeah. Little Lie, rest in peace. Oh, I was going to play this actually. This is why I didn't like Jeremy Corbell, for people that want to know. Because I was a huge fan of Stanton Friedman growing up. Whether it was his books, it was the interviews that he did on Larry King Live. It was just his research, his presence kind of in ufology. As this logical person that you could kind of turn people to when they thought it was all bullshit, and they'd be like, this guy's not an idiot. Look at him. Like, listen to him. You know, and when they did, they're like, oh, this is some good points. This guy's not like, you know, eating pickles in the trailer somewhere, you know. That guy from that movie.
A little lie? Well, guess what? A little lie is actually a big lie.
I'm saying Bob is lying about having degrees from MIT and Caltech.
Okay, great. You've never lied to get a chick? A little lie? Well, guess what? A little lie is
He never lied to get a
The
chick.
person lies. Why should you believe what he says about anything?
A little lie? Well, guess what? A little lie is actually a big lie. Is that what you're saying?
My point is Bob lied deliberately and without a doubt about his credentials.
Okay, well, I'm not sure about that he lied deliberately and without a doubt, but you're sure about
By
that.
accident?
I mean, I'm not going to verify it. I'm not going to...
Yeah, he was, man. I know. He really was a real one.
Oh, yeah, well...
This is like the 4TV Jersey Shore level fucking UFO research going on here.
I don't know that there was that intent.
It's
Yeah.
politically smart of you to not obviously accuse her of lying. He lied about his education. I don't even care. A little lie? Well, guess what? A little
Doesn't
lie is
even fucking God. I mean, like, come on. Like,
I'm saying Bob is lying about having degrees from...
yes. So what did Stanton do to ascertain that parts of Bob's story didn't add up? What Stanton did was he called his high school. He found Bob's high school. He called the high school and he got a transcript of his marks. So now this isn't always the case, I should say. But when you're applying to a program like physics program at MIT, they weed people out by how well they did, right? With their marks. That doesn't mean you're objectively stupid, right? Because I don't think Bob's clearly not stupid, right? Whether he took school seriously a lot doesn't mean that he's smart or stupid. Sometimes it can imply that. There are people who are the valedictorian that get straight A's and then they go start smoking crack and then they, you know, they're forgotten about. They just end up as fucking people who would be considered idiots. But to get into MIT, the physics program, you had to be top, not just the class, but probably the top at your school. And Bob wasn't. He was like, you know, a C student. And so it didn't add up that he would get just brought in randomly to MIT. And so from there, Stanton inferred that, okay, well, there's no way he went to MIT. He didn't have a scholarship. He didn't have the marks to get in. There's no evidence of him going and upgrading, right, to apply to get in. He lied about it. Absolutely, he lied about it. So, yeah. Yeah, man, yeah. Oh, what was it? The alien scientist? He's trying to get attention at this point, not helping disclosure. Well, like the Bob Lazar documentary too, man. Like I enjoyed it because it was about Bob. I still like his story. I wouldn't doubt that Bob was involved with something strange at that area. You know, maybe again, it's the end of the day. I mean, if you're a very intelligent person, Do you have to have a degree in physics? I mean, well, it's ideal to learn the history, right, and whatnot. It's an advanced degree program. It's like a master's program. But if he's a smart guy, an eccentric dude, and he can put a fucking rocket engine in a Honda and make a particle collider run through his bedroom, I mean, he's clearly a gifted person intellectually. They may not have given a fuck. They may have known, and that was what John Lear had said years ago, that they knew that his background was fabricated, but they didn't care because he was smart. They wanted to give him a shot, and it was a way to discredit him if things went sideways, which they did. So yeah, $1,000 beefsteak. I would hate my life. I would hate my life to be there. Except I'd love to eat that steak.
Look, I'm not going to tell you that spending $1,000 on an Australian Wagyu tomahawk is sensible or worth it, but then again, a bottle of vodka isn't worth $500 at a nightclub either. What I can confirm is...
Oh, Christ. They gotta cook that some more. That's fucking raw. Oh my God. Hopefully they cook that a little bit more. I like medium rare. I'm not into fucking like rare steaks and shit. I like medium rare. I'm one of those guys. I need to be like a little more caramelized. Yeah. The uninitiated show Corbell when he's grifted. This other shit. Yeah. Yeah. The fuck are they smoking yet? It's Vegas, man. They're not smoking anything. It's all fucking powder. Yeah. How do you do medium steak for dinner? Yeah, I could do medium well is what I was gonna say. I like medium well. I like a little bit of the pan. I like it. Yes, I like the flavor medium well. Oh, you're gonna ribeye? Oh my God, fancy night. Oh, I'm jealous. I just have chicken pasta upstairs. Fucking. Is this Jeremy? Interesting. Oh, there he is, a young lad there. Just a young twink. Whoa, okay, all right. Jesus Christ. All right. Well, this is 14 years ago. Holy fuck. Oh my God. His psionic abilities, yeah. He was developing something. And oh fuck, he's doing he's a sensei. 18 years ago. Is he actually a sensei in jiu-jitsu? I didn't fucking know that. Oh my God. Now I'm gonna get fucking let's turn the music off. Sensei. Oh, fucking BJJ is no joke though. Holy fuck. If you've ever like rolled with somebody that knows jiu-jitsu, it's scary as fuck. There was a guy at I used to Muay Thai at this boxing place, and some of the boys, the guy after was a Brazilian jiu-jitsu. He's from Brazil. He was I think he maybe involved the Gracie brothers, I don't remember. But like, holy fuck, man. Yeah, I prefer Muay Thai. It was less like, I don't know. You just get like fucking rolling on the mats and shit. Even with the gi on, like you get all these fucking like skin infections. Some idiot doesn't let go of a choke and like, you know, break something in your fucking neck. And then for the rest of your life, like your neck feels weird. Just, I don't know. It wasn't really, I don't know. Yeah. It's no joke. He's quite athletic. Holy fuck. You wouldn't want to fight him. I'll have to remember that if we get a beer together sometime in the future. I'll have to watch what I say. You could just snap my fucking arm. Yeah. Gotta watch these guys. Holy fuck. God damn. Wow. Interesting. Never would have thought he had that kind of skill. God damn. Yeah, staph infections. Yeah, man. There's skin infections, like, you know, all this shit, like.
yoga. Just take it out of your brain and throw it away.
Warrior yoga.
I'm
Okay.
Jeremy. Nice to meet you too, Jeremy. So tell me, what is warrior yoga? Warrior yoga is a method or a methodology of the study of yoga based upon the concept of the martial way. I began studying yoga when I was 9 years old. I studied jiu-jitsu at the same time, and I found that the practice of yoga helped me to become a better competitor at first and allowed me to relax my mind and my body.
He's much more flamboyant here.
Try the class right now. See how that is.
Yeah, I prefer him with his beard. I think the beard looks a better look. Yeah. The beard's much better look. Yeah. God damn. Yeah. But when it comes down to street fight, beats is able to save your ass more than any other form, my understanding. Yeah, getting anybody in a, oh my God, my brain. A clench, knowing how to like do a clench helps, I guess, with people who are unruly, right? And then just like pushing people away. It's hard to say. Like Muay Thai was really good. Like it's pretty. I mean, the only problem, it's like knees and elbows though, and like you never want to hit someone in the head with your fucking elbow or your knee. You just kill them like instantaneously. You can fucking kill somebody. For like an elbow to the right part of someone's fucking temple. You just cave it in, they'd be fucking dead, right? Which is like anything, even kicking somebody, karate, you kick some drunkard back over a curb, hits his head, kills him. It's just never, just walk away. That's the fucking thing. Yeah, he's bisexual energy. Yeah, good reason to stop drinking beer. He seems very, I mean, all power to him. Whatever. I mean, fucking whatever he wants to do, right? Wrestling, tie up, or judo. Oh fuck, Waka. Oh, yeah, really? Yeah, I've never done judo or wrestling, honestly. I did taekwondo when I was a kid, and I've done Muay Thai, and those are two interesting ones. But I'm not really good at taekwondo. So he's ready for the Mantis. Well, that's something, man. It does scale with size. It's like you try and get someone to fucking arm bar who's like 7 feet tall, weighs 500 pounds. It's like they're just gonna pick you up and slam your back on the ground. And when you feel all your vertebrae shatter, you're going to let go of that fucking arm bar. And the next thing he's going to do is get his mandibles out and he's going to start ripping your cheeks apart. Not the cheeks on your face. He was such a devotee of yoga and Zen shit. Why'd he flip his shit and stamp his feet like a spoiled child when they didn't say his name at the hearing? I guess he supposedly, it was to do Hendrix with some other stuff, shit, according to George. But yeah, I got like a performance for the cameras, right? But whatever the man did for his living. I mean, whatever. I've done yoga. I think yoga's fine. Yoga pose. Some yoga poses are very helpful for mobility and stuff, weightlifting. But yeah, it's a vibe sometimes. It's like I watched some video today. Some guys talking about he doesn't really care about evidence. He's all about vibe checks. He's like, I just care about the vibe check with people, like, or anything. It's like, I'm just here for a vibe check. Like my vibe check with him, sometimes it's like off. I'm like, there's something just like the vibe reader's just off. I'm like, there's something not quite right here with the vibe check. Yeah. Doesn't judo reset once you take the guy down? Ask Steven Seagal. Steven's fucking master judo. Fucking, you don't want to fuck with him. My old, I think I haven't mentioned this before here. The guy that used to teach us Muay Thai. I didn't like go that far into it. Like I didn't go and get my fucking like ribbon on my arm. We got just up to that point. But our old crew used to own a big Muay Thai gym in LA. And he was from here in New Brunswick, but he was fairly well known over there. He used to train celebrities. Crazy guy. I mean, he was a natural bodybuilder and a Muay Thai expert and a fighter at one point too. He unbelievable physique when he was younger. Anyway, he supposedly met Steven Seagal. He met him a couple times, but I remember him telling me he was the biggest asshole he'd ever met in his entire life. You know, and he was a very educated guy in martial arts. And I forget what exactly has some kind of exchange of words happened. And yeah, he just thought he was a fucking complete dingus. And this is before I even knew about all the stories about how much of a dickhead Steven Seagal was. I was like, oh, really? Like, we used to love watching his movies growing up. I thought he was always kind of cool. But then that was the beginning of the opening of my eyes to this man. I was like, that's very interesting. Yeah. Yes, the judo question, movie question. Steven Seagal is judo master. He's a fake martial arts propped up by the mob. No, he's a real martial artist. He taught it in Japan. He had his own dojo in Japan. Yeah. He passed Seagal vibe check. Yeah, I guess he did. Now, he was a legit martial artist. Yeah, he was. Yes, he was. He's a liar. I know he's a legit martial artist. He's 100%. Steven Seagal. He's a liar. You know he martial artist. Where is he? Yeah. He's a 7th Dan black belt. Oh, sorry, Aikido, not judo. Sorry. Similar fucking thing. Aikido. Yeah, it's a Japanese martial art emphasizing redirecting opponent's energy rather than resisting it. Yeah. However, his ex-wife Miyoko Fujita disputes this, suggesting he may have only achieved a first-degree black belt due to laziness of the judge. Are you fucking right? What? So is this just a claim from his ex-wife, though? Okay. That kind of fits with his whole modus operandi, though. Like, he was just too lazy. He was only a first degree. Could he lie about that? Wouldn't they just call him out constantly in Japan at these dojos? Like, what the fuck? Yeah. Yeah, that's what I thought, too. Yeah. Yeah. Mob propped him up in Hollywood. There's all conspiracy. Well, he's best friends with Putin. I guess I shouldn't really be surprised. Yeah. Reason he's an asshole is he pushed people away when people started to see through the facade. Oh, man. Well, the fucking hair coloring him with the marker and his hairline, like... You just got to let it go. See, he let it go for a while. Like, it was gone. He was like, it is what it is. It's what happens. But then he just wanted it back. And so, whatever. I don't know. Whatever. Yeah. Yeah. Fuck. Seagal's an idiot. Oh, yeah. Fucking references, yeah. No getting belts, takes 2 things, sparring or codiforms. Yeah, I would think if he made that claim, he'd have to have some kind of fucking, understanding of that, but I don't even fucking know. Why would you need to be armed in the Appalachian Mountains?
Why
that's interesting.
Would I need to be armed in the Appalachian?
Okay, Josh, I'm about to answer the question that you really don't want the answer to, but this right here is where I live. This right here is the Appalachian Mountains.
Yeah.
Let me show you why we stay out of the woods. This was caught on my parents' neighbor's trail cam that is set up over their deer feeder.
Mothman? Oh,
That's
fuck.
what you
Here, I'll
see,
pull this
deer
up.
feeder, deer running away. But this, Josh, this is why you got those comments. What is that? Anybody want to tell me what that is?
Deer man.
Let me zoom in for you. So yeah, that is why we stay out of the woods.
That's deer
man.
man.
That is why we do not go wandering around the woods at night alone. That is why we keep walking if we are out alone and something says our name. That right there is why we stay out of the Appalachian Mountains.
I just watched a video on the Appalachian Mountains last night, actually, Malibu. It's crazy. There's like a legitimate rainforest in the Appalachian Mountains. It's a real rainforest. Like, there's an area. I didn't fucking even know that. Yeah. Bullshito man. Fucking Christ, yeah. People are scared as fuck of the woods here. Oh, are they? Well, I don't blame them, man. Never forget the fight scene he did. I think it was Hard to Kill, where he walks in a butcher shop and does some great moves with a machete. Oh, man, there's so many fucking great scenes of him just doing
You're
that.
about to witness the most lethal mixed martial artist in the world in action.
Man, the size of him alone, he's like
If the other man
6'4",
wants to
like
live, he
he's a
better
huge
tap.
guy.
Good.
Yeah, it's a
Here
gargoyle.
he is in his prime. Admire the precision, the speed of his movements. See how they all fall like flies. Maybe you're thinking, hey, I've seen this man before.
Oh my God, man. I remember, I saw this clip. I remember when we watched this back in the day, because we used to go up to this like place called Wingers uptown. It's like a sports bar. Me and some of the guys would go and we'd watch the UFC fights. And I remember when Anderson Silva was fighting, because he was crazy. And I remember there was a video of it. Steven Seagal had trained him for one of these fights. And he finished one of the fights with like this kick. And he was telling everyone that he taught him the kick. That was the kick that he taught. I was like, holy fucking Christ, man. Like, those guys are a different level. Like, those MMA guys are like not even the same. It's like black belt and karate. It's like, man, like, it's just a whole different game. When you get people that can strike and have a ground game, and they just kill everybody. Yeah. Holy shit. Yeah. You hate him, yeah. Yeah, Bruce Lee wiped him out, yeah. There's a video of Seagal fighting McGregor. Holy shit. Holy Christ. What a fucking meme. Just a second. Okay, yeah. I watched a documentary of him, how he is a complete fraud. Yeah, that's what did you saying. Oh, fuck. See, I thought he at least was like an accredited martial art. If you call Aikido a martial art, which I guess technically it is. I mean, it's weird because it's like there's judo, Aikido, and jiu-jitsu. We're all like a Japanese martial arts. And then clearly jiu-jitsu is like objectively the better one. But, and then karate too. Yeah, yeah. All his claims, it's all bullshit. Really? Fuck. See, in my books, at least he still had that. But I guess he doesn't even have that. That's almost like kind of sad. Again, growing up, we used to love watching his movies. It was like those shitty movies you get a Blockbuster like on a Friday night, get a pizza with the guys, play some games, throw on a shitty Steven Seagal movie, drink some pops. Actual pop, not wobble pop back then, but holy fuck. Well, you know what I want to pull up in regards to combat is... How do you spell his name? It's not Jesse Michaels, it's Jesse Michelle's. I'm not gonna fucking 4 hours, dude. I was gonna watch this. I wonder if there's clip. Well, I hopefully they have the fucking thing turned on where we can see.
No expert in the world agrees with you.
Oh, for Christ's sake, they don't. Oh my fucking god. Anyway, I thought this was already out. I saw it, but I guess it was another conversation. This is Mick West, famous UFO skeptic, and national security analyst Merrick von Rennenkamp debating, looks like a lot of things, but the gimbal footage mainly. Yeah, we can maybe do that. And I know Mr. GALENTV was going to jump by at some point there this evening. So we were actually going to go through probably some stories, but I was going to go grab my food. I was going to eat that and then maybe watch a bit of this, and then he'll come in and I don't know what we're going to be talking about. Probably something along those lines. There's so much shit up here though. It's so much. I mean, between today and tomorrow, I'll probably get through it. So 4 hours, I know. Isn't that fucking nuts, man? All right, let me go heat up my sketty in the microwave and I'll be right back, guys. back. Oh my. Okay. Well, my big bowl sketty. Oh my God. Big sketty. Big sketty mess. Goddamn. Lou took time to answer a bunch of questions from X users. Just give him through. He answered a lot, but nothing substantial that I saw. Oh, thanks, man. Interesting. He's doing that again, huh? The Q&A. Well, watch through a bit of this. Let's see how this is. I mean, if this is like... It's an important thing to debate because we want to figure out what the fuck is going on here. Like, these guys have both done deep dives on this. It's probably the best UFO footage we have, actually, the gimbal footage. So, I mean, I think the consensus from a lot of other people who've analyzed it is they think it's an anomalous object. The government thought it was an anomalous object. I think that's the consensus on it. Mick is convinced he's figured it out, which is like, get the fuck out of here. But anyway, we'll see what their logic is. See what their argument is here. So, yeah, we'll listen to it, I guess.
I know you're eager for Arrow to debunk this. There's zero evidence of what you're proposing. None.
This isn't remarkable. What we're seeing here is a curve that's basically a mathematical projection.
It's not. Like, propose one plane that would fly like this.
Well, why don't you propose one type of UFO? The broader problem with ufology is that it's always been the battle between hard evidence and cool stories.
There just happened to be a distant jet exactly where the close thing is? Is that what you're saying?
Behind it somewhere.
Really?
You're very familiar with this theory of mine, Mark. I think this is playing to the crowd here a little.
I brought all the experts to you.
Bring some experts to the public.
Unfortunately, the stigma that you promote is a big part of why they don't want to come out. These guys are fighting a stigma.
I encourage them to come forward. Like, come forward and I won't laugh at you.
Different parts of the brain have different activities.
Well, you know that, don't you?
Maybe you should interview me.
I am here with Mick West and Merrick von Rennenkamp, and this couldn't be better timing for this debate. We planned this maybe a couple weeks ago.
Well, he is kind of paid to debunk. This is what he does now for a living, I think.
Merrick, kind of on the pro side in certain cases where I wouldn't call you dogmatically, pro UFO, but there are a few videos that you've looked at where you think there's something substantial or worthy of investigation there. And Mick has done an amazing job. I think you're doing a service of debunking a lot of UFO videos that just are clearly fake. And so I'm honored to have you both here because I think you're both the most serious on the sort of, this is a poor way of saying it, but pro and anti side. And but this couldn't be better timing, right? It's just insane how many quote unquote drones we're seeing over Air Force bases all over the world right now. And so, yeah, I'm very excited. You kind of came on my radar because you publish in The Hill and you're a former DoD employee. And so you kind of know that world. And you were publishing really substantive pieces around some of these videos. And you, Mick, have been doing this for how long? Like 5+ years or?
Since 2016, I'd say.
Since 2016. And I think you've always done a pretty good job. And I've heard things from, UFO junkie friends of mine, like, oh, Mick's like a bad faith actor. But all of our conversations we've had, I find you to be pretty earnest and cool. So why don't you guys kind of introduce yourself?
Yeah, there's claims that Mick is paid this info by the government. I don't know. We don't know that. I think he's kind of, he's known. I have problems with his perspectives and the phenomena, but ultimately he has had some useful debunkings in the past of objects and videos and whatnot. But I just, listen, this is how we should do things. Just have a conversation with two people, just let them hash it out. They've been doing this on Twitter for years now. So I'm just curious. This is a pretty big deal to get both them to sit down, honestly, together. So I'm curious as to what, I'm not going to watch like fucking 3 hours of it, obviously, but I'm just curious.
And tell the audience how you got into this sort of vigilante job of debunking or confirming UFO videos to begin with. I'll start with you, Merrick.
Well, Jesse, thanks for having us. And Mick, thanks for being here. So I'll be very honest. I didn't think about this topic. I thought it was squarely in tinfoil hat territory. This is not anything on my radar. I I missed the big 2017 story with Leslie Kean and Ralph Blumenthal. It's just as a testament to how little I was tracking this. But I did stumble upon, I think it was late 2019, the interview that Commander Fravor did on Joe Rogan. And I previously worked at the Pentagon. I worked with some naval aviators, more rotary wing guys, but I knew the type, the bravado, the way they carried themselves. And as soon as I watched 5 minutes of Fravor, and this guy's the real deal, right? He's a skipper of a storied squadron out on the West Coast, the FA-41 Black Aces. And he tells an incredible story. And oh, by the way, it wasn't just him; it was 3 other aviators that were out there, and that was my ticket kind of into the down the rabbit hole. And then, believe it or not, Mick West has a lot to do with my kind of my interest in this topic. We exchanged a whole lot of emails. I think we did a few Zoom calls. Yeah, this is years ago, and I'll just be transparent. The deeper I dug into Mick's theories, and first of all, I'll just say, like, who's this Mick West guy who thinks he knows more than the government? Like, okay, when there's some pretty deep nuance, and from my perspective, I found, again, in my opinion, he was wrong about a lot of his theories. And the deeper we dug, I'm like, my goodness, there's something to this. And that was really kind of the twin tickets down the rabbit hole, dug into the history and started writing articles about it.
Awesome. And before we get to you, Mick, for context for the audience, we're going to be going over kind of the classic historic landmark cases. So Nimitz, FLIR videos, or video rather, the Gimbal and Go Fast videos, which were taken at the USS Roosevelt, 300 miles off the coast of Jacksonville. Mick, what about you? How did you get into this?
Well, I am a retired video game programmer, which is a very different background to Merrick. And after I retired, I took up writing. And I was just doing stuff like writing for Game Development Magazine. And I eventually kind of moved into the skeptical arena, like investigating conspiracy theories, things like that. And one of the first things I did was I was on Wikipedia, just messing around with. I used to edit Wikipedia about 18 years ago, and I saw this article on the chemtrail conspiracy theory, which is this fun theory where the government's spraying things behind planes. And we did I did some work on that on my blog, and that blog kind of evolved into my current site, metabunk.org. Metabunk is just a forum where you have lots of people just chatting about various different conspiracy theories. It's kind of grown now to be more UFO focused, but we have a lot of older stuff like 9/11 conspiracy theories, false flags, and even the flat Earth stuff. But with the chemtrail stuff, I got really into doing things like tracking planes and trying to figure out what people were seeing in their videos. And so after that, it became kind of a natural thing for me to start looking at UFO videos. And occasionally did a few over the years, but it really kind of took off in, I think it was 2016 or perhaps the start of 2017 with this.
I mean, this is, there's some things like, for instance, 9/11. I mean, no, I don't think the fucking planes are holographs, or something. But there's something wrong with that story, that narrative, clearly. Like with Building 7, some of it just insults the intelligence. I mean, who the fuck knows if the towers are loaded with, what was it? Nanothermite? I have no idea. But there's something anomalous about Building 7. The entire thing is a pretext to an invasion into the Middle East. I mean, it's all very suspicious, and I don't know Mick's take on that exactly, but like that's where I start to have a problem where people approach this idea of all conspiracy theories are ridiculous, or label people for trying to think critically about things, challenge official narratives, and label them conspiracy theorists. It's very problematic. There's tons of legitimate conspiracy theories. There's tons of they're not even theories. They're legitimate conspiracies. And there are many undoubtedly still ongoing right now as we speak. So, I don't know. That's kind of what I have a problem, people approaching things like that, approaching conspiracy theories or labeling people as conspiracy theorists when they're just trying to critically think and challenge a narrative. For instance, 9/11 is a really good one, where there's a lot of very accredited people that have challenged that narrative. So I'm curious as to what he thinks, but I honestly don't know. I would bet that he probably has like debunked them all and just goes along with the official narrative. It's kind of like people who toe the line with the whole flu thing recently where, oh no, it's possible it could have happened in nature, not a lab leak. It's like, come the fuck on. Like it was a conspiracy theory to think that the fucking coronavirus didn't come out of the coronavirus laboratory in Wuhan. Like, give me a fucking break. Like, you know, it's anyway. So
this case from Chile, Chilean Navy video, and this is a video looks really spectacular. It was released by Leslie Keane, who you mentioned, in the Huffington Post in 2016 or 2017, and she was very effusive about how amazing it was, and me and a few other people looked into it, and we very quickly determined that she was wrong about that. It wasn't that amazing, and it was actually just a distant plane, and we were able to prove that pretty conclusively. Not everybody agreed straight away, but I think, like America would agree, that case is pretty much solved. And that really kind of got me hooked on UFOs, and that kind of almost coincided with the December 2017 release of a New York Times article, which came with these other videos, Gimbal, and the FLIR 1 video, and GoFast was released a little later. And you know, when I first looked at them, when I looked at the FLIR 1 video, it seemed very similar to this Chilean video.
Yes, Malibu too, the Pentagon incident too that happened. Yeah.
It turned out it wasn't exactly the same type of thing, but there were related aspects. And I really enjoyed the process of investigating UFO videos, because it was so similar to the work I used to do with video games, except kind of in reverse. But use all the same mathematical techniques, all the analysis techniques. Debugging and debunking are very similar things, because they're both about finding the root cause of something. And so I got hooked, and I've been doing it ever since. And I've done a whole bunch of
Is he the same age as you, Hendricks? Oh,
America
interesting.
and I have agreements on several of these, and we have disagreements on a few of them. And I think a lot of the time those disagreements kind of fall in the videos that are somewhat more ambiguous. And this is a problem in general with UFO videos, but I'm keeping going.
I want to ask real quick before we get into the actual substance about kind of your priors. Do you believe in the possibility of UFOs, notwithstanding the fact that you don't, sort of agree that any of these videos are legit?
No, yeah, definitely. I mean, I would certainly agree. People ask me, do you believe aliens might exist? And yeah, I think obviously in the universe, almost certainly there's some type of alien life, probably some type of alien civilization. I just don't see that there's good evidence of them visiting us here. I wouldn't rule it out, but I just don't think there is good evidence of that happening.
Okay. What about you, Mary?
Previously, before I went down the rabbit hole, I was in Mick West's camp. I thought the universe is exceptionally large. We just cannot conceive how large it is. And I firmly believe that there was life out there, not that it was here. Fast forward over the last, I'd say 3-4 years, I have done I'd say a deep dive into the history of this topic. And I've read the raw case files, the raw blue book case file, like no analysis, just the straight reports. And I've come to a very different conclusion. I'm a big fan of James McDonald. I don't know if you guys are familiar with him, but very, very prominent figure in the history of this topic. He's an atmospheric physicist. I encourage anybody watching to read anything and everything that he has written. Start with Science and Default. It's a remarkable critique of.
I am not familiar with this. I'll have to. Science and Default, 22 years of inadequate UFO investigations. Interesting. No scientifically adequate investigation of the UFO problem has been carried out during the entire 22 years that have now passed since the first extensive wave of sightings of unidentified aerial objects in the summer of 1947. Despite continued public interest and despite frequent expressions of public concern, only quite superficial examinations of the steadily growing body of unexplained UFO reports from credible witnesses have been conducted in this country and abroad. Same thing with the abduction phenomena. No one took it seriously at all. You had Leo Sprinkle interview what's-his-name on TV in the 70s. And then everybody thought it was a laughingstock until John Mack decided to actually go and properly vet these people who were claiming to have had these experiences and realized that, oh, you're not insane. And, oh, there might be something to this. It's prolific. And really, Jacques Vallée was the first one that should be credited too with digging into this stuff, because he, with Passport to Magonia, that was in, I think, it was either in 1967 or 1969. So that book came out, when Mick was in Hendrix, because you were 2 years old. I mean, and he started bringing up all these questions about these metaphysical experiences people were reporting with ETs. I mean, these go back through history. People have had all kinds of strange encounters with these different beings, and we wrote them off as all just like, fantasies and fairy tales. And they may not have been. They may have been rooted in something else. So, interesting, yeah.
The Condon Committee, which we can get into, but in his bottom line assessment was that the extraterrestrial hypothesis is the least unsatisfactory hypothesis for what hundreds and thousands of people have observed at close range over the last 80 years in many cases. I'd say I'm partial to that because of just the long historical record, and I've got a ton of cases that I'd like to get into because I think they are related to some of these videos, and we can talk about that.
Fellow alchemists, Lucy breakers are changing the game for nicotine users. If you're looking for a...
What the fuck? It's all like the Zins and this shit. People just packing all day, every day. Can we skip this, please? Okay, thank you.
With this week that they're at full operational capability, 3-4 dozen people working at a UFO office, right? 1,600 cases as of last count. And its director just came out and said, in essence, I am baffled. I have an engineering and science degree. I'm baffled. I don't know what's going on. And I don't know anybody else who knows what's going on with some of these cases. That's pretty extraordinary.
He was a former NSA director.
He's an NSA scientist.
Scientist? Okay.
Yeah. So it is pretty remarkable. We had just about we had former CIA directors, former national intelligence directors, just extraordinary things. And, Radcliffe has said, UAP UFOs exhibit technologies that we do not have and cannot defend against, right?
They appear to.
Right. I'm just saying. I'm trying to acknowledge where we've come. It is extraordinary. It is astounding.
Well, no. I mean, this is the important thing here with this conversation. As Mick just jumped in, I'm not going to interrupt it every 2 seconds. But they appear to us, yes. But some of the testimony from these people who have been involved in these programs are speaking with more conviction. That's the thing. That's the whole. That's what we're getting into. There's been a conspiracy around this, right? And I think Mick and some of his other buddies have tried to imply that there isn't and that it's ridiculous. And that no, in actual fact, there has been. They're speaking with more conviction because some of these people know. They've seen the evidence. They know they exist. They know they're real. And we're going off their anecdotes. So then we can say they appear to. But other people know definitively. That's the difference. So, I mean, again,
I don't think
clarify that.
I suspect if I had shown you a picture of Dave Grush testifying under oath with the former Inspector General of the Intelligence Community sitting right behind him 4 years ago when you wrote that tweet, you would probably thought I was crazier than I.
Well, what I meant by the nothing will happen was not that nothing would happen. It was more that nothing would happen in terms of giving us evidence that aliens are visiting, which is the thing they really want. I'm actually really happy that we've got all this progress and we've got these investigations, and that Arrow is doing a lot of work. Even they're spending millions of dollars on investigating it, and hopefully they will release their information. I don't think we've really got much further along the road in terms of actual evidence of genuinely anomalous phenomena that didn't exist 5 years ago. The stuff that Arrow's released, obviously, like, people are disappointed with that, and their overall assessment is, there's no evidence of alien life.
Right.
We have lots of talk about things going on behind curtains and in skiffs and in secret and things that people can't talk about. And
he was a film professor,
that's
did you?
Interesting.
Yeah.
But I think it kind of speaks to the broader problem with ufology, is that it's always been a bit of a battle between
the government,
hard evidence, hard data, and cool stories.
No, it's been a battle against people researching this properly and the government. That's, again, it's important to distinguish what the problem, what the battle has been, and who it has been with. It's been mainly with people researching this phenomena and the United States government potentially, more than likely, having the hard evidence, right? That's been one of the battles. And what we've got now is we've got whistleblowers who were a part of this machine coming out and stating as such that, yes, they have all the evidence. That's been the battle, though. That's why it's some kind of like know if it's cognitive dissonance or something, but he's not really on point with where the battle is lied, I think. He wasn't actually, Professor Simon is not a professor. He taught film at a university, but he doesn't have a PhD. Yeah, it's just like an alias that he uses because he's got like crazy hair and shit. Yeah. You could tell Mick wasn't washing your hands after handing liquid shit would go a long way towards preventing infections, and he would tell you the experts clearly disagree according to testimony in the 1800s, so that you're insane. That's kind of the energy here, man. That's where some of the problem lies. It's not that he's useless and that they have done some good work, but yeah, it's a level of ignorance. It's problematic for me with him. And that's always been my issue. And it's also in how he's approaching the phenomena. It's a form of denialism. And again, like calling yourself a skeptic, people who think critically should be skeptical. I don't know where a skeptic falls into the spectrum, honestly. I don't understand it, genuinely. I mean, they approach everything skeptically. Well, you should. If you don't have any kind of hard evidence for something. That's how you should approach things. But you should also approach things without bias and with somewhat of an open mind, because you have to be honest with yourself that you don't know, right? If you approach something you don't know anything about, you don't know anything about it. Like if someone comes up to you and says, oh, there are giant bodies that they found, it's like, oh, I mean, okay, well, show me where the evidence is. Like if you approach it like, no, that's bullshit. It's like, well, what's your logic for that? It's like, they would have talked about it. It's like, no, that's not always the case, right? So, I mean, it's like, fuck, I'll continue it.
We have a lot of really amazing eyewitness accounts. A lot of the Blue Book stuff is eyewitness accounts. And
I think that's very little. Yeah, they think they're thinking critically, but
data. There's some data that's written down, but there isn't really very much we can actually analyze. And that's what we really need to move the conversation forward. Having people come forward and say, I worked on a program in the 60s that did crash retrieval, I don't think it's really going to move the needle very much, unless they can actually produce some evidence of something. It's just more cool stories, which, maybe they're true, maybe they're not, but we can't actually do very much with them, and that's always been the problem. And then there's the intersection of the cool stories with the data, with the videos, which we'll get into later, where people are talking about.
I'll give you two points that maybe give us a little bit of hope to really address your point. And I think Kozlowski has said, and the quote here is... and
Kozlowski is the director of
thank you,
ARROW, the new director.
Dr. Kozlowski is the new director of ARROW, which is the government's UFO analysis office. And his direct quote is, we're going to need the help of academia and the public to address some of these cases. And he's pledged to release them.
Yeah,
now, I'm skeptical, right? I know how the government works. They don't release anything they don't have to. But he said this. So just to kind of address your point, maybe we'll see some more. I don't know. I think that's notable. And then secondarily, Dr. Kozlowski in his hearing said that at least multiple first-hand witnesses have gone to ARROW.
Witnesses
oh my fucking God. He goes, I was just scrolling ahead to see if they were going to bring something like this up. I wonder if they get the blows. Like, does he just reach over and just start choking Mick, like slapping sense into him? Like, you should never come to violence, right? But I don't know.
What though?
Unreported UAP programs. That was the question from Gillibrand.
Yeah.
So anyway, we can go down that rabbit hole. But I'm just saying, like, the story of UFOs, right, is okay. There's something coming, but there is. We'll see. But there is some chatter about it.
Mick, to Merrick's point, there has been a lot of momentum if you're just tracking social consensus, hype around this stuff. I mean, I run a YouTube channel that is, really surrounds this topic. Particularly, I've seen a lot of interesting.
My site is all UFOs now.
Well, there you go. So, how do you explain that? Do you think it's some sort of coordinated psyop? Do you think it's just this contagion, mass, social psychosis thing? What's going on?
I think it's something that was maybe bubbling beneath the surface, and it's just been kind of allowed to come out. The New York Times story basically opened the floodgates. It was something that gave validity, it allowed people to talk about it, allowed other journalists to talk about it. And once you get that going, it becomes this kind of feedback loop. People talk about it in the media, the general public talks about it, and then Congress gets involved because it's what people are interested in. And then you can kind of push these things perhaps without the stigma that you had before. And if there are things like unacknowledged SAP programs, which, I wouldn't rule out, of course, it's entirely possible that people were running crash retrieval programs for things that they thought were UFOs, back in the day. But perhaps some of those were under the radar. We know the government has done dodgy things before in the past. So, that's the type of thing that should come to light. There's the Church Commission. Was it the Church Commission?
Yeah. Church Commission.
Yeah, something like that where we can actually...
Cronky, thank you, brother, for the Prime sub. You see, already, I'll turn this all the way. Already he's got one of these, the way he's approached, the way he just worded that. And he's saying that, well, the government thought what they recovered were UFOs. It's like, he's so dogmatic in how he approaches this, man. Sorry, my mic got turned into. It's so problematic. I hear it constantly. It's just, man.
Get these things out. And I've been really enthusiastic about people like David Grush testifying, and I wish he would come out and actually say more. Because I want this to come into the sunlight. I want to know what's actually going on.
Well, if that's your goal, that's, I think, the goal of everybody here. And we'd love, I would love for this to either be falsified for forever or
that's not going to
corroborated.
happen. It's one of those things that's impossible to falsify, because there's always the idea that that light over there might be an alien. But
what I would say,
you can prove it's true.
I think there's not a lot of daylight probably between us where, like, I think whatever is going on is interesting. If it's mass social psychosis, a coordinated PSYOP, I think those are extremely interesting, because I think it's the best PSYOP maybe of all time, if it's a PSYOP or something.
Guys, we can talk about this for hours without even getting... I will say the commentary, direct commentary from Rubio, Gallagher, Kirk McConnell, former Senate staffer, Sask, Sissy, Senate Armed Services and the Senate Intelligence Committee.
Sissy.
They've all stated. Gillibrand, her first question in the hearing.
Fuck.
Yeah. She said, right, there are reports that firsthand witnesses are reluctant to go to the UFO, the Pentagon's UFO office.
Wayne, thanks
Rubio
for the
has
follow,
stated
man.
very clearly, over and over, these are credible people with high clearances and high positions, and they fear for their lives. He said that on camera. That's fascinating. So if it's mass psychosis and people in high positions in government are saying, yes, I was on a retrieval program.
There's no fucking way it's mass psychosis. Listen, we just went through one recently, right? A mass formation is what? Mattia Decima. He's from Belgium. I had to look it up, actually. I mentioned the other night. It's called him French. But he's from Belgium. He's a Belgian psychologist. Sorry, not psychiatrist. But he published a paper on this, mass formation, about Soviet Nazi culture and how it happened there. But I mean, in terms of a psychosis, there's no fucking, we've already been through this. We've had psychiatrists look at people who've had some very metaphysical experiences. I mean, and not just John Mack, there's a lot of other people in psychiatry and psychology who since him have taken this topic seriously. And it's very unsettling. It's disturbing. And there's something going on. I mean, there's a level of delusion there, I think, to think that you're just chalking it literally all of it up to some mass psychosis. I mean, I just don't think so. There's no fucking way. Yeah. No.
Program, then we have a major problem, because they're just fantasists out there that are
sissy hypno
in important positions.
And very sensitive areas.
Correct.
And, I mean, the other thing I would say this is all unacknowledged deep black programs. I find that fascinating too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe it's a bit of both. I mean, we do know that there are people in government who are fantasists. Like, not everybody who's in government or even in the military is going to be like on the level.
Well, the thing that I've found, because I've met all these people deep inside the government, post doing this show, they are often more conspiratorial than people who are civil side. And that could be one of two things. That could be like, that like discredits them in some way, or it could be like they are somehow privy to a lot crazier stuff, and that makes them more conspiratorial.
There are conspiracies. Put you on the spot, actually. Just curious. When Grush says under oath, I had the first-hand people go to the Inspector General to submit a complaint. Luis Elizondo goes under oath. Yes, we have crash retrieval programs. Rubio says, not under oath, but he says publicly in a very long interview, first-hand witnesses, they fear for their lives. Kirk McConnell has been tracking this and is convinced that there's something to this. I talked to a congressional source, told me I asked point blank, what's your confidence level in the existence of such programs? The answer was hovering around 100%. What am I, as an analyst, supposed to do with that? What do you think?
I wouldn't be surprised if there were such programs. I mean, this is something I've been saying for a while.
Sorry, and then it's NHI, and it's non-human intelligence.
No, that there's actually NHI there, but there's programs that existed in the past, possibly even now, where some people who work on those programs think that it's NHI. Because it's quite clear from people like David Grush that people do actually believe these things happen. They believe that we have bodies. They believe that we have crashed alien craft, and they believe that there is these programs to study them. When maybe the programs exist, but what were they actually studying?
Why do you think the Inspector General didn't just shut?
Well, but what led? If you're a hard scientist, you don't just believe things without hard data. That's the thing. So hopefully he elaborates here a little bit. I'll shut the fuck up and let them carry on with their points too. But that's the whole point of the scientific method. Is that we don't just believe things that people say, right? That she's a witch. Oh my God, really? Yeah, we should burn her. Like, we've gone through this ad nauseum with many fucking bad mishaps, right? So, I mean, yeah, I'll just
this down immediately.
I have no idea. I'm not really familiar with what the Inspector General does, but Grush's claims covered a range of things. There's the whistleblower recriminations, and it seems a little bit mixed up as to what the Inspector General was actually investigating and what they're referring to when they said
Rubio is very clear. He's the vice chairman of the Senate Intelligence. Rubio said that the unreported, the misuse of funds, that portion of it, they didn't say anything about the reprisal part. But the misallocation of funds was deemed credible.
Sorry, that seems to be the case, Brett. Yeah, that seems to be where the issue is at times, where he's unconvinced that they've arrived. Now, again, I don't disagree with Mick that this isn't an ideal situation here. That, I don't like relying on all this testimony from people. Even Grush's witnesses, we don't know who the fuck they are. Now, what we do know is that they were vetted by Congress, right? So they were vetted that they were legitimate. They checked their credentials. So we can have some confidence in saying that, when he brought them to the Inspector General, those witnesses, that they weren't like Stephen Greer. So people may not know this, but Stephen Greer also tried to send his people, his guys, through the same process. They all failed. Almost none of them were credible. Almost all of them, I think. So the people that Grush recommended were. And so that speaks volumes. It does speak volumes. And then they're telling Grush that we've recovered craft. They've worked on them. We've recovered biologics. These are hard scientists, these people. They won't just believe things, right? They believe it because the data has led them there. They have proof. They have evidence of this, right? So that's why it's so monumental. That's why the whole Grush thing was such a big deal, right? So Mick is implying, and he's very careful with his words here, that they believe that what they've worked on is aliens. It's like, well, if people from the hard sciences, they just believe this. They have data to support that, right? So that's why it's a big deal. He'll do these things where he worded it like that, and it's like, no. That's not how we're going to play this game. Like, this is a bigger deal than he's already kind of letting on. And it may just be his autism. We all have autism, but it might just be triggering my autism. Yeah. Your 5 a.m. Kundalini Yoga practice has been actually helping be less susceptible to massive fear of the future. That could do it, Wayne. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, if there are all these special access programs, I'd be happy to see them. Because I don't know if it works that way, but
it's interesting because that's also unfalsifiable. That's like also in Feynman's not even wrong sort of category.
If they deny it, you can't. You can say they're lying. If they admit it and show it, then that's one thing. It's like anything. You only need one. You just need one ace to win the game. But everything that's not an ace doesn't mean there's no aces.
So you think it's going to stay in this sort of liminal category for a very long time?
I would hope it doesn't, but
yeah.
I think all we can hope for really is to get more sunlight on it. And if there is something there, something will eventually pop out. And if there isn't something there, we will see that, all the things, the dark corners become illuminated, and we see that there was nothing there. And perhaps there's something in one of the dark corners that's really interesting. That would be great.
How did non-human intelligence get into a bill sponsored by Chuck Schumer and signed onto by Rubio, Gillibrand, former presidential candidates?
Where's the
22
Gimbal?
times.
Okay.
And then biological evidence of non-human intelligence.
Oh, you'd have to ask Schumer about that. Schumer said he was doing it.
Let's hear his opinion on this.
That's right.
All right.
The gimbal is really what they have debated, which is right here. It's probably in this. Well, actually, they go through quite a few. Occam's razor debate. Oh, Jesus.
That was, I
Sorry,
knew
what's a good point?
I'm too on it.
Sorry, what's a good point? Yeah. What's a good point? Yeah. Well, what you just said? Yeah. We just ran with our own definitions. Is there any possibility that all this legislation around NHI could end up being a bait and switch to regulate artificial intelligence technology? Brother, that's a good fucking question. How would it be related, I guess, is the question. Are we all going to be taken for fools by them classifying AGI under NHI? Oh, well, it is non-human intelligence. So yeah, it would be considered as such. Yeah. But I mean, to be classified as non-human intelligence, first it needs to be classified as an intelligence to begin with, and then achieving AGI, whatever that is. I wasn't really familiar with the definitions. Now, I am familiar with arguments around consciousness, the nature of consciousness and philosophy, but when it comes to AGI, artificial general intelligence, I guess the rule on it is that it doesn't necessarily have to be self-conscious to the degree that like we are. Now, the problem is we don't really understand the fundamental nature of consciousness either. So trying to determine whether or not something else has achieved it is quite difficult. I watched some guy's video. There is a better test. But will it ever get there? And then it would have to achieve that to be considered NHI, I suppose. And then it's a product of our intelligence. So then would it be non-human intelligence if it's a product of our intelligence? Right? I guess it would technically non-human, but in some ways it is because it's been trained and learned on our intelligence. So then would that fit the definition of non-human? Right? It's like if we were to make another species using our genetics as a baseline, what would we consider that species? It wouldn't necessarily be non-human, but it would still be human to some degree, would it not? Yeah. Yeah. Is it possible? Yeah. Why is the government trying to legislate NHI, and can AGI fall within NHI? Yeah, that's you have to debate the verbiage.
That's for my own guess.
Wait. I'm not going to watch this for fucking 3 hours. So, I mean, the Nimitz case, I believe, is the one where Mick thought it was a fucking seagull. I mean, the gimbal one is really not to skip around all over the place, but we don't really have much of a choice here. I do want to, acknowledging the complexity of evidence, yes. Where's the gimbal at? Gimbal video. And this is what they've fought about. This is the big daddy of them all, too, because this one is the most anomalous, I think, out of all of them, clearly. So, yeah. Let's see what, I'm just curious how they do this. And because of all the things I've seen them talk about, there it is right there. This is what they've been arguing about over Twitter for years. So, yeah. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I have a major bone to pick with the analytics side of it. As we all know, that they have really done a poor job on a lot of their reports. So I don't need to belabor that. Yeah, I'm optimistic that the new director will change things around.
I think, you and I both know that Arrow have said some things that are incorrect. You've had conversations with Kirkpatrick.
Basically, it was astounding, and I don't need to get into it.
And he's said various things in public as well, which didn't really tally with reality.
Yeah, that's a very diplomatic way to put it.
At the NASA hearing, he said some speckles on the screen were stars when they were obviously not stars.
Weird.
I think he phoned it in. I think he was close to retirement. I don't know.
I think he's more there as a person who's standing up the organization rather than being an analyst himself. So he wasn't that familiar with everything.
And to his credit, he did stand up I'm grateful for his time that he's doing things.
And they solved a lot of cases.
Do you guys ever wonder if any of these things are sort of Rorschach tests or like initiation paths for, your analytical rigor abilities or whatever? And so like some of these videos are like halfway truths, and it's like, our job to somehow solve it, and then you solve it, you get in the program or something.
Because the taxpayers need to get their money back. This is pretty awful.
It's a waste of time in a nuclear multipolar world that's heating up. That's kind of why are you playing puzzle games with the American people?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Well, they're doing it because of that legislation.
Yeah. Well, I do want to say it's interesting that just on the Tic Tac video, so my buddy Chris Ramsey, amazing magician, has a channel called Area 52, but he's actually kind of good when it comes to this stuff because he's the Area 52 is about around the UFO thing. He's actually believes in a lot of the UFO stuff. As a magician, he debunks other magicians.
Yeah, that's great.
So he's kind of like a good person to like throw at this whole topic. He was flying a commercial flight over Nellis testing range, and he saw that Tic Tac that I showed you guys. You both said probably prosaically explained. I'll play the video, but why prosaically explained? Because it is interesting in the context of
I didn't hear about
Fravor
this.
seeing a Tic Tac too.
That's
it's a super common sighting, and before they would describe them as being cigar shaped. And what it is just planes. The fuselage of the plane is illuminated by the sun, but the wings are either a different color if you're viewing it from above, like the gray wings you see in the plane of the gray wings, or they're not being illuminated by the sun because the sun's above them and you're below them. So you will see basically just the fuselage of the plane, a bright white thing, and at that distance, you just can't make out the wings. And when you take a video of it, it doesn't show up on the video. And we've seen this numerous times. I've seen it myself flying down to LA once. And you can just get the location and find which of the planes were in the area and just drop it in to SITREC by software, and you can see what it actually was.
That's one explanation. It doesn't necessarily mean that's what it is. That's one potential explanation. It could also genuinely be an anomalous thing because we know that those things do objectively exist because there's too many people of sound mind that have viewed them. I mean, we've got to this point now where there isn't a logical explanation for everything all the time. There are some things that are unusual, right? You have to leave room in your life. Not that this is an excuse necessarily. Some people would use to try and be like, no, it's definitely Bigfoot, man. It was just a bear walking through the woods. But you leave room for the mystical. There's lots of things that we don't understand, and this phenomena is one of them. But there's tons of people that have in broad daylight, fairly up close, seen cigar-shaped craft that clearly do not have wings. Actually, there is a man named Gary McKinnon who supposedly hacked into NASA computers and coincidentally hacked into the department that Stephen Greer's whistleblower said they were housing all these unedited photographs, and viewed a photograph of a cigar-shaped UFO up close and personal, satellite photo of it, so over what he presumed to be Earth. So those are anecdotes, obviously. But I think Mick's angle with this is that there's always going to be a logical explanation for things. Same thing with paranormal activity, ghost sightings, poltergeist activity. Well, there has to be a logical explanation to it. Well, there is, but sometimes it's also beyond our comprehension. That's the other issue that we're contending with here. It might be beyond our imagination even, right? Could we imagine that Skinny Bob is in your fucking kitchen in some alternate dimension throwing all your dishes out of your fucking cupboards, right? Why? Don't know, right? Maybe you pissed him off in the abduction encounter last night. You don't remember. I have no idea, right? It could get to that point, right? But thinking it must be ball lightning or something. It's well, it might be. We don't know, right? Don't be ignorant to mystical experience. Right? Sometimes just unzip your fly when you go for a run. Why not?
Gotcha. Well, yeah. No, that's good to hear. I mean, the way in which that
Aquarius
didn't comport at all with the Fravor eyewitness account.
And it was a good quote
is
too,
it wasn't,
man,
going right next to the water, shooting off, that's the thing. Exhibiting all these anomalous flight
We
characteristics,
never
sort
see
of just
these.
floating. But
Never see these amazing maneuvers unambiguously on video. It's
Sometimes we may, but unfortunately, what's captured on video isn't always in high quality. Now, to Mick's credit, it is a bit of an anomaly that so many people in this day and age have seen anomalous things, and the general public does not have high quality footage. The problem is there may exist some encounters that have been written off as hoaxes. It might not be hoaxes, but this also may be part and parcel with the phenomena itself. I mean, what level of control does a very advanced civilization hypothetically have over people witnessing them? I mean, we're just not wrapping our heads around the level of control they might have. I mean, they may be fully aware that someone's looking at them the second they lay eyes on them. And there might be a directive to be like, do not allow them to get good footage of you. They could even manipulate the metadata in the fucking phone. I mean, they could obfuscate themselves the second we lay eyes on them. They could be that advanced. I mean, we cannot presume that we're trying to fit it within a box where it's like, if we were in that situation, we were flying around in UFOs, someone would capture us. It's like, no, but we're not dealing with us. That's the problem. It's the problem. They're not employing your imagination to the degree necessary to try and to begin to even barely wrap our heads around a civilization that is even 100,000 years, 20,000 years ahead of us. You know, show me people that predicted that we'd be able to talk to somebody in China FaceTime 100 years ago. Show me that imagination, right? That people were able to predict that we can now. I could call somebody in Beijing right now and FaceTime them, right? That's fucking insane. None of that makes any sense. Imagine trying to explain that to somebody 150 years ago, maybe, right? Very few people would have even been able to imagine we could do something like that, right? So then extend that out, not 150 years, but let's say 100,000. What's possible, right? And so that's what we could possibly be contending with. And it's like, we have to be careful. We have to begin to wrap our heads around this, right? It's not helpful to just write it off and just have prosaic explanations for everything all the fucking time. So Skinny Bob in another dimension playing Ghost. Would you let him come under the sheets with you? Yeah. If you believe the Galactic Federation's the thing, or that aliens have had wars with each other, that tells us a lot about their meta. I mean, fuck, was Count Dooku real out there somewhere? You know, does he exist? I mean, yeah.
It's there's fuzzy.
You got banned from X on 4chan. Holy fuck, brother! What did you do? That's an achievement. What happened there?
The distance. You're certainly doing Gimbal. You see it very anomalous.
I mean, Reddit. I get banned on Reddit in 2 seconds.
The like Hal put off rebuttal to what you just said, Mick, is especially when it comes to kind of optical sensors, like just cameras, you get these kind of, blue shift, red shift.
I don't know. Is that even possible to get banned from X? Unfortunately, I don't even know. Yeah. Is it self-producing adrenochrome twice and they ban? Is that the whole thing? You're eating your fingernails and shit for the adrenochrome? I mean, god damn. Would that do it? I mean, maybe.
Where you're stretching light if you're kind of moving away.
Possible.
You're kind of crunching it if you're moving close. So you get these kind of ultraviolet.
It doesn't make any sense, though. Like, there's an excuse for why we can't get these things on video. But people see these things and they have these eyewitness accounts of them. It's not like your eyes are somehow physically different to a camera. They're little photoreceptors in the back and there's a lens in the front and it works basically exactly the same way. It's just, it's a electrochemical reaction rather than a sensor array.
Well, do you think, I mean, that's somewhat of a biochemical reductionist view of like the way we see things. Do you think that consciousness
the way we see
important?
things is extraordinarily consistent with the way cameras see things. If you take your camera and take a picture of this, you're going to see pretty much the same thing.
Technically, yeah, I guess. I don't think he's necessarily off base here.
It's not like we're magically conjuring up things in this room in our brains. There's a physical reality that we can see, and the same physical reality as what cameras take pictures of. And so if UFOs exist in physical reality and we can see them, then we can also take pictures of them.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think you'd have...
If the UFOs allow us to. Jesse was trying to get in an argument about like the hard problem in philosophy, which is how all that sensor data is brought into the brain and then translated into a conscious experience, which we do not understand how that happens. But I mean, if they will allow us to do so, again, that's not a very nice thought to have because you're then putting yourself into someone else's play. We're like, oh, we're in a playpen. It's like, well, yeah, we would be in that instance, right? And it gets into all these other unsettling things about what they could do to manipulate not just that immediate reality, but reality for us generally. Right? And it becomes something I've tried to talk about on here, this Deus Deceptor or evil demon, right? It's a Cartesian idea. Descartes talked about this idea and this is what got him into doubting that, literally everything other than the fact that he thinks, therefore he exists, right? I think, therefore I am. That's the only thing I can really not be doubted on. I think, therefore I exist. The evil demon could doubt me about everything. It could make me think that, I'm in my safety of my study when in actual fact, no, I'm fucking, I'm a brain in a vat, but I exist because I think, therefore I am, right? Therefore I exist. And so they would kind of end up, and that's when you look at abduction phenomena, that's what's kind of concerning to me, top down, that they have that ability to manipulate people's perception of reality, at least, and relegate memories into strange corners of the brain where childhood trauma resides. And that's where it becomes concerning, I think, right? And then all bets are off, right? It's like they could be, and that's where you got to be careful because there's some people out there that will just become completely unhinged, but they could be a plane. You could think that's a plane. flying beside you, and in actual fact, it's not a plane, right? You can think that's your nanny, but it's a fucking 7-foot tall mantis, right? Maybe it replaced your nanny a while ago and they've been spying on you. I mean, it's like, hypothetically, when you go to that degree, it could. Now, you don't really want to live like that. You kind of just take reality for what it is, but ultimately, it could be that strange. And when you're dealing with these anecdotes, they're unsettling because of this, because these examples exhibit some kind of manipulation of reality. And that's when it gets, anyway. Yeah, you're right. We don't understand the process, but do we know sense data travels from A to B? Yes. Yeah, and that's exactly it. Yeah, and that's exactly it. And I would agree with Mick on that. Yeah, they absolutely, well, it's what we base camera lenses off of, I think. You know, it's literally so, yeah. This title, My Rage, I'm still a rat in the cage, man. Smashing Pumpkins.
To get into
Brothers.
kind of trippy philosophical discussions around, widening the doors of perception, or can you kind of glitch into like other realities? And
but then you're basically,
we don't need to go there, but
basically magic at that point.
Oh, magic, or a different theory of mind,
Indeed,
which you could, get into. I mean, that a lot of, pretty well-respected philosophers and
he's fucking that boy's brain's shutting down right now. He's like, I'm not going there. I'm not thinking about this. I'm not thinking about this. I'm grounded. I'm in the room right now. My hands are on this table. I'm not going there.
Aldous Huxley, William James, and, there's even modern neuroscientists would possibly agree with. You have Donald Hoffman talking about the brain as sort of an interface. But anyways, we don't need to get into that. So let's get into.
Can I say one more quick thing?
I don't want to go there. I don't want to go there. You should have slipped a little bit of something to mix water there. Mick doesn't have any water. A little bit of water. See, Mick, I'm gonna make you doubt yourself for a little bit. Mick, have you ever had ego death, brother? It's just like, well, you're going to soon. We just put a couple tabs in your fucking glass, so good luck, brother. It's, some people do, I think, have to experience something like that when they approach a reality in such a rigid way. And you know what? To some degree, we need people like that, because we got people who have to just sift through piles of data, and they find that fucking interesting. I mean, like for what Mick does, he has to he gets off on that shit. He doesn't get off on these other kinds of philosophical discussions about the nature of reality, and that's okay. But at the same time, it does affect how you approach problems. It's your problem solving, I think, suffers to some degree if you're too rigid, right? Carl Jung had a word for these kinds of people. He called them ignorance. Right? Those, people who were ignorant to mystical experience. He called them ignorance, right? And I think rightly so, because again, there's so much that we don't know, and approaching things with ignorance or hubris, it's not helpful. But not everybody believes that. Some people believe that that's helpful to them, and that's okay, I guess, ultimately. But I disagree with approaching things in that way. Yeah. When the doors of perception are cleansed, you see everything the way it is. Oneness, infinite oneness. William Blake, within a purely mental, psychic universe. Panschism. How do you pronounce that again? Yeah, I've heard it before. Absolutely anything's possible. Yeah, man. Who knows? I mean,
on Go Fast.
Could we go Super Saiyan? Like, could we fucking fly? Like, could we go to King Kai's world? Is that a fucking thing?
It does.
If I believe that hard enough, will I end up there?
If it's a balloon, it's
very hard to say.
Hard to say.
It's about 6 pixels
but,
across.
But and I already mentioned this. This is amid daily encounters. But the sphere is that one morphology, that shape that keeps propping up just over and over in the historical record, starting with 80 years ago with the Foo Fighters. Then you have metallic, I'm going to quote, right? There's a whole bunch of stories in 1944. Newsweek ran the Silver Sphere puzzle, Christmas Day in 1944. Associated Press, balls of silver seen over the German Reich intrigue science, right? So there is a consistency. If you read Captain Ed Ruppelt, he's the first director of Blue Book, his book, The Report on Unidentified Flying Objects, in 1956, is a remarkable read, and that is it is staggering. And that would really got me down the rabbit hole. He mentions just over and over these sightings of these metallic spheres, silver spheres, metallic spheres, flying in formation. V-shaped formations. We'll see that in Gimbal. We'll talk about
we
that.
don't have more photos of metallic spheres.
It is extremely interesting. Like, Eisenhower was aware of the.
I mean, what quality of photographs do we need, though? I mean, will it satisfy him, though? Ultimately, will a good photograph satisfy them? Well, if it was from that time period, maybe it would be labeled as an anomalous thing. Will we ever come to a definitive conclusion? It's so anomalous, it must be NHI. And I'm skeptical that these hardline skeptics would ever buy that, honestly. I think there would always be some way out of it, right? And aside from Skinny Bob showing up and literally, pinching Mick's nose. But even then, if something that out of the ordinary happened in isolation, what would they perceive it as? I mean, just some hallucination, right? Is there ever going to be any way to make someone approach things less ignorantly? I don't know. If it's a genuine question, I don't know. I'm gonna turn the music back on because before I have a fucking brain aneurysm, I guess. GALENTV, sir, are you there?
Yep, I'm here.
Oh dear Christ. Yeah, sorry, I didn't realize that you were ready there. I was in the midst of this, the throes of this debate. So far it's been pretty good. I mean, Mick does a thing though where he's much more cordial in person and then gets a bit more sassy on Twitter afterwards. He did this with Eric Weinstein a little bit, which is, it's all right. Yes, we're all human beings, but fuck. Did you listen to any of it or no?
Yeah, I've been listening.
What's your take on it?
I would say I was listening, but I'll level with you. I was half listening. I was trying to do some. Well, really, I'm showing that ChatGPT can't do math.
Oh,
no good.
Interesting.
It's no good at it.
Interesting. Yeah. Well, I mean, for the most part, TLDR, everyone listening, I guess. Yeah, it's I'd have to listen to the rest of it to really have much more of an opinion. But so far, all we've really heard, they haven't really gone into too much detail. I skipped through some of the other stuff. I wanted to hear what they had to say in Gimbal, but we're halfway through the Gimbal analysis and they've really gone through the technical points yet. Yeah, I mean, Mick is just unconvinced, I guess, still. And I mean, it's just trying to convince somebody who doesn't want to be convinced, maybe. It's hard to say. Yeah, you could show Mick West an actual little alien 1 foot away from him in excellent lighting with Carl Sagan standing behind him saying, Mick, this is definitely an alien. And Mick would say it's a midget and good quality makeup. Or it's just hallucination, right? Yeah. Yes. What's your take, Galen? Well, maybe it's aliens. Yeah. Senior correspondent.
Yeah, that's pretty much the biggest non-answer I gave. Well, I think it could be aliens, but I think it could also not be aliens, So I think both cases provide a good argument, and, we really just know nothing.
Yeah, back to me, back in the echo chamber again. We're yelling louder and louder until it's becoming so deafening that we just literally can't even hear ourselves anymore. It's wonderful.
Yeah, you just start arguing with your own echo at that point.
Yeah, they clearly exist. You just start fighting it. You get into a fight with yourself, right? Thinking that someone else disagreeing with you. How dare they disagree with your point, right? That this must be aliens. Yeah.
Actually, I got a fun little picture for you if you would like.
Oh my God.
Just let me see.
I'm curious now.
Okay. Oh.
Is it a giant skeleton?
I put it in the Discord.
Oh dear Christ. Oh, there you go.
I don't know if that would be fun. I don't know if that would be fun to share or not.
You got Bob Lazar, you got Stephen Greer, you got Dave Grush, you've got Jeremy Corbell, you've got the back of someone's head, you've got Lou Elizondo, you've got George Knapp. And then you've got all of the people on the bottom, Danny DeVito, Dave Fravor, you've got Keanu, Ross Coulthard, George Tsoukalos.
The egg guy in the middle that you can't see his face.
Oh yeah, it is Jake Barber, isn't it? Yeah. And you got Blink-182, my favorite band as a kid. Yay.
Just off to the side.
Yeah. Where's the lizard guy? Steven's in the top left there. He's right by the paddy wagon where he's about to be thrown into with Bob. Yeah.
You got Keanu Reeves down at the very bottom middle.
Yeah, I see
Vito
that.
next to him.
Yeah, I see that. Who's the child? Yeah.
I don't know, but I want to say that's maybe from Starship Troopers.
Interesting. I see.
But I don't know, actually.
Interesting. Yeah, fuck. What a meme. What a UFO meme. For people that know UFOs. Yeah. Jeremy's got a wizard beard there. Very nice. Yeah, fuck me, huh? Well, yeah, this is what we're going over this. People that maybe are just joining, this is what we were just talking about. So, UFO skeptic versus UFO believer. That's not really fair though to paint Merrick as that, because it's more like UFO disbeliever and UFO analyst, maybe, I think, because Mick just seems
the other guy they have with him, he didn't sound like he was a UFO believer per se. He just kind of sounded like somebody that was coming in and just saying like, well, these are some cases that might have some validity, but I'm with you. Most of this is probably explainable away. And then Mick West would cut him off like every now and then to make a little joke, make a little snarky remark.
Yeah, I mean, for people that don't know where their argument lies, again, it was around the gimbal footage. I don't know if they actually pull it up here to see. I was hoping that they would. But the gimbal footage is the one where there's an object and it starts rotating. And it has some weird, some people consider it to be glare. There might be more to it than just glare. Some kind of a field around it. But Mick thinks that it is a plane in the distance, that there is glare on the object that we're seeing, and there may very well be. And the rotation as well is due to the camera, which it may very well be. But ultimately, the object isn't anomalous because it's a misconception. It's a plane in the distance. The problem with that assessment is that, again, under perfect, you could do this with almost anything that's anomalous, right? Or if you saw a saucer, you could say, well, it could have been a garbage can lid hanging from the tree, because if it was in the distance over the tree, or you could you could always try and concoct a scenario where it's something normal, right? The problem with his theory is it doesn't align with the other anecdotes, where there were anomalous objects that fit that description flying around. Fighter pilots had seen them, and radar analysts too had also saw these things on radar for multiple hours, like 7-8 hours or longer out over the water, which clearly means it's not like a seagull or distant plane in the distance. So it's like you've got all of these anecdotes, and then you have footage of something that matches a description of these. That's pretty damning, you would think. But again, what he does is he concocts an explanation in complete ignorance of all of those other anecdotes. That's a problem. Like, that to me, logically, there's something wrong here, right? Like, there's an intention here to put this down by any means necessary, is what it implies to me, which is a problematic way to approach things. So anyway, it's craziness. AI crosses red line after learning to replicate itself. I think we went over this, man. Maybe I can't remember though. Is this with it was in China they found this discovery. Did you hear what happened today? Did you hear?
I saw that when we were at the gym. I saw the news ticker on one of the TVs. It said that the Chinese AI has caused like tech markets in the United States to crash. Well, not crash, but at least fall quite a bit.
Well, it's almost a crash, yeah. Like Nvidia's stock price took a bit of a crash. It probably was down almost like $30, $25 or something. Like,
is that right?
It was down a lot. It was down like 20-some%, I think. It fell quite a bit. Yeah.
And a mutual friend of ours, bought, I don't know if it was like 50 or 100 shares of Nvidia. Might have been 50. Because under the premise that it was going to go to like $3,000 a share at some point.
Yeah.
And I think he bought them for what was it, like a couple hundred? I think it's what it was worth before today.
It was worth, I'll tell you, $137 this morning, and now it's worth $118. Is that correct? Yeah.
Yeah, that looks like
something like that.
Correct.
Yeah.
It dropped down to
118.51. Yeah. So it's gone down 16%. Sorry, it's gone down $24. So pretty big. Yeah. It was the single largest loss in U.S. history, not a small amount. $500 billion lost. I thought it was $600 billion. Actually, Trainbase, I saw that. Yeah. So it's been like blown up recently, though. Like it blew up in the last couple of years. It's gone up astronomically. I mean.
Yep.
Yeah.
That was the thought is that it was going to get to that point, and if you buy it now and then you sit on it for like a couple decade or two, then it's effectively I don't want to say free money because it's not free per se, but it was like a wise investment, was supposedly what it was. Anyway, so if that took a hit, though, it's interesting.
Buy the dip, Brad. You buying the fucking dip, brother? I mean, it's taking a bit of a dip.
Do we buy the dip on this now?
I don't know. What was it? 52-week low was $60. Is that correct? Like it's blown up that much? Jesus, I don't follow.
I think it was 6 months ago. Maybe 7 months. Maybe it was 5 months ago when I think he did this.
Man, fucking Xi Jinping. If I motherfucker, right? Slippery snake. Fuck. Oh my God. Is it Jason Young? What's the guy's the CEO of NVIDIA? He must just be having a tantrum right now. They must just be thinking, what the fuck, man? Like, goddamn. Anyway, what a fucking meme.
Wait, why would NVIDIA drop as a result of the AI?
Because supposedly, I don't, someone correct me if I'm wrong here on if this is the logic for why it hit, but they think that they massively like overvalued or they trained the new version of this Deepseek R1 on like $5 million worth of learning, and it cost OpenAI like hundreds of millions. And so people were investing in this because they were expecting they were going to require all these GPUs and
yeah. You know what? Actually, there's a rabbit hole that I read about that today. If you'd like to hear, this is off topic though. But
what's up, Bear? Yeah.
I want to go down this.
Oh, is this the thing you were talking about earlier?
This wasn't that. This wasn't that. Although I do have that ready to share if we're really going down that one.
Okay.
I got that one ready to go.
Okay. All right.
So this was the speculation that one person had was that we gotta go all the way back into the year of our Lord 2020.
Oh.
We know what took place during this 2020.
Oh, yes.
The theory was, and where the speculated origin of this particular thing was happening.
Yes.
So the theory that I saw one hot take come up with is that it was purposely, let's say, let out into the world by China while trying to grow platforms such as TikTok at the same time in the world to try to get everybody to settle in and effectively have to stay inside and then constantly be using devices and whatnot. And then since they're using this device, all that data goes back to the Chinese government. So
Jesus.
What would happen is that the amount of data that was needed for like these other open AI companies, you know, they effectively had like a little fracture of the data compared to what was gained from the Chinese government during that one particular time period and further on since TikTok is kind of blown up. So you think about that they have effectively maybe like 100 times as many points of data. So to train an AI, because you simply have so much more data available to it, that it would be able to effectively function better. Now, the specifics, ins and outs, I could not tell you, but just by statistics, because there's so much more data available, you would say that you would have more accuracy.
So people be like at home being like, lol, I'm bored, lol, like, lol, like, you're stuck inside again, lol. Like,
you may have helped build just Chinese AI. So that was a hot take that I read.
Studying all their conversations and being like, what the fuck is this, lol? Like, yeah. If it's taking TikTok data from the West, AI will be retarded. Yeah. That's exactly. Well, I mean, yeah, is that what they want? Maybe that's their master plan: is create some unhinged AI that just is woke as fuck, just like takes everybody down.
It's still data points, I think, is what they're interested in. Is just more like what are people clicking on, not like reading the specifics of like this is what is grammatically considered correct, you know, on the platform.
Yeah.
Where people are just like, well, they're effectively just watching. I remember I told you on Friday I found out about what the Costco guys were.
Yes.
Yeah. And then there's like, you just have people going, boom, boom, over and over again.
I just
rating things. That's why big booms.
Oh God, yeah, those guys. Yeah. Fuck. Yeah, just totally shit. Yeah. Well, yeah, there wouldn't be much gain from fucking studying the West right now, honestly. Just fucking. Did I tell you earlier that an anthropologist I called essentially told me I was a white supremacist?
Wait, say that again?
I called the museum. Was it the Carnegie Museum in Pittsburgh? I was going to call her about these giant bodies, supposedly.
Oh, did you call them on stream?
Yeah, I know. I didn't call her on stream, thank God. I called her right before. I tried to call her this morning and I couldn't get through. And I called her around, oh my God, it was right before I went live. And they sent me the receptionist sent me right to the anthropologist there. And she told me essentially that people who humor those arguments are white supremacists. And I said, oh.
Did you say why? How? Why? Where's the link between that?
So she explained it. She said that essentially back in the late 1800s, early 1900s, a lot of scientists, anthropologists, archaeologists didn't believe the Native American people would have been able to make these mounds. So what they were trying to do was they were trying to find another explanation. And the explanation were these giant bodies they supposedly found. And she said the bodies weren't actually giants. They were either mismeasured because the bones had laid out for a long time and had elongated, or they were purposely mismeasured as to create some kind of like other mystery race so that they could belittle the Native Americans and say, we knew it. You weren't able to do this. That was her reasoning. Now,
wouldn't that be alien supremacist then? Or giant supremacist?
Well, I mean, yeah, it could be quite discriminatory to this other group of people, right? And the problem with that logic, I wasn't going to get into it with her. I said, thank you very much for your time. Because she gave me a bunch of resources to read, these other anthropologists, archaeologists who've done dissertations on this. And I said, that's pretty crazy because, there's stories about this all over the planet. Do you know this? I should have told her that. And
Did you call her a colonizer and say that you're on the... the unrecognized or the unceded land of the the Maliseet people? I can't remember what that speech is that they give, but there's a little disclaimer.
Yeah.
At the beginning of university courses around where we are, where they say like we have to recognize that this is the land, this is the unceded land by this particular group of people and whatnot, and that we don't really own it and whatnot. Did you give her that?
No, I didn't. No, I didn't, unfortunately. Yeah, and she was probably around my age. She's probably in like her mid to late 30s. It sounded. I started to tell her over the phone, but I'd imagine she was like in that age bracket. But I couldn't believe it actually. I wasn't even getting into it. I've mentioned it here before because I have a really hard time believing that there are dozens, if not hundreds, of instances of people finding these bodies. And it's like, logically, it's like, okay, well, that's one explanation. But like, were they all? Is there any evidence that this was a where the fuck is the thing at up here? I was going to say this.
But better you didn't say that over the phone to her because they could very well have been an indigenous person, and then you would have been cooked at that point.
Well, no, but she's saying they all were, and I don't know.
Oh, I meant about calling them a colonizer and whatnot.
Oh, colonizer, yes. So Dr. W.J. Holland, so he wasn't just I don't know if he's an archaeologist or anthropologist, but he was the fucking curator of the Carnegie Museum in Pittsburgh. And his assistant, Dr. Peterson, both concluded that this large skeleton, which was found in the mound, was from this lost race of people. And so both of them are white supremacists? Curators of the museum? I mean...
You know what you should have said? You should have said this story. Could you tell me what gender the giants were? Were they in fact male or female?
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh God, that would have really got things going, wouldn't it? Real spicy fucking.
Well, just at a university that I guess would not answer the question whether you can through analysis of like a skeleton, whether or not the skeleton was male or female, and that the anthropologist would not admit that they have ways to test this.
Are they fucking dumb? Like, all right, yeah. I just listen. I
think that was at the. Oh, geez, that video was probably.
Listen,
circa 2016, 2018.
I'm a very liberal guy. People can do what they want. They're adults. I'm not going to judge somebody, but based on, I'm not even getting into these debates, but that gets to the point of just being like, are you fucking stupid? Like, come on now. Like, it's just nonsense. Yeah. Freshman University hired a museum 5 years in. She probably indoctrinated in the latest race and gender theories. And this is the other problem with this logic too, that there was no such thing as a group of people that fit this description. We have people walking around now that are that height. Like, yeah. I mean, is that, are they all just genetic anomalies? I mean, they could very well be. I mean, you could argue if you really wanted to, well, that these were just genetic anomalies then. There's
old Wembayama playing in the NBA over, better yet, old fellow Canadian Zach Edey, because even taller.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he's almost 8 feet, isn't he? 7'9" or something. Like, yeah.
You're thinking of
the other boy,
guy, Paul Sturgis.
No, it's not Paul. No, it's another guy. He's young. He's only a kid. He's like 18, 19.
No, that's that guy. I think he plays. What was it? University of Florida, I think.
I don't know.
He's in college right now. I was talking about there's another guy that's 7'4" that is from Canada that just started this year. But
there's tons of people at this height. I mean, the question is it some lost race people? Anyway, it was I was taken aback a bit, honestly, by it. But yeah, at low end of academia, the sex is rampant. At the high end, it's not allowed. It's because there's a difference between society, male, female, and genetic, male, female, and people conflate the two because of arguments. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I just think the genetic thing, there shouldn't be any hesitancy to identify whether a skeleton is male or female, because there is it's binary thing with the skeletons. I mean, there would be no reason.
They do it with the measurement of the hips. So
yeah.
It has to do with I couldn't tell you what the name of the part of it is, but essentially there's a portion of the hips that is much wider that serves as like a birthing canal.
Yeah.
Or men don't have that.
Yeah. Has to do with the birthing hole, yeah. Maybe you just had a big bussy. Is that possible? Like, you got a big bussy?
That's the other part, is that maybe it's just a guy with really, really wide hips.
Fuck, maybe he's just packing, He's got something. Who the fuck knows? Yeah. 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 Oh my God. Yeah. Yeah. Oh God. Anyway, this whole our discussion, I thought I brought that up earlier. I brought it up 3 times now, but just letting people know periodically who are in here that I had this conversation. I was shocked. I was like, I was expecting her to say that the story's bullshit because of X, Y, but I did not expect that she accused these people. Who was this guy? Of being a white supremacist. Man, if I was like if he was my great grandfather, I'd be tearing a fucking strip off her if that was the case. American zoologist, paleontologist, and Presbyterian minister. This guy could have been a fucking racist. I don't know. That's the thing. Like, the Butterfly book.
Or 1848.
1848. Do you think there's
he probably was racist.
Well, but do we know that definitively?
He probably was. Well, just purely by the time period and where did he grow up?
Ooh, yeah. He lived in an era with racial prejudices and Eurocentric views were widespread in Western science and society. May reflect those broader biases, but a term was explicitly racist requires a nuanced examination. Scientific racism, colonial attitudes were prevalent in anthropology. They made up a story about, again, it logically just doesn't follow because there are other examples of this all over the planet. But in times long past, it had nothing to do with native peoples in an area. Like in Malta is another example. So I wish that would follow logically. It doesn't. So it's inherently problematic that they're approaching all of these instances in that way. I'm not even going to bother to try and have a conversation with them because it's that fucking bad. So, yeah.
I kind of see where they maybe came from, but that still seems odd to say that they made wrong measurements at the time. Is there evidence that the measurements were wrong?
Where are the remains? I mean, this is the problem. Yeah. So this is how they put this down now. It's like, man, we're sealing our fate with I don't even know what. We're just in a hole. Like, Christ help us if we've got, these are the fucking anthropologists, how they approach these things. I mean, I'm not saying there aren't instances of that probably having happened, but again, the problem is it's more broad than just like America and the natives in the United States. It's this idea that like this argument somehow undermines native peoples. I mean, same with the argument in Egypt saying the Egyptians didn't build the fucking Giza Plateau. It's like they might not have. I mean, you're after objective truths, ultimately, not your truth. And again...
Hey. Greeks might not have built civilization, you know?
Yeah.
Those Atlantean aliens, they might have come down and give them a little hand.
Listen, they used crystals. All right, I saw it in a vision. Some guy gave me. Gave me this tea. I just drank it. Yeah.
I guess that'd be Mesopotamia, not the Greeks.
For what? The Egyptians?
No, for building civilization, for creating civilization.
Oh, well, no, Sumer is the cradle of civilization, supposedly. It's the oldest
cradle,
civilization.
Yeah.
It's a cradle. It's not the West. They didn't build the West.
I guess that would be racist to say that they didn't do it, that the aliens helped them.
Well, maybe listen, I want to know what the fucking objective truth is. It's again, these people are all about their truth. It's like, shut the fuck up. I don't care about your truth. I care about the truth. We're trying to get at that. If it makes you uncomfortable, go cry in the fucking corner. Like, don't bother me.
Well, what about my truth then?
Well, but when it comes to, yeah,
what's your truth? About how that there was maybe an interview by this one alien named Lacerda with this other reporter.
Yeah, that's, well, I mean, that I don't know though, right? I mean, it depends how we, it's very different. It could be, it's when you're dealing with these, there are things that are objectively true, and you challenging these objective truths and trying to turn them into your truths. It's just very problematic, logically.
Oh, our professor had an interesting hit a phrase, and this is at the beginning of any of the courses he taught. What was it? It went, everyone has the right to their own opinion, but they must accept that some opinions are better than others.
Worth more than others. Yeah.
Worth more. Okay.
Yeah. Everyone has their own opinion, but some opinions are worth more than others. Yeah.
Okay.
That's very true. Yeah, it is.
Well,
and
that's how civilization was built.
Yeah.
Was that not all opinions are equal, and that in fact not all people are equal, and that's why you have things like job interviews, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, it's exactly correct. And some people have a hard time with that, but I mean, it is. And that's why, when I called this lady, I don't approach things like, oh, I fucking know they're real, you fucking lying fucking loser. Like, I'm not gonna approach it like that. I mean, she does this for a living. She's gone through the hoops. I will turn to these people. Now, if they've got poor logic. Yeah, so I called, yeah. And it's you know what? Undoubtedly, there's probably some instances of this. She gave me some resources to read over. I'm going to read over them, right? There's a lady who specializes in this argument. Does she look fucking, where is she? Right there.
Call her back. Call her back tomorrow.
She looks nice. I don't doubt that there are issues back then, but the problem is just very simply, it pervades just North America.
The person you talked to?
No, that's not who I talked to. That was one of the ladies she recommended me. She's an expert. I could call her next and be like, so talk to me about the Anunnaki.
You're going to call her, and she answers the phone and say hello, and he's like, hi, we're live. I was hoping you could answer some questions for me.
Fuck, yeah. I mean, I was thankful that she gave me that much time. I mean, I usually present myself in a fairly logical way. I mean, I'm not just saying like, hey, you know anything about the giant people? I mentioned the name of the curator. I said, but did this man used to curate this museum? And she said, yes. And I said, I have a question about one of his findings. And she was like, yes. Other people have called. Was the other interesting thing. It wasn't just me. They've had multiple people call and ask about this. Because it's been on things like Ancient Aliens, Hugh Newman. YouTube channels have covered it a lot recently. So
what if that was like her only experience to these people, or that these people just come and like, yeah, I was calling about the giants there. There's just no way you people could have ever figured this out.
You people, yeah. Just hit her with that. Oh my God.
That's like the last 10 conversations on the subject.
Yeah.
She's just done.
Yeah.
As soon as she heard somebody come in, it'd just be like, listen, I was just wondering. There's this cure at the. Oh, Jesus, these fucking guys. Okay, listen here, all right? It's goddamn white supremacy. I know what you guys are up to here. Here's some literature to debunk your thing.
Oh, God, man. Yeah, it's surprise. It's just so ridiculous. Yeah. Yeah. Do you reckon this lady is going to stand up and say maybe the female wax figure in the lobby shouldn't be a balls? Oh, Jesus Christ. Holy fuck. We're getting edgy. We're getting edgy. The story of Job from the Bible is a narrative that explores the problem of unmerited suffering, which sounds just like a modern day job. It does, Wayne. Holy fuck. Yeah. It does. Yeah. Yeah, fuck. Anyway.
Is God in that case the employer? And the
it might
employer
be.
just keeps dropping like the crap work on you over and over.
It
And he
might
says,
be.
I will stay with the job. And the employer goes to his other employer buddy and says, see, they're still working for me after this.
Holy fuck. Yeah, anyway. I've got my reading to do here.
If you call this Dr. Olivia A. Jones, I want your first question to be, is that in relation to Mr. Alex Emmerich Jones?
That'd be a good icebreaker, actually, wouldn't it? Yeah. Yeah, that'd be a great icebreaker, yeah. Are you familiar with Mr. Alex, what is it? Emmerich Jones?
Alexander Emmerich Jones?
Alexander Emmerich Jones theories on metaphysics? His metaphysical theories, she'd be like, please enlighten me. Oh, well, there are actually demons interacting with the global elite. Yeah.
There's some demons, and they interact with some people on our planet, and they're called the globalists. See,
They call it
they want to
globalists,
consume the globe. They want to run and control the entire globe that we're in right now.
Holy fucking God. Yeah, they're very credited. Yeah, PhDs mean nothing. Yeah, I've been enough. The past 10 years to know it's worthless a degree. Well, man, see, it's supposed to mean something, though. I mean, that's the thing.
It depends on what the PhD, I think, is in.
That's true, too. Yeah, it's very...
At the very least, it means that you did a lot of work towards something, and that in of itself has some merit, I would think, but there are definitely some that are worth more than others.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, you are a philosopher in this thing. You've done so much work that you were regarded as a philosopher in whatever
Well,
she did.
you would be considered an expert in a very hyper specialized field.
Yes. Yeah, but PhD means philosopher, right?
Yep.
You get a philosophy in. So technically you are a philosopher in a thing. Yeah. 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 A PhD in giantology, yeah.
Giantology.
Yeah. I fucking met this guy. He's like 8 feet tall. He said he fucking has Anunnaki genetics. If you
ever get back into playing music, that's your album name. You're gonna call it Giantology.
Giantology, there you fucking go, yeah.
Yeah, that's your next album. If you ever get back into that, that's gonna be your next album title right there.
They was real. They was here. Yeah, fuck. Who knows? What do you had something you were gonna share, weren't you? Before I interrupted
I have
you
many
with
things
this.
that I could share right now.
Okay, well, maybe let's start doing that. Just to.
Well,
yeah.
How dark do we want to go today?
Well, I don't know if we want to go human trafficking dark, although we could end up there, I guess, if that's what you have. So, yeah.
Fuck. Okay, well, maybe we'll just briefly touch on it and then just leave it at that, because there's a couple of news articles about it now.
Jesus Christ. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah.
We don't have to go too deep on it, but here, I'll share the first picture. This is the one I showed you today at the gym.
Yeah, so this is a new thing? This fucking thing that we got here?
This is a very, very new thing, supposedly, of the last couple days.
Oh, Christ
I'll
Jesus.
show you, this is a next one. This is to show, like, the greater area where it was.
Oh my God, okay.
Alright, so let's look at the context of this first picture. So as we can see, this appears to be...
It's in Chinatown?
I don't think it was in Chinatown. It's like next to it, but...
Oh, it's in LA, okay. Alright.
Yeah, but it's in Los Angeles.
Okay.
So from what I gather, this is what's going on here.
Uh-oh.
Is that this appears to be some kind of debris yard.
Yes.
Or junk yard. And a bunch of people have laid out the spelling of help that you can only see from the sky or overhead. And there's one part that says Trafico. Now, I can't just see it I can't just find it right here, but that was one of the one of the words spelled out was Trafico, FBI, LAPD.
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
Yeah. And the thought is that has somebody on Google Maps or Google Earth stumbled upon a trafficking site?
Oh, God.
Oh, yeah, that's where it is. Trafico, right above the red pointer.
Yeah, right there. Yeah. Trafico. I see traffic. I can't see the O, but yeah. Oh, yeah.
So, which article would you like? Do you want the Daily Mail or do you want the Deepseek article?
Oh, we'll go with the Daily Mail is usually the audacious one, so we might as well go with that. That's
all right. Well, let's go with the Daily Mail then. There you go.
Disturbing truth behind help sign sparks seen in LA that sparked international conspiracy. Oh my God. Okay.
So I saw a little bit about this yesterday, just as I was browsing around on the internet as I was watching football.
Yes.
And then I saw that it was still there, and when I first looked at it, I thought, "There's no way that's real. That's got to be fake." Because they said they would have, if it was really a trafficking site, they would have moved. They would have probably made sure that they would move the sticks and whatnot, so that there wouldn't be the words "help" going off. But here we are a day later, and it seems to have gained some legs. That there were some people that were not only digging this on the chans, but they were also digging in on this on Reddit, I think. And I didn't pull up any of the Reddit stuff. But that was the thought, though, is that this is the Spanish words for what they have: Trafico, Terrorismo, and LAPD, Federal, and FBI. And the image went viral on social media over the weekend.
Jesus. They're not super recent. They're a couple years old. Maybe 2023 or 2021. Yeah.
Maybe it was just somebody that just happened across it now. So if that was the case, then these are long gone now. But it still seems suspicious to me to go through that. But I guess it supposedly has legs. The thought from digging around in it a little bit was that there were supposedly what's this one person say here? There's a deep subterranean system under the surface that the access points are covered by containers that they use cranes to remove. A lot more going on than what's visible on the surface. That's what one guy said in one of those Twitter pictures. Anyway, depending on how deep you want to go, we can just leave it at that, or we can go a little bit further.
They have an interview here with a guy named Jose.
Okay, what's the name of the dog?
Pull this up.
Seuss?
Yeah,
and
Seuss.
Seuss belongs to someone here? Sorry, buddy.
Yeah, careful. Careful.
Yeah,
Seuss belongs to, she has an owner.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that dog is named Seuss. And Seuss has an owner, because she was tied up in the rain. He was tied. Oh, I thought it was a he. But yeah, he was tied up in the rain.
Oh, wow.
And so I was filming because everybody wants to know why there's the help sign.
I remember seeing that.
Oh, this one guy, he puts that.
Is that guy's name Jose?
Yes.
Okay, that's what they told me too.
Yeah, that's Jose. Yeah.
So there's a guy named Jose who just keeps putting help.
Yes, he does that.
And
he does that. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Still on TikTok, Barry. Yeah. Say sus, but I think it means Seuss. Okay. Yeah. Seuss. Yeah. I'm supposed to say Zeus. Yeah. That's what she said. Yeah. Oh shit. No. How much deeper does this go? I mean,
Well, supposedly I read that this particular site is in between 3 car dealerships, and that a lot of the car dealerships would use it as a dumping spot. That it was a very convenient location. Now, this could very well just be some prankster just going around just putting stuff up and being wouldn't it be funny? Holy shit, what if we got people on the internet starting to talk about this stuff? Oh my god, we're gonna put help, Trafico and whatnot, around there. But I don't know. I initially thought this was a big hoax, but there are people talking about it. Could be it. There's some other things I have. I do have the thread pulled up. Again, if you want to go a little bit deeper in it, there's a little further evidence here.
We can,
look at this. All right. So this is a picture. This is taken. This is December 19th, 2019.
Oh god.
So I like this
okay.
video.
High-level police commander and wife indicted on 150 counts for child sex ring. Sex with animals. Oh, wonderful.
There's a high-level Livingston Parish Sheriff's Officer deputy who commanded the SWAT team, and his wife had been indicted this week on more than 150 felonies for unspeakable crimes against children. Dennis Perkins, 44, and his wife Cynthia Perkins, 34, are accused of multiple counts of child rape and the production of child pornography among, other disturbing charges.
Oh, so the connection to this thing is, what's the connection?
They would say that it would happen that there was evidence in the area to say that, okay, some things like this are happening in the area, and that would this be a spot where this maybe is happening. In other words, it's not direct evidence, but it's suggestive of perhaps investigation. Much like what we do here, you know.
Get in on the dark, fucking dirty rumors. It's like, are we going for fucking frazzle drip here tonight, or like where are we stopping? Where are we putting the brakes on? I guess are we going right to frazzle drip or what? Yeah.
Well, I got other things that we could do now. Yeah. Supposedly there are street shots.
Yeah.
Across the street, or there were with screenshots from across the street and across the street. I can't talk to. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
That also have the words "help" like tagged on like billboards and whatnot. So that was the other thing that made me think that it was like, okay, what's going on here? Let's see if we can see if there's anything else. There's a bunch of.
I see Digi. People in position, I'm reading through the comments here. In Los Angeles were charged with sex crimes towards minors where there are shipping containers known to be used for trafficking found next to help signs. The same city is burning while people are saying part of why it's burning is to cover the tunnels. Oh my fucking God, man. You imagine if that was, they started the fires just to fucking try and cover up the evidence of, I mean,
Good Lord.
It's a dark, yes, no break straight gas, Jesus Christ, yeah.
Yeah, even think about that is just like the fires is like a way just to kind of, there's a big red herring to this. Holy smokes.
This is channel 69 here for everybody. If I we just go down deep and dirty with all this shit, I mean.
I'd like another picture to you. This was close to the help sign, so you can see it's on like a billboard.
Oh, yeah. I'm thinking there might be a guy involved that is homeless and has a lot of time on his hands. Is what my initial.
I mean, like that's what I thought too.
Yeah, as soon as possible, FBI urgent. I would imagine it's probably related. I wouldn't doubt there's dark shit going on there. Yeah, the blood sugar sex magic going on there. Fucking LA. It's a fucking strange place. So. Yeah, I was gonna go years ago. We were in Las Vegas, and like we got a van, and I was gonna go, but it was like 5.5 hour drive one way, and I was like, you know what? Honestly, I don't even fucking care. I'd rather just hang out in the desert than go there. Yeah.
Is this a guy that went to? Is this a guy that actually went to go investigate this?
Oh, did he?
I'm just trying to look through. I would share the thread, but.
There's
some particular things that you probably don't.
Probably not. Yeah.
What's this? The sheriff's van that was next to that, but I mean that doesn't mean anything.
Read this comment. There's a particular house in some city that is in Portland that painted on his roof, which is highly visible to people landing in the local area. Traffic. Welcome to Portland is pure troll. So I mean, shit happens, but twice as coincidence, thrice as suspect. Yeah, man. Oh well, that's those are always deep, dark conspiracies, the human trafficking ones, man. We had an incident in the city here, actually, GALENTV. Oh my God, yeah, where they found people in shipping containers. Yeah. That was it was quite a few years ago, but they were trafficking people.
I was told that that this is supposedly what is done. I was told by an individual that if you are, at the local mall or grocery store or something, you come back to your vehicle and you see a zip tie on your door handle, you get the hell out of there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, supposedly now the people that were found, I believe, were illegal immigrants. So they were coming from wherever, Africa, the Middle East. So they were trying to come here. So they paid to come here. But yeah, there's the worries too that there are people who are I know they're taking vehicles. So they were stealing rental cars, because I was in the industry for a little while. They were stealing rental cars and just driving them into shipping containers, throwing them on the boats, and the boats were ending up in the Middle East. So, Ellen Degenerate. Oh, yeah. Fuck yeah, I know.
Ellen Degenerate. Ellen Degenerate.
Yeah.
That's funny. Well, there was that case, what was this, like a year or 2 years ago, where there was that family that was from India that effectively froze to death because they tried to cross the United States-Canadian border.
Oh, yes. I remember this now. Yeah.
Anyway, so they were coming from Canada to the United States, and that whole thing was just like a setup, like scam. Did you see the message that the guy said? He's like, once you make it across the river and whatnot, then all your dreams will come true. You just have to keep going.
Oh.
And they goddamn froze to death out there because it was like, what was it? It was like -15 or something. It was real cold that day.
Poor people. Jesus. Did he get charged? That fucking idiot that told him that? Should just publicly fucking...
There was an investigation, but I can't remember what came out of it. That supposedly the CBC went over and they actually tried to ask him questions about that, and the guy just effectively looked at it and he just walked away and just say no comment.
Oh man, holy fuck. Yeah, I have seen some of the other Pizzagate stuff. Yeah, did you? I was going to read Wayne's comment. There's evidence from ancient texts and archaeological findings that suggest child sacrifice is practiced in various cultures, including some Israelites who may have sacrificed their children to Baal or Yahweh. Yeah, Baal was a deity supposedly that demanded sacrifice. That's out of Mesopotamia originally. I forget what the name was, but in Mesopotamia there were a couple deities where people sacrificed their children to, all across the globe. I mean, in fucking Mesoamerica, holy shit. I mean, the Aztecs, the Mayans, the Aztecs in particular, I think, sacrificed everybody. There in South America, there are cultures that would sacrifice their young girls to the volcanoes. There was one incident I was reading about where every year or couple years they would sacrifice a young virgin woman. She would jump into the active volcano, to settle it so it wouldn't blow up. So all kinds of different reasons why they would want to do that. But yeah, the question is there some dark cult of people that still do that now with children, just abuse children? I mean, it's a dark part of humanity, and that a lot of people just don't really want to contend with. And
what was that thing that Alex Jones said? He said it always starts with peace and love, then it ends in sacrificing babies.
Sacrificing babies, yeah. I mean, there's fucked up instances where that stuff happens in different locales, where in the small town America, somewhere in Alabama, some guy fucking, kills some baby for Satan. He's high on meth and shit, it's the question really, Alex's whole band, his dark conspiracies that the elite are engaged in sacrificing children for some satanic practices so they can reach out to these entities, these alien gods, and get technology from them or something. He's just full in, they're blood drinkers and shit. And it's is there the adrenaline's in the blood when they kill them, and that's where the whole adrenochrome thing comes from, and they drink the blood, and it's holy fuck, man. I mean,
speaking
I don't know.
Of aliens, I didn't see the earlier part of your broadcast, but I see the Mantis people are listed on the title there. Did you in fact talk about the Mantis people?
Yes, we did. So Dr. John, what's his last name again? Fuck, I probably closed it. He was he was one of the guys in the recent News Nation podcast. He was alongside Jake Barber. He was a manager, managed some program at DARPA. He was a Delta Force operator. He has a PhD. He's a cognitive psychologist. And supposedly one night he was visited by a 7-foot-tall Mantis alien who was chewing him out for not cooperating with the previous abductions.
Were the fellas like this? This picture I just sent you.
Let me see. Listen, I don't know. Like, I mean, obviously we meme here. I mean, he's a pretty accredited person to be saying those things. I mean, yes, identical to them. Yes. This is supposedly what he looked like. He was 7 feet tall, and even his mandibles. He said he opened up his mouth and he was so frustrated with him. He said, "Listen, you're just a fucking sack of meat. It's your soul's all that matters." And then he started like projecting a thought into his mind of his mandibles eating his cheeks, like tearing chunks out of his cheeks, his cheeks on his face. Although maybe it was the other cheeks, I don't know, in actuality, but it was quite a vicious like encounter, but ultimately he didn't think the thing was negative, I think that he said. It was just frustrated with him, and that's how it showed its frustration was like, you look, we're all just souls, you're just in this vehicle, I'm in this vehicle, we have to do stuff with your vehicle, stop fighting it.
Stupid, feeble human.
Yeah.
Cooperate or witness your death.
Yeah, Tylenol. Yeah, didn't actually rip his cheeks off, but it sent a projection into him of ripping his cheeks off. Oh, Grand Designs. What's up? Oh, yeah, there you go. The ancient Carthaginians. Here you go. Is more than 5 years old. Yeah, really did sacrifice their children. Carthaginians, sorry. After decades of scholarship denying the Carthaginians sacrifice their children, new research has found overwhelming evidence this ancient civilization really did carry out the practice. Young children as an offering to the gods. It could even hold the key to the civilization was founded in the first place. Really? Yeah. I mean, how would you know, though? It operated from 800 BC to 146 BC. Yeah, sacrificed by the Carthaginians and locations known as Tophets. How did they do it, though? If we accept that child sacrifice happened on some scale, begins to explain why the colony was founded in the first place. Interesting, yeah. I mean, very disturbing, but like, who knows? Like, they did it in secret sects, like cults that did this practice. They believed there was a purpose to it. I mean, it's disturbing. Some people think that there are some psychos today that actually still participate in these kinds of cults, and they harken back to these times. And people, to be completely honest, I know there's probably some people maybe that know people or have friends or maybe you're part of the Freemasonry, but the Freemasons celebrate and participate in some of these ancient rituals, not the child sacrificing, at least that we know of. But, they go through some of these ancient rituals and they kind of relish this time period, the Mesopotamian time period and whatnot. And there were some dark things that happened then, and it is kind of concerning. You have people obsessed about that and keepers of sacred knowledge, and they're very mystical, and I don't know. Hopefully that the high upper echelons are not involved in this kind of shit. That would really be one of the concerns, honestly. So yeah, it was sorry.
I got another picture for you there. It looks like it's just a higher render, though, or a higher resolution of the previous one. But there's a couple more little bits of detail on it.
Oh my god, are they digging into their cheeks here, like properly? Like, holy fuck! Let me see. Oh, there we go. Oh, interesting. Let me just read this comment. I wanted to say thanks for live streaming the Jig Barber interview. You're in Australia. There's no legit way to watch News Nation. You're in public service. Oh, well, listen, Tylenol. Thanks for the follow. Yeah. Cheers, kind. Thanks. Appreciate it. Yeah. That's what I do. I have philosophical conversation here about aliens, but we brought that to the people, and I'm glad that you enjoyed it. Yeah. Although, to be completely honest, it was kind of a letdown, but it is what it is, right? It was entertainment, at least.
The real disclosure was the friends we made along the way.
Isn't that what it is? These friends here, dark, dank, cramped spaceship, lobster-like. This happened in '96. Nodding his head strangely. They didn't seem to care about her. Tall, gray, real skinny, buggy looking. Interesting. This is David Chase. Interesting. Yeah, they're just
Let me direct you
people
up to the top right-hand corner of Mario Valdez.
I see that. Yeah.
Now, does that remind you of any particular incident? Perhaps this picture will reignite your memory. Now, we've talked about this on the stream before.
Yeah.
But perhaps this will jog your memory.
Oh my god. Is this the turkey UFO? People that don't know.
The turkey UFO. Now, we've talked about this one, and I think the explanation was that it was like a cruise ship.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Some people are. Yeah.
I am not just satisfied with the cruise ship explanation myself.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's pretty similar. Yeah. It's pretty simple, but it's not an exact match. This was always one that I always thought that was always just a little bit interesting to me. Now that might be because this is around the time when you're starting to when I'm starting to like really get into it.
Yeah.
Yeah, these are super blurry images though. That's why they had to outline the little mantis alien there, see?
Yeah. That's true, yeah. Is that, they think it was? Okay, I do see that. I always thought the two, like, shiny bits on the top left were the alien heads. But I see now that it looks like it's something else.
Yeah, so there's, you're supposed to be able to see 3.
Yeah.
In there. You're supposed to see the two little gray aliens in the background. Then in the foreground, you see the mantis that they have highlighted.
I see. So are we thinking this is in the middle of an abduction? They just did this out in the open, like out for everyone to see? Yeah.
Well, I mean, it could be like what that 4chan leaker did. It said like a year ago how maybe this is just their tour bus and they're taking a little visit on Earth. You can see the aliens going, yes, and we can see these around the feeble aliens, how feeble humans live in this particular nation.
Picking people up, probing holes, tearing up cheeks, fucking doing whatever the fuck they want. Like, this is quite the tour. I mean, Jesus Christ, yeah. Yeah, very interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I kind of have the background of it. I know it's a video. So yeah, I don't. The cruise ship is one explanation. The distance, but
that was. I know that one was offered here, and the match, it's pretty close, but it's not. It's not exact.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't know if I just buy the cruise ship one fully, but
core the asshole.
You know, I'm willing to just say like, oh, this is it. This is a disclosure here. It'll be a AI generated image, and I'll say, "This is it."
Yeah,
we got the real deal here.
That's how we take our knees out on this. Yeah. I apologize for all the tabs. I've got a ridiculous amount of tabs open. I know it's what I do here.
You got some, and then I'm feeding you some too.
Yeah, we're contributing to it. Will there be a cutoff? I don't know. They just keep getting smaller and smaller. I don't know. It's one of those things. It's like, it's interesting. I mean, could it be this incident here? Where did you find these? These are just on the chans or something, or they're just fucking?
Yeah, this is these ones have been floating around for a while. So there's two, not the first two of the sketches. I just found those today, but.
Oh, you did. Yeah.
I'll link some more of the turkey incident.
This is very relevant, yeah. Well, because I mean, again, we were just covering the Mantis entity earlier today that someone supposedly.
And I saw your title because I saw you went live. Earlier, I wasn't watching, and I saw the title said Mantis people, and I saw this, and I thought, oh well, they got something to talk about here.
This guy says he's only 6.5 feet tall. So, like, was the other guy just exceptionally tall? Are there Anunnaki Mantis? Like, what are we running into here now? Like, what the fuck's happening? Like, yeah. Fuck. Really? Like keyboards in the Space Coast? Yeah.
I did link 2 more pictures to you if you want to take a look at those.
Let's see. So this is a Mantis here, live in the flesh. Oh, okay, I see it now. I was having a hard time seeing it before, but I'm now starting to see.
It's really hard to make out.
Oh yeah, okay, I see him. So he's hunched over, and in this one, he begins to kind of look over at he's kind of go to the left, and he begins to look at the camera. Okay,
and then at the window there, but of course that brings to question, what are they doing with windows there? That seems very unoptimal for the aliens.
Well, it could be like just translucent. Who knows? We have no idea it's a window or not. It could just be a translucent part of. You would maybe need. You would probably need some translucent stuff to see through. Yeah. We do have Dr. Gur remotes. We have the Snake Wizard. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Okay. This is okay. It's interesting. Yeah. So what is, if this is a cruise ship, what's the explanation for these figures? This is just some strange coincidence, I guess. And it looks like some kind of an ET inside of this object. Like, I don't know what they're
put
watching.
in the phrasing of Trailer Park Boys, crazy chicken and liquor party up in the cabin.
Crazy chicken liquor party is that fucking just people just getting fucking wacky up there, huh? Getting wobbly. Damn it. Did I discuss the enhanced photos of the Las Vegas aliens? That story's kind of interesting. I think it's hard. I think we did, Tylenol. I think we did. I mean, who was it? Someone recently. It was James Fox or somebody actually thinks it may have actually happened. I don't know. I know the video is people were thinking it's just a shadow. But I don't know if there's been any kind of recent stuff that's gone on. Interview for content, brother.
Well, fucking more.
Yeah,
pull it up for you.
Yeah.
This is, should you ever be abducted by the Greys, just know that this is happening.
Yeah, let's fucking see this. Yeah. Ask about Vegas aliens. Oh my heavens. Hold on. Here we go. I got this right here. Is this, what's his name? Oh my God. There we go. Oh my heavens. You can breed her, but there will be a giant cuckold mantis watching you all the time in the corner. This is like the, what was his name again? The counselor from the UK? Simon Parks. This is like kind of the Simon Parks.
Simon Parks.
Yeah. Yeah, the Simon Parks incident where, yeah, you just gotta, you can have sex, but they have to watch. Like, they just be watching the whole time, seeing how the mating is done, yeah.
There's fucking cuckold mantis over in the corner going, yes, it's proceeding according to plan.
Holy fuck, yeah. Like, why does it happen so quick? Why was it so quick? The humans are quite quick. Holy fuck.
That's what we were thinking. He's saying, yes, I can relive this moment for all eternity now.
Yeah.
That's what they're thinking, maybe.
He's got to get a chair though. It's like the chair and the desk in like the hotel rooms. Like, I've seen so many memes of that fucking on Instagram in the mornings now. It's like there's like this office desk and the chair they call it like the cock desk, and it's like facing the bed. I was like, what the fuck? It's just sitting at the desk with fucking hands fucking like in a power position. Just, what the fuck, man? Like, yeah, holy shit. Yeah, I forgot to move the head. Yeah. Your dog watching you or a mantis? Oh god, yeah, the dog can be bad too. But yeah, the mantis might be like some new thing, some new kink for people. Where they look over, they're like, bro, like what are you even? Like, you just kind of like think you're hallucinating, but like that's a part of the fun. And then afterwards, it's still there, and you're like, oh, what the fuck? Like, this is a weird thing though. I mean, they could be watching people all the time. They could just be like literally, because they could see through walls and shit, they could just literally be in some like fourth dimensional space watching you, and there'd be nothing you could do, right? They could just maybe once in a while just like tap your shoulder and be like, fuck, you know, just kind of trip people out once in a while. I mean, holy fuck, yeah. This is the thing though. I mean, you know, yeah, why didn't the guy who encountered the 7-foot mantis, he must not know the stories, right? He's like, well, where are all the hybrid ladies? You know, like, what are you doing here, bud? Like, you criticizing me for writhing around the table. It's like, where's the hybrid ladies at? Yeah. A giant insect fapping in the corner would be a big no to me. You gotta broaden your horizons, Travis.
Yeah, that's a deal breaker.
Is it a deal breaker? Yeah.
Giant alien insect over in the corner. You go like, I don't know if I can do this right now.
Oh, you want Tom Cruise golf? Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. That would be interesting too. Yeah. Yeah. Buy our new 5D energy portal. You can't see them, but they can see you. Give them your own black hole by now. Oh my heavens. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Mother of God. Yeah. Jesus Christ. Simon Park. It's funny though. I was going to bring him up because we just talked about him the other night. Now, for people that don't know, I was going to put sex. The safe filter's on this, I think. So I got to be careful to fucking pull up alien mantis. But Simon Parks.
Alien coitus.
Yeah. So Simon Parks. It's very disturbing when I see the picture, actually. When he was a young lad, lost his virginity to, I think, an 8-foot tall mantis woman. Don't ask me how it happened. So he says, at least.
So he says.
Yeah. I mean, the first guy was definitely pretty audacious with the whole tearing the cheeks apart. But Simon tore her cheeks apart, I guess.
Wait, were
This is
those
a
the
fucking
face
story.
cheeks or the rear cheeks?
In Simon's account,
No, when you said the guy that got his cheeks torn off.
it was
were they
his
the
his cheeks on his face. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I was pretty sure when he
Yeah.
said that at first, and then he said cheeks again. I thought, wait a second, is he talking about his butt cheeks?
The great one. I can't even see it. It's fucking 18 mature content, for Christ's sake. Yeah. Oh my God. The story. Anyway. Yeah. We've gone over it here before, but it is a proper fucking. It's a proper meme. God. Jesus Christ. There's one illustration that's hilarious. Yeah, I know. I've seen. There's a couple of them that are pretty fucking bad. Like, fuck me. Where is it? Oh, yeah. Well, there's the milk drinking one. I don't know if that'll even come up. Like, oh my God. Isn't it just like him breastfeeding, being breastfed by this alien or something? Like, it's like, brother. Yeah. We saw that on here. He's just being breastfed by this alien. Yeah.
He does like these like aura readings. And I remember there was one that I watched, and it just like within the first 2 minutes after the introduction, he said, "You've got some Mantis alien, you. I can tell, and they're very good people, you know. So that's congratulations to you." And I remember thinking, how the hell does he know that? How can you see that through the computer? They're talking over Skype, and he's seen auras through Skype through the webcam.
I can fucking sense it in ya, boy. I can sense it in ya. I've been in them. I know them. I've been inside them. Yeah.
I think if I recall, he says he charges something like $50 an hour, and he says, you know, because I want this to be affordable to everyone.
I was gonna say
could have their auras read.
I was gonna say that's pretty reasonable. You go see a clinical psychologist, it's like $200 an hour now. So I mean, $50 is like, brothers, that's kind of a discount, really, when you think about it. You know,
the clinical psychologists, they might give you like insight onto like, you know, why you're not feeling good. You go talk to Simon Parks, he'll give you insight on why he's not feeling good.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, there's tons of these instances. I mean, that's almost something that we should go over at some point. Would be, I wish
Simon Parks fall into Simon Parks. Simon Parks.
I want to read this because where the fuck? I'll have to just a second. I'm gonna log in so I don't dox myself here. I'll do this. I don't really want to make an account. If I can just see this, that would be nice. Continue. Oh my God. Yes. Okay. I don't really care. Continue. Oh, fuck. I hate Reddit. I fucking hate Reddit. Yes, I'm over 18. Let me read the fucking thing. Okay.
Yes, I'm over 18. Are you sure you're over 18?
Are you sure you're over 18? No. Where's the thing at? He didn't. Oh my fucking Christ! Are you kidding me? Yes, I know that. This here. I'm trying to see the actual post. It's not showing up. That's annoying. Oh, for Christ's sake.
How do the Mantids ever recover? We make first contact with them, and we're going to say, "You guys are the biggest cuckolds in the whole universe. Why are we going to listen to whatever wisdom you've got?"
That's fucking literally it, though. I mean, yeah. Why does it keep sending me here? And then there's no fucking post, man. Oh, this is just annoying. Yeah. Just lurking in the corner. Yeah. Fuck's sakes. Oh, there's a whole subreddit called Mantid Encounters. Oh,
makes sense.
Oh my God. David Huggins abductee experience of Gray's Mantids and hybridization program.
Makes sense.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Are these just pictures of what happened? Like,
in the world am I looking at? And for an 8-year-old, I mean, you don't know what to think.
Oh, this guy.
Fainted or just fell down and curled up into a ball. And there were several little grays standing around me. But the next thing I know is that I hear 3 beeps and I am standing chest deep in these weeds. And I don't know how I got there.
Oh, this is the fucking guy who, okay.
Don't hold the baby like that. Cradle the baby in your arms. Listen, I've got to come there. No, you're not allowed. My baby's dying and I can't come there.
Did he paint those
Watch
pictures
this.
himself?
Yes, he did. This is the guy who depicted the very vivid scenes. I got them mixed up. Yeah, this is the guy who who did this. Yeah, yeah.
Did he also paint the screen?
You there? Oh, blast. I just got a delivery. Thank you. Just got a delivery. Fucking. Oh, that's hot as fuck. Yeah, he does explain it just a second. I think he goes into, is it right here? He has a picture where, like, see some kind of meltdown.
See that the baby's moving.
The style looks pretty similar to the Scream, actually.
Yeah, I'll play this little clip here.
Insect being is looking at me, and he says, "Come with me." And we go into another room filled with babies. And I'm looking at them, and I say, "Oh my God, whose babies are these?" He points to me. I wasn't so much as creeped out as I was surprised. I just like, whoa, no. I could not believe it at first. And, but they were my babies, and I had to help them.
There you go. There you go. He's got some deep seed. Yeah, fuck him. And he had a lot of babies. Holy shit. Yeah, there was a lot.
Really deep seed.
I love this painting he drew of like him just like naked, and they're like, oh, he's like all these children. What would you do though? What the fuck would you guys do if they picked you up? And I guess it would have to be guys in this instance, or it could be females, it could be girls too, actually, maybe with like eggs and stuff. And they were like, yeah, these are all your kids in these fucking like incubators and these test tubes, and look at what we've done with your seed, these hybrid babies. I'd be like, wow, that's fucked. That's really fucked.
You better not be coming. You better have money to raise these kids, because I don't have any money to help support this.
That's exactly right. So I didn't sign up for this shit. What are you talking about? Like, what do you mean? God damn it.
First thing you do is you look for the escape pod. They say, these are children. You say, I'm out of here.
I'm fucking
going picture.
Getting the fuck out of here right now, yeah. Yeah, good luck with your genetics, fuckers. Yeah, that's the thing, Brad. You have to pay child support with them. It's like, well, regular check-ins, I guess, with the babies. Maybe they've accelerated growth. Who knows? It'd be only like a year or two to be adults. Hard to say. Why did they choose this guy, I guess? Who knows? Just a reason. An artist, maybe.
So no one will believe him.
That'd be fucked if that's what it was. It had nothing to do with his genetics. It's just like he just wasn't a believable guy. Like just people just generally didn't trust him. Yeah.
That's got to be it. They just find like the people that you just look at them and you just say like, this guy's done. My bullshit meter's going off. There's no way that this guy had an encounter like that. And meanwhile, they're being like they're honest to God, telling the truth.
Oh fuck!
And then the aliens look and they say, "Well, we can abduct this one guy that he's an artist, lives a secluded lifestyle, and he looks kind of crazy, or we can go abduct the Giga Chad, who might produce better offspring, but he's going to tell everybody, and everyone is going to believe him. They might have disclosure because this guy says I banged an alien."
Yeah, holy fuck! Yeah, he's just gonna fight for it. Yeah. Walking home home alone at night, middle of nowhere, bumblefuck. Yeah. Man, just bumbling around, bumbled his way into some fucking manta bussy. What the fuck? There's Sasquatch on the fucking ship too? I didn't see that part. What the hell? Hold on. Let me just play this little clip. What the fuck is this?
Impression they were workers. The hairy guy, it was his eyes that always got me. There was the insect being. He reminded me of a praying mantis.
Wait, they had fucking Sasquatch in the ship too? That would make sense though when you think about it, really. It's like, where did the fucking half man, half ape thing that like floats through the jungle, floats through the woods and can't be found? Like, who's behind that? I mean, it kind of makes sense that they were behind him
the
too.
Hairy man, they say, "See this is your first son. He didn't turn out too good."
Imagine all the Sasquatch just hybrid programs gone sideways. Just fucking, it is literally someone's son out in the woods, half son, fucking tried to interbreed him with another ape and didn't work. Like, that'd be fucked. Yeah. I mean, who knows? That could have been all the different human races here in the past, right? The Homo florentes, Neanderthals, Homo sapien, the Denisovans. It could have been the giants, who knows? I mean, that could have been...
It was like what we read in the Lacerda files. It was the Elohim came and they made the 7 different generations of humans, and it turns out Sasquatch was like the 5th generation. They just didn't find them all.
They're still running around naked in the woods. Yeah. Man, I mean, is that what the cryptids are? Or are they just hybrid beings? Just they get stuck on Earth. The aliens fucking around with genetics.
They're supposedly like well, as far as the UFO field goes, conventional take. That's a lot of like the mythological creatures, like the Minotaur and like the Gorgon, and now I'm trying to think of all the other. I guess mermaids would be there. You know, they're all like effectively like human-animal hybrids that were done by the alien, and they're sick, twisted, fucking experiments.
They are the enemy. Here, I'll read through this quickly. This is an encounter someone had. He ended up on the Mantis Encounter subreddit. I will never forget my experience with the mantis-like beings. I'm a skeptical person. I don't believe things until I see and experience things firsthand. I expect nobody to believe me, but I had an experience in sleep which was so different than anything I could ever imagine. I locked eyes with two tall mantis-like beings who were in my basement. They froze me. I couldn't feel fear, excitement, or anything. In a flash, it was projected in my body into this bewildering realm of golden energy and light. I had no body in this realm, no worldliness. In the center, there was this gigantic golden orb of energy, pulsing and rotating. It was alive and moving rapidly. All around in this realm were these smaller blue orbs of energetic light, moving around, gathering in areas and zipping in and out of the giant golden orb like bees in a hive. Then boom, I was back in my body, back to the earth.
Boom!
Boom, big boom. Knock, knock, knock. A man in a black suit was at my door, took me to the side of my cabin and made me detail every single thing which was projected into my head. Okay, he had me up until the fucking men in black pulled him outside and questioned him. You had me going there for a second, bro. Yeah.
This is a good specimen. He gets one big boom.
Holy shit, he gets one big boom. Oh my god. There's a lot of these, That tactile vibrational buzzing that he talks about when it's coming on was very well described. Of a special relationship with praying mantids, the insects, and had begun to have experiences with mantis insectoid beings in the past couple of years. The first was on an average dose of mushrooms. Okay. My partner...
Hold on, what's an average dose?
I don't know. What are we talking here? Like 3 grams? Like fucking 7, 8? Like...
Did he do what old Adam did in Workaholics and just consume the bag?
That'd be a hero dose. My partner and I both felt its presence, and it was doing some sort of energetic surgery. It wasn't painful, and it wasn't communicating with me, but it was unsettling because it was so new. So I fought it a bit and had to get up and move around, but I realize now that it was likely doing a clearing or tune-up of sorts. I think one of my spirit's guides is a mantis being. Well, there you go. I've recently come face-to-face with it during meditation when I asked what my starseed origins are. Its head was exactly like a praying mantis, but instead of the mantis mouth, it had a small humanoid mouth. Huge, black, long, almond-shaped eyes, light brown with some very light green, partially scaly skin. It had a friendly, loving energy as it keened its face very close to mine and smiled, almost like a proud grandpa would, lol. Holy fuck, yeah. 3.5, Wayne? Yeah.
It's another recurring theme here, the mantis as these spirit guides. I've heard that one before.
Mantis to spirit guide. How the fuck does that? Is it the previous playthrough on Earth that like they fucking went through some shithole fucking insectoid phase, like humanoid insectoids? And then we get the monkeys?
That's actually not too far off.
Oh, really?
If I recall correctly, that's not too far off.
Well, where is this lore from?
From a credible source, obviously.
Credible source, yeah, okay, yeah. Goddamn.
Or as they say, the highest source, it was revealed to me in a dream.
Oh, yeah, well, that's fucking, I believe you now. Fucking, why the fuck not?
I can't remember where I read that, but it was, I have a hunch it was one of these green text stories we read, but they supposedly serve as like guides trying to guide I guess each living thing into like the next higher dimension.
Really?
That they can't ever get there themselves, but their like sense of purpose is to like guide others into that dimension.
So they're cocked still. They're cocked.
Yeah, they're still. Well, we've established they're the biggest cuckolds in the universe, both spiritually and physically.
Yeah. Fuck, I think a mantid might be here, actually. Fucking dog's going crazy. They're coming down.
I hear Edgar going.
They coming. Are they at the windows right now looking in? That might be a bad idea fucking with him. He'd probably rip their head right off. God damn it. Yeah, Jesus Christ. They must have been going nuts here on this subreddit when fucking that News Nation interview released. Fucking said this fucking guy, what's his name? Dr. John Blitch. That would have just fucking tickled their fancy big time. But like, oh my God. Like, oh my, he traveled.
Wright-Patterson Air Force.
Is that where he was?
Wright-Patterson. That's what it said in that article.
Was he at Wright-Patterson? Yeah, he ran a DARPA program. Yeah, he's one of the high-ranking op. He was one of the tier 1 operators. He was a tier 1 op. He was a Delta Force guy. He kind of explained that on Matt, the Good Trouble show. But oh, interesting. I traveled to an area. Now, this is something I've actually heard though too. So seriously, to elaborate on your point, GALENTV, I have heard of people who supposedly have had like experiences, like astral experiences, where they've had these like out-of-body experiences and that they've connected with these beings and that they looked like Mantis. They look like mantids. I've heard that. I've read that over the years. And some of it's kind of been unrelated to ufology. So who the fuck knows? I mean, that's very strange. So this is just a quick little snippet here, I think. So dear Linda, this going to Linda Moulton Howe? I don't know. I studied at the Monroe Institute from 2000 to 2006, then from 2010 to 2012. They're 74 years old. They've kept these experiences to themselves. I've followed your work since the publication of your 2-volume Glimpse of Other Realities. Yes, this is her. I enjoy the information you bring to the public on Coast to Coast AM and your Earth Files news website. The Mantis beings are real entities, this I know. After listening to your monthly report on Coast to Coast AM, December 17th, 18th, I decided to write you and share my personal experience with the Mantid beings. This experience occurred in 2012 while at the Monroe Institute in Faber, Virginia. I was taking a program called Star Lines, and one exercise was for the class to astral project from deep meditation to far reaches of the universe. We went to different galaxies for our experiences. I've been involved with consciousness work there at the Monroe Institute for 9 years as a participant. It has changed my life. We went to fucking the Andromeda Galaxy and met with, holy shit. Holy fucking Christ. Okay, if that guy was in my room watching from the corner, I might have a fucking problem, actually. That's a little bit much. I traveled to an area near the galaxy Andromeda and called for a guide to show me something about the Akashic records. I found myself in a ship in a large room, all metallic, standing there facing a large metal-looking die with 6 very tall beings who were sitting around the die and yet were taller than my height standing there. They were wearing purple hooded robes and their faces were long, angular, and hawk-like. Their skin was pale white with very large slanted eyes that were black with red irises. Their noses were long and straight. Here are 2 good images of the face I found on the web that are pretty spot on to what I've encountered. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that would probably keep you up at night. Oh, they're there. That's not the best picture of them either, honestly.
They're not very photogenic.
Not very photogenic. Yeah, that's not fair though. Yeah.
They're not a photogenic species.
Man, like would you just try to get your end way? I mean, if you could succeed with that guy in the corner watching, then you deserve a gold medal. I wasn't afraid at all seeing them or how they looked. The leader, who was sitting in the center of the group, spoke to me telepathically and said, "You've come far and evolved much. We are pleased." Oh my heavens. He looked from left to right at his fellow beings, and they had nodded from left to right, looking right at me. I surmised in approval. They finished nodding, and the leader stood up, rising 10 to 12 feet tall. Jesus Christ. He turned facing the back wall, and huge doors slid open. He led the way out down to a huge passageway with each member of the group following him. I could see the hall had an orange glow. Along the hall, there were what looked like carvings and pillars. The door slid closed. I was alone, intrigued, more curious, and our next session decided to go back. I think this is almost over here. Oh, how long is this? Okay, it's quite long. But okay, what else happened? Interesting.
Look for the picture.
Well, I was gonna say there isn't another picture, I guess. Yeah, this is it here. This is what you know. The leader said to me, "This is what you know is the Akashic records. Any star system that has intelligent life with souls inhabiting them, they have an equivalent hall of gifts." I inquired as to why they call the record gifts, and he said all experiences are gifts to the Creator. We are given the gift of life, and the gift we return to the Creator is the experiences we have. That's interesting. There is no good or bad or right or wrong, just experiences. This is how the creator experiences itself in infinite ways through its creations that create new and unique experiences. Interesting. Yeah. I lost my virginity. Hey, you're in the right chat. We're just talking about. We're just talking about.
On topic.
We just talked about a guy who lost his virginity to a fucking 7-foot tall mantis being. Yeah. Do they wear capes with a tall neck too? That's a good question. Actually, I didn't elaborate on that any further.
He's like that's. One guy was saying one of those guys. I can't remember the character's name. It's not Brack, but it's like the mantis guy on Space Ghost. Coast to Coast.
Oh yeah,
cartoon from the 90s, I think. Spin-off called the Brack Show, but that's not the character. He was like a cat.
Oh, he was.
I can't remember the. There was like a mantis guy that was on the show. I can't remember his name.
So this guy says there isn't any good or bad. That could be true though. Really, if this is some kind of a simulation. I mean, for who though? I mean,
what is good? What is bad?
What is bad? I mean, there's bad for us. Like there are things that are bad for us.
Yeah, but is that objectively bad or subjectively bad?
Depending on how you're looking at it, I guess. Yeah, maybe be for the best. Some people think it's for the best. We get wiped out the planet. You know.
The utilitarian thought. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? There's just like a couple hundred species that would just love to see humanity fail. And so they're just going to send all their weapons over and send planet Earth into the second dimension.
Yeah. Yeah. Valeris, things getting crazier day by day. We go back 20 years. Oh, brother, we're fucking stepping into the future now. I mean, we're floating off into the future. We're not grounded anymore. Just seeing what else he said here. I knew my purpose for being here. There is only one I, there, and we are at. This doesn't make any sense. We are expressions of the source, oneness. The beings there on the table look like giant mantis-type beings, but not exactly like the type we see as insects on Earth. I didn't feel any fear or threat from them at all. The leader was warm and comforting in his presence. Interesting. Cool. Yeah. That's interesting. He said, I am Ashkelon the Wanderer. I have been here in many forms and many guises. I was told that I was a scribe. Oh, that's true.
How many guises?
I'll answer this. Who traveled to many places to record the behavior of humans, to live among them, to understand them better. I was then to report my observations and experiences of determination of that physical life. I would return home to download and complete data of my human experience. I've persisted in many forms of life, and my soul evolves. His soul's name is Ashkelon. That sounds like probably a hallucination. I don't know if souls would use names like that, but we don't know what's like on the other side, right? Like
Ashkelon the Wanderer. What is he related to? Avalon the Observer? Is that what we're going for here?
That's a good question. I mean, who the fuck knows? Yeah, there's no.
I thought you'd have liked that one.
Who was that? What was the reference?
That was the boss in Udwar in Wrath of the Lich King. Is also known as Agalon, the Raid Destroyer, because nobody could fucking beat him, or he was like really hard.
Oh my god, I don't even remember. I can't even put the name to a boss. How do you spell it? Fuck.
Agalon, Aglaon, the Observer.
Agalon, classic raids. There's no specific raid named Agalon of the Observer.
We definitely spelt it wrong.
Oh, the star guy. Oh, yeah.
The star guy.
Yeah, fuck. The names I'd have to, yeah. This was your shit. Does he drop the star dagger? I was going to say, there's the famous...
Yeah, he drops the star dagger.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I remember him now, yeah. I was healing and playing a boomkin during Wrath of the Lich King. I never made it into fucking Ulduar. Never made it in there. Yeah.
Point being, is this guy from Andromeda, is he just another star guy like this guy?
That's how I would present it as. I mean, but I guess maybe like on their planet, like that's like a big deal for them. Like in our planet, like huge wizard beard, like long gray hair, like that's a cool look with the hood. Like maybe they just don't look as like mystical, like they're just like fucking like bug people, but it's just they can't grow beards and shit.
I whiffed on that name. That's Algalon.
Elgalon. Yeah.
Algol.
He was the secret boss after Yogg, right, Chad? Yeah. Yeah, fuck, man. Those are simpler times, weren't they? It was more difficult times. People who didn't play WoW back then, or maybe just play now in retail, don't understand that, like, during those times, like the first 3 games, like, a lot of people just didn't see the content. Because, you know, like, if you weren't a part of a decent guild or you weren't good enough, like, you just didn't get to see Ulduar. Like, it just didn't happen, right? Or you didn't get to see the end of it if you guys kept wiping, right? Like, you were just fucked out of it. So it's different now where everyone can see the content on lower difficulties, but yeah.
His little thing is that you had to, he decided that Azeroth was too tainted with the old gods, I think.
Oh, yeah.
And so he was effectively getting ready to reset the planet.
Right.
Recycle the planet, and you had to beat him in the raid to convince him otherwise.
He probably should have, actually, in hindsight now, thinking of where the plot went.
He probably should have. He probably should have. Yeah.
Fuck. Well, the heroes made a bad decision, you know? I wish they would allow the characters to, like, make bad decision. Like, a different realms, like, just fuck the whole place up. Like, you go to one realm. It's different now because they're all, like, you know, whatever they're called. They're all, like, interlaced together, but you go to one realm and everything's fucked. It's like, what happened? It's like they made the wrong decision.
That's kind of what happened in Warlords of Draenor.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of what happened in that one.
Mm.
Anyway, his point being, when he said whatever the other guy's name from Andromeda, I was like, what is he observing us? Is that what's going on?
The
Algo, is he the Raid Destroyer, the Earth Destroyer?
This is who he is. This is the man meditating in an asteroid projector of this place, supposedly. Who am I and who was I in another lifetime? He was, and maybe it's the other lifetime, he was Ashkelon the Wanderer. He'd been here in many forms and many guises. I was told I was a scribe who traveled to many places. So sorry, the Ashkelon was the last life he lived, I guess. To live among them, to understand them better. Yeah, well, fuck, there you go.
He's not telling us he was no Agalon the Observer.
He's just a little guy. He didn't have that kind of power, you know. The Mantis of all the power, you know. It's how do we contact him to enlighten us? Another bedroom visitation. These fucking guys, holy shit. He's in 1962 in my teenage sister's bedroom when I was 5 years old. My bedroom was opposite, and it was around midnight when I awoke and looked into my sister's room and saw this face near her bed staring at me. It was dark, but enough street light through the window to see the face. It had a triangular head with 2 big slanted eyes. The skin was green and mottled, like a frog. I got the impression it was not happy that I noticed its presence. I was not afraid and remember staring back at it thinking, go away. When I looked down and back up again, it was gone. It never mentioned this to anyone before in my life. Michael Collin, now you've mentioned it to the internet, so spaghetti. Must be the meme, spaghetti. Fuck, yeah. You just want to watch. I mean, that's what he's all about. That's a little weird looking at kids, though. I was like, what the fuck are you guys doing? Yeah. Another bedroom visitation.
If the human is 80 years old or 8 minutes old, I must see.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, we got a problem with these guys.
And
here, I'll play this little clip. It's only 2 minutes long. This is another guy who had a bedroom incident with him. Here, I'll play it.
Like a nightlight was on. It was like this glowing orange, like gold light. And at the foot of my bed was about a 6.5 foot tall mantis being. You know, beautiful. Yeah, I mean, not like a exoskeleton. You know, it's got skin. It's just, it looks like a praying mantis. You know, it's got fingers. You know, the same, like 3 long fingers that go all the way down to the forearm. Wow. Right, yeah. And then these just massive forearms, right? But this really like elastic, wrinkly looking skin. You know, and then I remember looking down. Jesus. You can see its belly. It's got like, I just remember the fat rolls on it. You know, it's got the tiny, you know, like a person, just little jelly rolls on them. You know. And goosebumps on it. You know,
this guy got an old pervert fucking mantis in his room here. This guy got an old Jim Bob mantis late at night in his fucking room.
Bumpy skin and the long neck with the, you know, mantis-shaped head, the big buggy eyes. And I remember just like seeing this thing and it bows to me, right? It bows and I'm like, why are you bow? Why is this I'm like in such awe. I'm like, why are you bowing to me? Like, I'm just a guy, you know, like don't bow to me, man, you know? And all of a sudden this just like, something clicked, and when I saw it, and I started cracking up. I couldn't help but just outburst laughter, because it was like, at that moment, I was like, oh my God, I'm reuniting with something that I'm intimately connected to. It's not just like, it's not just like, I've seen this before. No, there's an intimate connection, like, of like reunion, and it puts its hand out, and it touched me on the forehead. I'm just like, okay, black out.
Oh no.
Like, was he fucking it? Like, after Mantis mate, the female eats the male. That is fucking true, though. Yeah. Well, yeah. They've taken did Mantis have a take or opinion on the actual mantis we know here on Earth? I imagine they would be into them, wouldn't they? Or did we see that of monkeys? I guess not really. Yeah. All these people. I mean, I don't know. It's fucking. It's like it's weird. Has anyone Rule 34'd this? Like, I fucking haven't. I don't really want to, but yeah.
You didn't get that far in Mass Effect, did you? Like, you didn't get to the when you get the Asari squad mate.
No.
Okay, so they have like a thing. One of the things that they do is that effectively the way they have sex with people is that they do like this mind meld thing. That is exactly what this guy was just describing.
Oh my God, they're like brain fucking them, like they're fucking them in mind.
Yeah, they're brain fucking them. That's what's going on.
Oh my God, what the fuck, man? Like, you could do that remotely anywhere. Like, that's such a Jesus Christ. Okay. I remember a moment on DMT when I asked for some healing, and 3 infinity tall mantis-like beings with blue alien heads were above me doing some kind of energy work. They were moving or placing orbs of light on my body. What in the fuck, man? Little eggs inside my being. Did you see this?
Yeah. He's got spiritual parasites now.
Yeah, that's true. We gotta get them out. You gotta flash them out.
Yeah. You can't take medication for it.
Yeah.
Way.
You gotta reach out to the mantis. Gary Nolan on Ross. Did I? Maybe. Did he just post it now? 2 hours ago. He analyzes UAP whistleblowers' injury claims. I think I saw there was a clip that they previewed of it. I don't know if we've watched the whole thing.
I saw somebody today call Ross Coldheart an alien, and I thought somebody else finally has the same thought that I had.
He's a shapeshifter, yeah.
Yeah, he's a shapeshifter. Yeah. Ross is not from this planet. See, I come from a different planet, and that's how I get to contact all of these whistleblowers, because I force them to come forward.
He does have green eyes. I mean, maybe we're looking at a reptilian shapeshifter. It's hard to say. I mean, he did debate everybody recently.
I've never seen him blink sideways, so.
Yeah, well, not yet. We'll have to wait and see. That's coming soon. What did Gary say? I mean, this is like an hour long. Discuss what Nolan found while researching injuries for the CIA, as well as whistleblower Jake Barber's allegations he suffered permanent damage due to exposure to APs. Oh, yes, right. Because Jake, in one of the recovery missions, supposedly thinks he was subjected to like radiation, and that he worked with Gary to see if there's something actually wrong with him, and maybe he had developed cancer or something from that mission. I mean, fuck, you'd be suing the government, but if it's just a contractor, I mean, maybe that was part of the risk involved, and you won't get any kind of compensation. Who knows? Yeah, fuck me. I mean, Jesus Christ. Man, it is kind of weird. I mean, Mantis bedroom visit. Is this a visualization of it?
A couple weeks later, after we're at home in Syracuse.
So this is some kind of another incident. Man, I mean, obviously these are just like getting to be a bit much, honestly. Okay, yeah. All right, yeah, that's being a bit much, honestly.
What is this? I'm looking at. What is this? And I'm waking up more and more, but I'm also wanting to go back to sleep. So I close my eyes again. And then I open my eyes, and there's 2 beings standing in the doorway.
Boys, what the fuck are you doing?
Tall, skinny
The
beings.
fuck?
And I'm starting to become afraid. And I'm waking up more.
Oh my
and I
God,
want to reach
bro.
out to my husband who's lying next to me, and I want to shake him.
No, you
I
can't
want to say, wake up. Wake up. There's something in the room.
Oh my God.
But I find that I can't move. I can't speak. All I can move are my eyes. And I'm looking at these two things.
You just
in
have to
my room.
watch. Yeah. Holy
And I don't know
fuck.
what they are. Aliens aren't something I've ever thought about, read about. It's not in my life. And I close my eyes again because it's just too hard to keep them open. And when I open my eyes the third time, there are 3 beings in my room. There's one standing in the doorway. And the first 2 are at the foot of the bed.
Fuck.
And now I'm fully awake, paralyzed, unable to speak, and I'm watching them come
What would you do?
along the foot of my bed, to the left side of me. And the first one comes up right next to me, right up about at my hips. And he extends his arm like this. And he has these long hands and long segmented fingers, like 5 segments. And he takes one finger and he puts it in my nose and he pushes my head back into the pillow. And it hurts, it's sharp, but I can't scream, I can't move, I can't even raise my hand to knock him away. I can do nothing. And I'm terrified. And I don't know what's happening. But I know it's real. It's not a dream. I'm awake. I am completely awake. And this goes on for a moment.
I mean, let's be real. There's worse places that finger could have gone. You know, really. Let's be honest here for a second. that fucking that could have been way more painful probably in the fucking nose. You know, especially if it was a man.
And I close my eyes and I go back to sleep. And it's over. When I wake up in the morning, my nose is draining profusely on that side. It's like I have allergies or a bad cold. My eye is pink and just watering. And I tell my husband, who's getting ready for work now, that I think I had a spider crawl into my nose. And I start blowing my nose, trying to get this out because I could feel there was something in there. And that feeling was awful. It was like, I want to get this out. It was like it was almost a panicked feeling that I had. I wanted to get this out. There was something in there that didn't belong. Foreign body. There was a foreign body in my nose and it needed to come out. And for 3 days, my nose drained and I blew it. And my friends that saw me were like, "What's wrong with you?" And I'm like, "I don't know. I think a spider crawled into my nose and I can't get it out." A year or 2 later, I'm having really terrible TMJ symptoms. The temporomandibular joint is where your mandible sits.
Okay,
right
this is
here.
another fucking incident.
It's your jaw. My jaw had become dislocated. I was at work. I was an X-ray tech. And
Okay, I just think I've had enough of that. I don't think I can listen anymore. So they just walk into the room at night and just stuff their finger up some woman's nose. Like, are they just high as fuck? Like, is this wander into somebody's house, just start fucking fingering people's nostrils and shit?
Those mantis have such vile fingers.
Your fingers.
Sticking fingers where they should not be.
Holy fuck, yeah. Jesus Christ. What's her name again? Fucking from Elden Ring. I forgot what the fucking name that lady is.
It's like the finger reader.
Finger reader, yeah. Not your fingers.
Just let me read your fingers. As soon as they showed the finger going to the nose, that was all I could think
That's
about.
all I could think about, yeah.
There's no such vile finger.
How deep must we dig for your secrets? I'm not saying it's a case here, but tech ladies have been known to engage in exotic fantasies. Is that a thing? Is it? Cook up some weird faya, they start coming in and they start doing weird like foreplay like that. Yeah. Let me guess, a sexy mantis came to your bedroom. Yes. Yeah, they put a finger up her nose.
It was sexy mantis.
I don't know how sexy they were. They're like kind of awkward and like autistic, like in their movements. Like they're just like,
Oh, it's an alien. What do you expect? You would figure that they'd be they'd be even beyond what we would consider autistic. Probably.
Why though? Would you think if this advanced civilization would just have fucking this swagger, this riz, like they just fucking walk in, like just fucking like, what's
Fingers will unlock your secrets.
they just like, Yeah.
Open up to us. Like sticks the fingers far up their noses and we'll go into our brain. Yeah. Touches your mind.
I mean, why do they have to be awkward? I guess if they're insect based, they wouldn't necessarily be our perception, but like, you know, like you think they'd just be like, they would have this riz to them. Should they not though? Should they not have a riz?
They might not be insect based. They just might look like insect. They just might look that way, you know?
Holy shit. This is a rabbit hole to go down here. These are all in the last month, by the way. These posts. So this is fairly active. Oh yeah, all these posts are just in the last month alone. Now this is from 2006, but like,
oh no, that's Graham Hancock. I was about to say, is that our guy Simon Parks? But that's our other guy, Graham Hancock.
Graham Hancock on contact with insectoid beings in the DMT dimensions. Yeah, I think he's talked about that with Joe. Graham's done a shitload of ayahuasca. He's been down to South America like dozens of times.
He also said it should be mandatory for politicians to take DMT.
Mind-altering, expanding substance. Yeah,
or was it ayahuasca? I can't remember which one it was.
DMT generally, I think. Yeah, they have some kind of a psychedelic experience.
It was quite the statement.
Well, they'd have some kind of ego death. Maybe if you give them enough of something, maybe that's what they need, right? If they're so uptight, they need some kind of an ego death to kind of straighten them out. So, yeah, fuck me. Yeah, clearly it's a meme. Yeah, he's done so much ayahuasca that if he gets cremated when he dies, the entire city of London will trip massive balls. Maybe that's his whole plot, man. That's his plan. He's gonna enlighten everybody with his ashes.
Joe, I need to do more ayahuasca so that when I die at my funeral pyre, everyone will know what it's like to be me all the time.
I couldn't imagine doing that shit, man. The stories of people that have gone down and done it, like, fuck that. Like, sometimes the trips last for like 8 hours or something ridiculous. And I think it's almost every time for some people, but like at least the first couple times, you just puke. You like throw up. Like, so you're like tripping out and puking. You're in the fucking jungle. It's hot. There's bugs everywhere. Like, man, fuck that. Oh my God. I just can't imagine I'd have a good experience doing that. And then there was that poor kid. He's like 18 and he went down and he died. He died in the trip. While he was tripping balls, he died. Can you imagine that? Can you just imagine? It's like the worst fear of, man, fuck that. Ascended. He ascended.
Maybe maybe that was part of the ascension process.
So, Jesus Christ, leave the physical body. Yeah. I don't know, man. Like, you know, I'm sure there's some people that are like shamans down there, but you know, I see some of the guys and like the rig he's cooking it up in, I'm like, brother, like fucking like, who taught you how to do this? Like, it wasn't like your grandfather who was like a shaman. It's like you went on YouTube and he's got like a bunch of like old water bottles cut in half and that's what he's serving the fucking stuff in. I'm like, what in the fuck is this Jimmy rig? Like, I want like real ceremonial teacups from like, you know, handmade ceramics. I want like I wouldn't go down to fucking Ricky's fucking waterside fucking DMT cookery and fucking sip on that shit. Like, that's what you, Jesus fuck.
Yes, you would like to sit in the nice fine tower above the jungle, sipping on your ayahuasca tea with a scone and the paper open to the periodicals.
Yes. Yeah, that's what I want. Yeah. Yeah. A nice king bed to go pass out in if I puke too much. Yeah. Oh my God, Allison Blunderland. I saw a mantis creature while on mushrooms a couple of years ago, only in my mind's eye, but I'm kind of offended my experience didn't get sexy.
As far as you're aware.
Well, Allison, yeah, maybe, who knows, when you went to bed.
As far as you know.
They seem to hang around people's bedrooms late at night and like to stand in the corner and watch, so I don't know what the fuck, who knows what happened.
Well, I suppose, as we've established, the mantis are the universal cuckold, so they're probably not going to get sexy.
Honestly, that sounds like, yeah, the meme here, yeah. Yeah, isn't that interesting? So you actually had, I thought I misread that, had her whole consciousness sucked up, into a corridor where a very caring and loving praying mantis with a baby in her arms came to her and showed her the baby. Okay. Yeah.
All right, then.
Buckle up before you come on this subreddit, everyone. Yeah. An idea for new trailer for Trailer Park Boys season. Ricky starts serving a ayahuasca. That's fucking great, actually. Yeah. Well, brother, I want the tourist experience sometimes. Stuff like that, yeah. I literally do.
Yeah,
I
come on,
literally
it's awesome. It's Oscar. Yeah, it's Oscar. That's what it is. Oscar from goddamn Evangelions on ayahuasca.
Oh.
I'm trying to think how you would mispronounce that.
Oh.
Yeah, it's awesome. You get high as fuck and you puke everywhere. Great time.
Yeah, fucking Ricky on ayahuasca. Yeah, that'd be fucking, yeah, Oscar. Yeah, I just purposely mispronounced it. Yeah, fucking, yeah. Holy fuck, yeah. A visit. Oh my heavens. Someone just coming on fucking trolling them. Yeah, Giga Chad in the house coming on trolling the fucking Mantis Encounter subreddit. Yeah. He saw 3 Mantis beings in 1987, and if I live to be 1,000 years old, I'll never forget that experience. I was so terrified, but they spoke to me telepathically and reassured me that they were there to help me, and they did. They kept apologizing for the way they looked to me, and although it's a long story, they helped me and didn't hurt me at all. I didn't tell anyone for over 30 years and never ever heard of an alien looking like a praying mantis until 30 years after my encounter, and I was shocked to see it in a picture. I'm very serious about this. It was real, and I'm not one to make up things like this. I've only told one person in 36 years, and it wasn't until 6 years ago that I first mentioned it. The only one until now.
You're telling the internet.
These are comments off of YouTube videos, by the way. So,
oh,
holy fucking Christ, yeah. You were in your bedroom alone, but no, they just felt like a really dear friend that came to help calm me through a bad trip. Isn't that interesting? Yeah, that's intriguing. Yeah, Allison.
Well, they are the spiritual guide, as we have talked about.
Well, they seem to be. I mean, who knows? That's how we think of these advanced beings, maybe in these higher dimensions or different realms or wherever the fuck all the aliens went, right? And they just happen to look this way.
Maybe that's why they lurk at the corner. They're just trying to make sure you're with the right partner.
That's kind of a weird way of doing it, but just fucking, yeah.
Just observing there.
Make sure that they're the right fit. This guy's got to be the right fit for you.
We're going to have to intervene if it's not the right person. You're not going to like it.
Yeah, you like them. Yeah, you could like us. You could maybe we're the right fit, right? Holy shit! I've used some of these, man. These fucking comments. I've used DMT maybe 50 to 65 times. Holy fuck! And one trip was very different to the others. Instead of being thrown into a magic, colorful realm on this occasion, I was laying at what I describe as an invisible table, moving through a tunnel of dark and gray mechanical-looking walls. There were 3 mantis beings standing over me, and they seemed to be performing a kind of inspection or exam, and I somehow felt like they were doing some kind of psychic surgery. And I felt like they were removing energies from me, but I wasn't afraid. I live in Ireland, and I've only seen a couple photos of praying mantis online or in documentaries previously growing up. I had no idea people were claiming there were actual mantis beings abducting people. Only recently I did hear this aspect of the UFO phenomenon. So it's very strange that they appeared to me in that setting. They said it was totally unlike any other DMT trip I've ever had. Maybe fucking overdosed. They fucking had emergency bring you up into the craft.
Yeah, you just have living too much that one time.
They're in the corner of the room just watching. They're like, oh, fuck. Yeah,
they're just there saying, he just took a bit too much. The illusion is gone.
Fucking Jesus Christ, yeah. It makes me wonder if the dimensions that DMT bring you to with obvious intelligent entities might actually be real. Well, man, it could be fucks with that transmitter, right? Who knows? I mean, wherever you, yeah. I don't even know. Fuck me. Yeah. So far, this
is a nice little subreddit.
Well, yeah,
I'm not sure if it's ironic or not, but it's a nice little spot.
Well, yeah, they're interesting stories, man. I mean, yeah. So what we know of these mantis aliens is that they like to watch, sometimes touch, kidnapping, and gene sampling when they're not watching. They like shoving their fingers up people's noses, I guess. And my luck, a mantis would appear in my bedroom.
Unlock their secrets. Your secrets are behind with my fingers.
My fingers. It proceeded to explain that it had been trying to reach me about my car's extended warranty for some time. It could be. Maybe that could be a fucking thing, yeah. Yeah, but if you did 50 to 65 times and only showing up on one trip, how does that make sense to this guy, I wonder? That would be an anomaly, I guess. So maybe he just happened to use it when they were about to pick him up, and then he just recalled the event. That or he was recalling a previous event and had a recollection of it, Oh, is this, one of the, there was a sighting. I think it was in Alaska, though. I don't think it was in northwestern Canada. But I think it was in Alaska. I don't remember if there was a footage in this, but there was somebody, I feel like it was somebody like somewhat famous that had an encounter on a highway. And they came over like a hill. And when they came down the hill, it was just trees for as far as the eye can see, like spruce trees. And there was a craft like just hovering over the road. And the whole top of it was translucent, like it looked like it was glass. And they could clearly see a mantis-looking alien in the craft. And it just kind of like slowly went up, like they went right under it, slowly went up and flew off. Fuck, I remember watching that on TV. There was a recreation of it, but it was, I forget who saw it. I don't know. It's probably somewhere. You probably looked for it, but I wonder if this is what it was going to be, but it's not, because a similar experience, 1956. So these are YouTube comments here. In West Coast of Canada, I had laid down on a night full of stars on a beach near home, and on staring at the stars, I wondered what it was like on them. A week or so later, my bedroom was awakened by what looked like 3 or 4 odd child-sized children with largest heads. On walking over, they seemed friendly, and one held out his hand, which I held. We seemed to pass through the walls and ascend to what seemed to be a structure or craft higher over our driveway. About 100 yards up at night, hovering, quiet, and we entered a lit doorway. Inside, I was led to what you referred to as a mantis-like being who seemed to be the boss. It was tall and thin, 8 or 9 feet, but with a smaller, thinner head than you show. Very thin and insect-like, seemed very smart, in control. Said where I would like to go, so we went for a nearby ride. Next, after less than an hour, I estimate I found myself back at home. With no known harm or fear done to me. It was like a response to my question as to what are the night stars like. There was something missing, the missing time that I have no memory of yet. This event has stayed with me as a profound event in my life. Crazy. I mean, again, this is just a fucking YouTube comment. It's just people debating and just, but I mean, I don't know. There's sometimes
you got to read the YouTube account before you read the thing. So it was.
That's true.
This was Richard Yates 3893.
Yeah, hard to say.
I don't think he's. I don't think this guy's a troll. Now, if it was something like it was like like Dick Tickler 69 420, then we're like, okay, what's this guy going on about?
It's one of those mediums, right? The internet and YouTube, and when there's this anonymity, although it looks like this guy used his real fucking name here, probably. But when you have some semblance of anonymity on the internet, people like they tell these stories that you'd never get it at people otherwise, right? And that's what's kind of interesting, where this is something probably he's never told to anyone before, that he had an experience like this. And I think that's why I like talking about this shit online, because I like to encourage people to share these experiences, because who the fuck knows? I mean, listen, if I had an experience like that that I remembered, I'd fucking tell everybody. And they'd probably think, oh, Jim's crazy. And I'd be like, fuck, I don't know, am I? I mean, yeah.
Well, you have.
I have. I've told my experience before. Well, it wasn't it was just a dream. It was all it was.
As far as you know.
As far as I know. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe they were, maybe something happened, I've told it here before, but for people that haven't heard it before, when I was around 11 years old, I'd just hit puberty. And I just kind of understood what the body was doing, it was just kind of becoming more conscious. And I had a dream. And in the dream, I was laying on a like a medical table, like an examiner's table, and there was now I think about it, seems like it was a mantis, but it wasn't. It was like a gray alien, like a tall gray alien standing beside me, and there was like a machine over my whole penis, there's a whole thing over my fucking penis, and there was clearly what was happening was there was a semen sample being taken, and I was 11 years old. I yeah, I mean, this is assault at this point here legally, right? So I don't know what these guys thought they're fucking doing, but
it might be stat rape at that point.
Yeah, it could be, yeah. But anyway, this is just a dream, and I remember looking over, because I kind of knew what was going on almost in the dream, I knew what was happening, and I remember I looked over to the tall gray alien, and I remember saying to him, and I said, I said, well, because I couldn't feel anything. I was like completely numb. I said, joking, I'm like, could you at least like make it feel good? Like I was trying to make conversation because I remember in the dream it was like awkward as fuck, the whole scenario, right? And then what I got back in my head was he, and I keep referring to as he because that's what in the dream I thought it was a he, looked at me and then gave me a thought ball. This is the best way I could describe it, where, and it woke me up. As soon as he gave me that thought ball, I get all of these high level concepts of like the reasons why we wouldn't want to do that. Right. And it felt like, and it's hard, I still remember what it felt like actually, which is really trippy, which is why I talk about this. It shook me up out of bed. Like I sat up out of bed. I was like, what the fuck? And, it felt like it was talking to like a clinical psychologist explaining to me like psychologically why I wouldn't want to pair any kind of like sensation to this memory, as it could be inappropriate. It could lead to like perversions as you get older. So like shit like that. Like, and, fuck, too late though. I mean, fuck. But anyway, it was trippy, and it was the weirdest thing that the reason why it woke me up is like, you know, when you're a kid, and I remember this, you know, your brain's only capable of understanding so much, and it can only like digest and understand like a certain degree of information. Like your IQ, like intellectually, you're only functioning at a certain level when you're a kid, right?
Same is true when you're an adult, but go on.
Yeah, well, it's true. It's exactly correct. Yeah. And it felt like there was a clinical psychologist like in my head. So, you know, for me, I had never had any dreams like that as a kid. Like, you know, maybe kids will sometimes like, you know, watch a show with Michio Kaku on it talking about string theory. But it's like, you're not really going to understand the concepts. You're not going to really understand the actual mathematics involved, right? The feeling of the thought felt like almost an understanding of the concepts of like why you wouldn't want to tie any sensation to a memory like this. And it was like beyond what I was capable of thinking. But that thought had entered my head, if that makes any sense. And that's what woke me up, because it felt like I was genuinely having a conversation with something that wasn't me in that dream. And that's all it was. So, yeah, a machine over your whole being is a very small, almost imperceptible machine. It was microscopic. You couldn't, yeah.
Earlier. A very small, almost
yes, very small. Exactly. Yeah. Perfect. Yeah. Perfectly put. Yeah. He looked at you, snapped his brain finger guns at you, and said, "I got you." Yeah. Fuck, too late. What's there? Yeah. Yeah. That's essentially it. But that's the only anomalous really experience I've ever had in my life with anything related to UFOs, aside from seeing some UFOs recently, but I don't know what they were really. But that was the only experience I've had growing up where I was like, that was fucking weird. So yeah. McKirk's tweet down. Holy fuck, that's a lot of fucking memes, brother. Yeah, anyway, that's my experience. I have no idea. I mean, I've just treated it as a dream. Like I don't know what the fuck, you know. It's like I haven't had any other experiences with that other than the fact I was terrified of UFOs and aliens when I was a little kid. I was terrified of them. I'd have night terrors. I'd have sleep paralysis around it as well. Like I would be stuck looking down a dark hallway thinking they're going to come and get me and shit. Like horrifying shit. Like it was terrible as a kid. Like I'd be like, heart be pounding in my chest.
I had that too. I never got the sleep paralysis, but definitely like you're just like, you'd wake up like in the middle of the night, and you'd just be like, you'd look at the door and you'd just go like, oh fuck, any second now. Any second there's going to be a little doorknob's going to turn. With those spindly long fingers, the gray alien's going to come in. They're going to get me.
Holy fuck. Was that you too, Chad? Yeah. Holy fuck, yeah.
Of course, as a kid, you're thinking, you know, if I put more blankets over me, they'll never know I'm under here.
Yeah, and they grab your feet and they throw you onto the fucking ground, stuff their finger up your nose, fucking... Fuck.
All your secrets will be mine.
You thought you could hide from my fingers? Long, girthy fingers. Yeah, sleep paralysis is an adult me thing with the little guys and now the lady the last time. Yeah, he mentioned that, man. I remember he said that. Yeah, fuck me. I mean, that sucks. Yeah. The fingers meme is from Elden Ring. One of the ladies that you deal with she's out there.
I'll see if I can find it.
Yeah, see if you find. Everyone played Elden Ring. Holy fuck! One of our friends, old Leaky there, old Red Scale, does a great impression of the finger lady. Holy fuck yeah. Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. Yeah. Isn't it, I wonder if it's like I don't know what, we're all kind of in a similar age group, most of us, I guess. Like we were like we were 90s. I was born in 1990. So, kind of just maybe millennial kids, maybe it's a thing, but then people here who too from the generations, a couple generations before, similar thing, but the fucking mid 50s, he had an encounter with them. So, I mean,
I got the first little part. That'll give you a good understanding of this.
Is this it? Is it? How long is it? Just a? Oh yeah.
Yeah, you don't even have to watch the whole thing. Just like the first.
Make pretty.
Oh, he talks. Oh, where is it? That's right here. Oh Jesus! What the fuck? He kills her. Oh, he skips all the dialogue.
Your thing.
He skips all the fingers. Yeah, we could kind of hear it. Yeah, your fingers. There's a better example.
Your fingers.
Yeah, it's just a fucking meme. Yeah. This lady. Fuck yeah. Oh god damn it.
Yeah. Our friend Old Red Scale or whatever he's going by these days. He does a very good impression.
He does. Yeah, he's a master of the Dark Souls universe. But fuck yeah. I mean, goddamn. Well, I mean, what did we learn? I guess this evening. That's the real question. What did we learn? That if they come into your room, you can't do anything about it, and you're probably gonna get your nostrils gaped out. You might have your cheeks. They might rip at your cheeks.
There might be another one lurking around the corner too.
Yeah, I got dog hair over my mouth. It's it is what it is. We can't do anything to stop them. We're impervious to their methods. Oh, there's another incident there of them sticking something up someone's nose. They got some kind of nostril fetish here with us. That's very strange. Why? And the cuckery too. That's the other thing too. Yeah, they are kind of these intergalactic cucks of a sort. So, well, I mean, I guess hopefully we've learned something from all this. Maybe this evening, some of you will have this experience. I'm not going to play it again, but they'll kind of bumble into your room late at night this evening. Maybe sleep tight, everybody. I mean, you never know what might happen. I mean, you could have a run-in with them. I know, once again, I will be sleeping naked this evening in anticipation of the visit. We'll see what happens. I mean...
Bring up the picture.
What? Oh, bring up the picture? I don't know if I fucking have it here or not. I don't know if I'm waiting for those chaps in particular, but I've got to have it on hand, actually. I've got to have it on hand. Oh, it's right here, yeah. Yeah, I've got to have it ready to go, yeah. But you never know how they're going to present themselves, how they're going to break through the wall. I hope this doesn't happen. This is a bit much, but, it is what it is, right? So, yeah. Crazy times we live in. Yeah. GALENTV,
I would never get over the one where he's just like holding on. You can just see the outline completely of his fucking back. I'll never get over that picture. He's got his one leg up too.
Oh my fucking god! Holy shit! You created a source for No BS. Keep bringing. I have to search for it every time. Actually, did you? Yeah. Unfortunately, I have to fucking go looking for it. But yeah, man, it's just one of those fucking memes, Well, anyway, Mr. GALENTV, thank you for coming by this evening and talking about the Mantis with us.
Well, thanks for having me again.
Yeah, I mean, we're just waiting for when are we going to have our abduction experience? I saw UFO. I saw UFO, so maybe you'll be visited tonight. Wouldn't that be? That would be kind of fair, wouldn't it? Like maybe these guys will come pick you up.
I don't know about that.
Well, you might not have a say in that, unfortunately.
I might not have a say in it.
I hate to break that to you, yeah. Yeah, but anyway.
I will say, if the Mantis does try to stick their fingers up my nose, I'm going to have to tell them and say, please wash your fingers. Your fingers have been places most vile.
Yeah, fuck. Well, hopefully these guys come, they washed as well. But, until next time, everybody, from the both of us, take care. Sleep tight. Who knows? The bed bugs might literally bite. So until next time.
It's 7 in the evening and everything is fine. I'm not expecting visitors, so I can stream all night. I'll take my stream deck out from where I'm playing Fortnite. We'll play until the morning. At 3 a.m. we hear him again from the sound of the submarine. It's Jim Russell, it's Jim Russell, the commander of Island 49, the guardian of the ancient keys, the keys of Atlantis mysteries, Atlantean secrets, Atlantean secrets, the keys. My dudes, let's follow in order to let go. Distorted echoes, the mysterious magnetic fields. Atlantean seas, Atlantean seas. We have to swim through the ocean, the periscopic deception, ancient doorways that tremble before the subterranean castle. He calls us, my dudes, robots and erudites. 'Cause at 3 a.m. we hear him again from the sound of the almond shells. It's Jim Russell, it's Jim Russell, Union leader of Sorceric Knights, and he parts in the breaking dawn.